Good morning, good afternoon, good evening, wherever in the world you are from. Hello and welcome to King Khalid Racecourse. This is the Jcsa's English broadcast. My name is Callum Helliwell and I'm joined by the man on my right, a racing expert who's been with me for over a week now, Tom Collins.
Hello, Callum. Yeah, I'm looking forward to getting stuck into week 2. The weather's completely different to last week. It's still hot, but it's looking a bit ropey over our shoulder. Hopefully no rain. But I'm really looking forward to getting into the action. Not the classiest affair today, but lots of, 9 races. There's got to be a winner for every race. And I'm interested to see if Camille Ospina can erode the deficit with leading jockey Adel Al-Faradi this week.
Interesting point there, Tom. And you have to remember, we are live on YouTube. Please get in touch with us on the YouTube in the comment section. Let us know how you're feeling. Let us know what you're thinking. Let us know what your selections are as well. But we have some horses to look forward to. Here are 3, just 3 to get your head around. The first is Rue Al Sodea, runs in our opener. This colt has run twice in his career and finished 3rd last time out. Connections will be hoping he can break his maiden today in our opener. Interesting runner there, Tom. I'm fascinated to see how he gets on. Nobody's Joke is a filly that runs in our second race. They're coming thick and fast, nice and early, Tom. Now, this filly has 2 wins from 9 starts in her career, but she's yet to win this season. She'll be looking to give James Jerkins his 2nd winner here in Saudi Arabia. And finally, the final horse we have to look forward to is Sadir Al-Khaladir. He runs in our penultimate contest for older Arabian horses. He broke his maiden on only his 2nd start in Saudi Arabia, but with a disappointing 6th last time out. So Connection will be hoping he can bounce back with success in our penultimate contest today. Now, Tom, it's not just you and I here giving all the information to all our viewers on YouTube as well. We've also got Shamila, who's down in the parade ring, but we do need to get through. First thing we need to get through is our runners, is our races today and what we've got to look forward to, because we've got 9 races. It's a tricky little card today, but there's certainly some interesting horses. We start with a local horses maiden. We go on to a fillies contest between horses that have won 0 and 2. Looking forward to that, Tom. Then we've got another local bred maiden later on in the card. What out there catches your eye, Tom?
Yeah, I'm really looking forward to the local bred horses open. Race number 3 on our card. I like number 3 in that race, Al Hasharai. I think that's the best bet of the day. We've got a fillies maiden, followed by a local bred horses maiden, and then we get into the back end of the card, Callum.
It gets better as we get through the card. We've got another local bred horses maiden, but the Arabian race has won 0 to 1. I find that fascinating. My best selection goes in that as well. So I'm looking forward to seeing how that horse gets on. We've got plenty of Arabian contests to round out the card as well, with a small field fillies maiden to go later on to finish off with.
Yeah, just the 6 runners in the finale, but as you say, you're really looking forward to race 8.
Race 8 I am very much looking forward to. I've been banging the drum in all of our production meetings, trying to convince everyone that this is the feature race on the card. It's not just us though, no, it is. Shamila is down in the pre-parade ring and she'll be giving us all the information she has to look forward to over the day. Shamila, how are you?
I'm very well, thanks very much, lads. Very gloomy today. I don't think I'll be needing my sunglasses somehow. I think a cold front will be sweeping through Taif Racecourse today as Moscow will get her head in front in race number 4. I'm really looking forward to seeing her. Adel Faradi is on board. He's been riding out of his skins at the moment, so you can't go wrong with choosing one of his. And also, not to forget, very best of luck to Sultan Al Maymouni, who's riding in the apprentice race today in Deauville.
Yes, you're absolutely right, Shamila. Best of luck to Sultan, who is doing some amazing work. If you don't follow him on social media, please give him a follow on Instagram, TikTok, Facebook. He is all over and he's doing some great stuff over in France. So we wish him all the best. He runs at 9:20 local time, so it'll be fascinating to see how he gets on. We do have one more member of our team, though. It's a man in the sky. It's a voice from above. It's John Blance. John, how are you?
Oh, very good, chaps. Nice to see you. Nice to see you as well, Shamila. Looking forward to this 9-race card today. And yeah, the horses are in the parade ring for our opening race. And we can take a look at the runners and riders very shortly. Anna Al-Mujib in the hands of Abdullah Al-Khamis is horse number 1. 2 is Lam Al-Aziz, Camilo Ospina, the Colombian aboard. Horse number 3 is Bondok. That's the man of Khalid Al-Mimoni. 4 is Al-Majid Al-Majid. Mohammed Suleiman rides that one. Mifarasa is the man of Nawaf Al-Fayrouz. A decent chance this one if she can put her best foot forward today. Horse number 6 is Harbat Al-Maidan, Tariq Al-Mansour. Deem Al-Anea, Luis Morales, number 7. Horse number 8, Maksabi and Adel Al-Fayrouz. Horse number 9 is Lathitha Fawas Wanas. Horse number 10 is Ru Al Sadir, Adil Al Furedi aboard. Jama Harea is Alexis Moreno's mount, horse number 11. Mohib Al Darea is the mount of Ali Al Mutib. Horse number 13, Afdal Jawab, is the mount of Abdullah Al Kradis. Horse number 14, Eshab, is the mount of Abdullah Al Saidi. Horse number 15 is Modahima, that's the mount of Azil Al Sahani. Horse number 16, Al Horja, is ridden by Fahed Al Furedi. And there are more, a couple more, full field of 18. 17 is Ale Wagi, that's in the hands of Muhammad Al Hubail. And horse number 18 is Bala Al Sham, making up the full field of 18 for our opening race. It's a local horses maiden for 2-year-olds. And it's back to the boys in the studio.
Yeah, it's a tough one for John to get started. 18 runners, and we've got them in the parade ring now, so we'll take them through. But Tom, before we do that, who's your immediate eye catcher in this?
Oh, it's an interesting race to start. It's not the easiest. Number 10, Rual Saudia, will probably be my eye catcher. We can just see him currently in shot right now. Last time up, he finished third back in meeting 22. We'll see the footage of that later on, but I think that's the main piece of form in this race, Callum.
Jamaria is horse number 11, 0 from 3, Tom.
Yeah, 0 from 3. He's got plenty of pace as well, this filly. I just don't think she stays 6 furlongs. She'll be out in front from the outset, and there we are. We can see Alex Moreno fresh off the back of that injury last week.
Yeah, I've got the bandages and 6 stitches. Modaima is horse number 15, another making debut, a 2-year-old filly. Interesting, fascinating runner.
Yeah, another fascinating runner again. We don't know much about her. She's never run before. Unfortunately, I haven't seen her in the morning either. But the similar kind of worries apply here. Draw out in stall 15. But she's a nice-looking type.
Exactly. I was just about to say, jumps off the screen, really big, strapping, raw type that looks like will get better with time. Alawaja is the runner number 16 in front of us now, 7th last time out.
Yeah, she looks small. She's got a shorter tail as well. She was drawn on stall 18 on her debut. No luck again in terms of the gate. Out in 16. She drops from 7 furlongs back to 6.
She's gone from the car park to slightly in from the car park, so hopefully she gets a better run of things today. Alawagi is another runner, 17, big type.
Yeah, one of the boys in here. We've just seen a couple of fillies, but this is a 2-year-old unraced colt. Again, draw issues out in 17. We'll need to break well.
And we've got another debutant at the bottom of our field, is Bala Al-Sam. Didn't catch the eye as much as some others have.
No, longer tail. We haven't seen too many.
There we go.
Tail.
Absolutely.
Again, never run before. We don't know too much about him. I don't like the draw. You know, even if you break well from 18, you're going to be 4 or 5 wide.
I think if you are looking to support a horse that is drawn wide, especially in these maiden contests, you're going to want them to have some experience from that wide draw. Having a debut, being out there on your own with all the hustle and bustle happening away from you might not be ideal.
Yeah, exactly that. The only way you can really win over this trip from a wide draw is if you have that early speed to get across. And generally, first-time starters will miss half a beat at the start and therefore cannot bounce out and cross immediately. So it's just super difficult, you know, to win from anything 12 or higher.
I think you're absolutely right. Interesting point going forward today, this being over 1,200 metres, only 6 furlongs. Most of these maidens we've been watching over the week we've been here at King Harled Racecourse have been determined from the front.
Yeah, exactly. And I was looking through this race with an idea of who's going to lead. Mifarasa, number 5, and number 11, Jama Herea, look the 2 leaders.
This is Ru Al Sodia, the horse that we highlighted earlier on in the card. And Tom, your fancy?
Yeah, he ran okay on debut, I thought. He had a 3-wide trip throughout this race. Adel Al Faradi obviously takes the mount today, which is a big plus. And I like the trainer as well. Gaith Al Gaith finished 4th in the trainer championship last year, won it the year before that. This horse seems to be rounding into a bit of form, and it just doesn't look like the best local bred horses maiden. So I think this kind of form that we're seeing right now is good enough to go very close today.
Another horse who comes third is a horse called Afdal Jawab. This is Afdal Jawab finishing third in August.
Look how wide he is on the track. He was right out the back early on. He was 6 wide going through the first bend, ended up being around 5 wide at this point. But he actually finished his race okay. You know, you can always mark up a performance like this when a horse has covered so much extra ground. The winner and the second from this race quite clearly beat Afdal Jawab, hands down. They haven't run since, so we don't really know how good this form is, but at the same time, that was a creditable effort.
Your only concern would be lacking that early speed that we know is so crucial in a race like this.
Yeah, exactly that. As I was talking about, the 2 horses with the early in here, number 5, Misarasa, number 11, Jama Herea. I expect those 2 to go forward. Rual Saudia under Adel Al Faradi will probably be in around 3rd or 4th, and hopefully that'll be the position where he can attack off the bend.
Those who wouldn't know, talk to me a little bit about Adel Al-Faradi, a real star last week.
Yeah, phenomenal rider. You know, last week, our first week here doing this English broadcast, I was expecting Camille Ospina to be the man. I was expecting us to be raving about him. He was not bad. He had a couple of winners, but Adel Al-Faradi was the man last week. He had 4 winners in the space of 3 days. He now leads the jockey title by 3, with 21 winners so far this term, including 2 cup races. You know, this guy is the guy to beat right now in Saudi Arabia.
I think you're absolutely right, Tom, and I think what makes him so special is his ability to time his rise to perfection.
Yeah, not even that. You know, when we look worldwide about what makes a jockey good, and I've never sat on a horse, you have, so
very badly, but I have.
you have maybe a stronger opinion in terms of, you know, first-hand opinion of it, but we're looking for a rider who's got poise in the saddle. Someone who can judge pace is super crucial, which is what you just said there that Adel does very well, and someone who's strong in the finish. He ticks every box.
Yes, and he's a taller rider as well, which is something you don't see often. I mean, I'm a big fan of his. I love my tall jockeys. But the interesting thing about the way he rides is that he's very compact. He doesn't waste any energy. And we mentioned about timings. He could ride anywhere in the world. I know you're a big fan of American racing. I like racing in Australia and New Zealand. It's all based on times, no matter where in the world you go. And he has a brilliant judge of pace. And it showed in our final race on Saturday last week.
Yeah, exactly. I expect Adel to rack up a fair few amount more winners this week. You know, over 3 days, he's going to have lots of chances. He doesn't ride for the big owners, but he still picks up good rides with great chances in his races. And I'm hopeful that Adel's going to get off to a winning mark today.
Now, if we're going to say over the next 3 days, am I going to say more or less than 5 wins for Adel?
Ooh, what a question. I haven't looked at Saturday's card, so it's a bit of a guess. I'm going to say 5 exactly.
5 are on the line. 5 on the line. I totally agree with you on that. I think he's got an absolutely massive chance. Horse in shot now is horse number 16, Alawaja as well, another horse with a very decent chance. But for me, I'm going to go with you, Tom, early on in this. I'm going to go with Rue Al Sodea. I think this is a great opportunity for this horse in what is arguably not the strongest race on paper.
Yeah, hopefully third time lucky for Rue Al Sodea. There's a couple of horses I briefly want to mention, if that's okay. Number 8, Maxabi, also had 2 starts, much like our selection, Rue Al Sodea. Rode the rail on debut, and then last time out, just put a line through that effort. Finished 12th, but was badly hampered at the start. You know, Maxabi was never able to show his true colours. He could be a player in here. Maybe he's the biggest threat to Rue Al Sodea. And another one I briefly want to touch on is Lam Al Aziz. Never run before. First time starter, but good connections with Camille Ospina, breaking from stall 2.
One more I just have to mention because it's been brought up quite a lot in the Arabic feed and they do know what they're talking about over there is Afdal Jawab. Interesting run, finishing 3rd on debut last time out. Certainly a horse I'll be keeping an eye on. But for me, I'm all about the horse number 10, Rue Al Saladea, is an interesting runner for me. I'm going to stick with my choice despite the fact that Afdal Jawab is turning me slightly towards the end of their loading up.
Yeah, there's some interesting runners that we haven't touched on as well. You know, number 6, Harba Almadain, hasn't run before, but interesting connections from a nice draw. Number 7, Deem Alanaya, is the mount of Louis Morales, and we proved last week that you should never overlook anything that Morales is on board. And also number 5, which is the early speed in this race. You know, if you fancy Nawaf Al Fairuz's runner, Mifarasa, you expect this horse is rated 72. We've seen a couple of maidens won by horses rated in the 70s. You'd expect this filly to bounce out from the inside and hopefully try and make all. But I have 6 furlong question marks about number 5, Mifarasa.
Well, that's all we need to say. We could only do one more thing and leave it in the capable hands of John Blance. John, 18 runners, over to you.
Yeah, Benny, thanks, lads. And I came to a fairly similar sort of shortlist to Tom in the sense that this race can be distilled down quite quickly into 4 or 5 live chances. I reckon there are 1 or 2 that are what they've done have to improve markedly. I suppose the fly in the ointment here is the fact that there could well be 1 or 2 decent debutants been here before and number crunched the form that was on offer in some of these maiden races, and then some debutant has won by half the track. And I suppose, as Tom says, Lam Al Aziz could well be that particular candidate here. But in terms of what we've seen, I did like that run from Rue Al Sodea. It was a decent overall time compared with the vast majority of these that have actually run before. It was pacey in the early stages, and was within its rights to be a little bit tired in the closing stages, but did box on pretty well. Stall 10's not ideal, but then again, there doesn't appear to be a massive amount of pace underneath stall 10. So Rue Al Sadia should be able to get into a reasonable good early position, and we'll go from there. Jcsa has got plenty of early speed, as Thomas said, and yeah, Max Sabi was taken back to last time out and was never really in the race, but that run prior to that was pretty good. So, and if you go back far enough through Mifarassa's form, you'll find a very good run in the context of this, but hasn't really run particularly well subsequently. So I'm not entirely sure what's going on with that horse, but if she could reproduce the run from meeting 4 in the hands of Nawaf Al Fayrouz, she wouldn't be too far away. There's D Malinaire in shot. Horse number 12 there is Mohib Al Darea, one of the debutants in the race. Number 15 is Modahima, in the hands of Asil Al Sahani, and the 14 is Eshab. There's the spotted jacket of Ale Wagi, who is a first-time starter. You can also see horse number 13 there, the brown saddlecloth. Aftal Jawabi did come from quite a long way off the speed last time, but that was over 1,400 metres, and he was a long way off the speed in that race. So you do have to wonder whether the move down to 1,200 metres is necessarily a good idea. He's going to get back here. He's going to need a big pace collapse, and as we have seen, they might go too fast out in front, and quite a few of the horses that are out in front might not be able to go that pace in the end, but there's usually 1 or 2 that hang around, and usually at least one that hangs around long enough to win the race. So it really is a track which does seem to give horses at the head of affairs a bit of an advantage. We will see 1 or 2 closers come from the back. There's a horse running later on who closed off absolutely amazingly last time out, a horse called Hidden Treasure. So it does happen, but on the law of averages, generally what you want to be is pretty prominent. Anyway, there's Anna Al Mujib going in. You can also see Mifarassa there. This is horse number 12 going forward, Mohib Al Darea. Green colours there. Another one of the debutantes. Moving forward is 15, Modahima, already installed over on the far side as Bala Al Sham. Number 13 is Aftal Jawab. 17 is Ala Wagi. The 8 is Maksabi. All dependent on the start, I think, with that one. If this horse can get away better than last time, he'd have a bit of a chance. Next to go in is Lam Al Ziz, an interesting newcomer. The 6 is Harbat Al Maidan in the purple colours there. All purple cap for Harbat Al Maidan. Let's get a late steer on that from the commentary box. Next to go forward is the 16. That's Al Horja. Sheepskin noseband for that one. Again, a bit of a, I've got trip question mark written next to this one's name in the race card. In my GP scroll that I've got. Sometimes I can barely read it myself. This is Jcsa Harea going in. D Malinaire to come forward as well. Then Al Majid Al Majid, who's getting a bit leery. Mohammed Suleiman, good luck to him. Oh, goodness me. Tell you what, that stall handler has done incredibly well to hang on. I thought that was a job for just one person, but he's done very, very well. 3 to go. This is Rue Al Sadia, the one that Tom's flagged up. 2 to go. Harbat Al Maidan goes in. Just waiting for horse number 4, Al Majid Al Majid, the somewhat misbehaving Al Majid Al Majid. They don't tend to have too much patience for miscreants here at Taif. So let's hope this horse behaves himself. Stubbornly digging the heels in here. In goes Al Majid Al Majid. Tremendous stalls handlers. Hats off to them in the first race. A Group 1 performance from them. Oh, we've got one sitting down now in stall 10. That's Rue Al Sadia, one of the fancied horses. Now what they're going to do with this one? Went in fine, but has sat down in the starting stalls and has got trapped there as well. So they're going to back this one out and undoubtedly will be vetted. Now the walkie-talkies are out. Adel Al Farouedi, top man in the Jockeys Championship here at the moment, former champion jockey as well. He's off, and it's a question of what kind of damage did this horse do to itself by sitting down in the starting stalls. It's not ideal preparation, has to be said. Been backed out. think we're going to be going without Rual Sodia. So it looks like we can scratch the 10 here, which has opened this race out to one or two others, because that was a definite chance, Rual Sodia. Rest of them are ready. The flags are up. 17 runners now. They're off and racing. Very slowly away was Bondok. Also very slowly away was Baal Al-Sham from a wide draw. Good beginning, though, from Deem Alanea going forward, as indeed does Jama Harea, who often shows good early pace. Also up for the pace is Mifarasa, who gets a good break too. They're then followed by Mohib Al-Dareya, the green colours, racing around about fourth. Anna Al-Mojib is making headway up the inside. Another slow starter was Lam Al-Aziz, that potentially interesting debutant. Lathitha is towards the rear of the field. One that's not showing much early pace either is Maksabi, but as they make the turn and head on down towards the final 600, it's Mifarasa that's out in front, the 5, just about showing the way to Deem Alanea, who races in second. Bit of a gap back to Jama Harea, the yellow cap, in third, then Anna Al-Mojib, who's in fourth spot, then the green jacket in fifth of Mohib Al-Ranea. They're then followed right round the outside by Alawagi, one of the debutants, who's getting involved as they make the turn for home. Just over 300 metres left to go, and it's Deem Alanea who's hit the front, has been involved in a speed battle though. What has this horse got left? Mohib Al-Dareya moves into second. Down the centre of the track now is Alawagi, a debutant who's run really well first time up, staying on from the back, as well as Afdal Jawab. This leader's getting tired. Deem Alanea. Here comes Alawagi, who comes through to reel it in and now goes on by a couple of lengths and racing up towards the line. Alawagi in the hands of Mohamed Al-Buhail goes on to win. In second spot was Deem Alanea. Third horse home was Mohib Al-Dareya. Fourth in a moment. Yeah, they locked on, didn't they? Deem Alanea and the other early pace setter, Mifarasa, and in the end has set it up very nicely for Alewagi. We were talking about potential good debutants here. And, well, the one that looked the most likely, Lam Al-Aziz, didn't start very well, never really got into that race in any way whatsoever. 1 minute 22 seconds dead. 1 minute 22 seconds dead. So track riding on the quick side, if that's to be believed. Alewagi has scored and was always in a pretty good position in terms of the way the pace went. It was rather wide on the turn, but as we've seen, more important is to be relatively close to that speed. Deem Alanea in second, Mohib Al-Dareya finished in third, and the fourth horse home was Afdal Jawab. 3 3/4 lengths, the eventual winning distance. And on debut, Alewagi has scored in the opener, first of 9 races over at Taif here this afternoon.
Well, there you see a very happy Mohamed Al-Hubail coming in on our winner of our opener, Alawaji. Tom, fascinating contest there. Top 3 all making their debuts.
Yeah, the race was kind of blown apart by the withdrawal of Rual Saldia, the horse that we thought was going to go very close. By the way, just looking over my shoulder now, that filly looks okay. Rual Saldia just walking away unharmed after the incident. But yeah, first-time starters that filled the first 3 places. I don't know whether that's a good thing or a bad thing in terms of the form of the race. But the horse in fourth was Afdal Jawab, who we showed the footage of before, ran to a fair level on debut. So maybe all of the first 3 home are useful.
Again, Afdal Jawad lacking that pace that we said earlier on, couldn't get involved. The race was set up pretty early. Even those runners that weren't directly up there with the pace were still there or thereabouts turning in for home. There wasn't anyone coming from the skies, Tom.
No, exactly. They came from the second flight of horses, basically. Alawaji was always around 5th or 6th. early on. The pace kind of figured out how we thought it would, with the likes of Jama Haraya and Mifarasa both going forward. But the other horse on the speed, the first-time starter who eventually finished second, Dima Lanaya, has run a great race under Lou Morales.
Really promising race because, as John mentioned in commentary, Di Malanaya was in an absolute pace battle for so long. It was no surprise to see that horse fade, but only faded into second, ran a very nice race.
Yeah, she did. She was in a pace battle with Mifarasa, who had 4 previous runs and loads of experience to her name. That horse will be rock hard fit. And although Mifarasa obviously isn't the best of horses currently in Taif, to match that horse in the early stages, kick clear and only get done by a horse who is more efficiently ridden, you know, Di Malanaya has run a very good race in second.
And has left Mifarasa in the dust as well, Tom. Really interesting runner. When we talk about the withdrawal of the horse, Rual Sodea, interesting horse nonetheless, but something I'm interested about is the fact that they clearly saw that horse was stiff after it sat down. I could see it was stiff, you could see it was stiff. It was the right decision to withdraw the horse at the time. Really disappointing if you're a fan of that runner, but I think for the health and safety of everyone involved, that was the right decision.
Of course, horse welfare is well, we saw the other day, last week in fact, it's one of the major priorities right now in Saudi Arabia, and they're quite clearly doing that. When a horse goes down in the stalls and they're quite clearly not ready to race, the right decision was always to take them out.
A couple of comments as well on YouTube. Iyad just wanted to know which race that was. That was race number 1. Iyad, you've still got 8 more races to look forward to, so you've come at the right time. Please do not worry. And HFD has given us some waves, and we're going to wave right back as well. We'll wave right back at you, HFD. I hope you're enjoying the racing as much as we are. Fascinating card to continue with 8 more races, but Mohammed looking very happy with himself there with a really good performance. But you can just see as the horses are turning into the straight. Dean Alanaya in the bright yellow colours on the right-hand side of your screen has done almost everything right, Tom.
Yeah, she broke really well. She got straight to the front. Obviously, there was a duel up top, and maybe if there wasn't, maybe if she got an easy lead, she would have won this race. But she just succumbed late on to a more efficiently ridden rival, Alawaji, who's obviously quite useful for Mohammed Al Bail. And I like the way this horse really stretched out all the way to the line.
Interesting. The horse in third, Mahib Al Daraya, another horse that ran a very nice race on debut again.
Yeah, drawn wide out in 12. I didn't really see what happened in the start to the third place finisher, but wasn't up with the speed early on and kind of just picked up the pieces.
Shamila is in the winner's enclosure with some winning connections.
I am with winning trainer Abdullah Al Faraj. Congratulations, first of all. It was this horse's first time out. You must be very impressed.
Thank you. It's a nice colt. I hope to win with him. I like it in the trainer. Inshallah, will be coming more, inshallah, next step, inshallah.
What's your plans for him for the rest of the season?
I want to see the program for all the season. I think after that he'll take the rest 2 weeks or 3 weeks. And after that, go to the open colt, or I want to see have a cup or a good horse, a good race for him, inshallah.
And he's by Dance with Ravens. Will you change him? Will you try him on the turf at Riyadh?
Yeah, he is a good stallion, Dance with Ravens, and this is the first fall for me in the same sale. Inshallah, I hope inshallah next race inshallah he's come more up, inshallah.
Do you have any more horses that you're looking forward to for the rest of the weekend?
Yeah, I have after 2 races I have Al Merki, and tomorrow I have 3 horses inshallah, and next week I have more yearling, 2 year inshallah to go to the race.
Thank you very much. And I'm also here with Mohammed Al Hubail, who rode the winner. Congratulations, Mohammed. How did you find the race?
مبروك يا محمد، وكيف كنت شايف هذا الشوط؟
والله الحمد لله حصاني ممتاز ومسافة شوي قصيرة عليه. الحمد لله من الستارت حبيتنا ومشاركة له بعد حبيتنا نجيبه شوي والحمد لله ما قصر.
He said he's so happy for this winning and the horse, this is the first time for him in this distance, but he's so happy about this race.
Well, thank you very much to the both of you and good luck.
Thank you.
Great comments there from Shamila, who is taking us through exactly what happened there. I think it's fascinating to think this horse could come out again in a couple of weeks' time, maybe in open company, and then the turf in Riyadh to look forward to.
Yeah, quite clearly you've got high aspirations for this colt right now. I liked how he broke actually on this race. You can't really see him because he's right over the far side and kind of eclipsed by a couple of other horses, but he's around 5th right now in the blue silks. He actually broke pretty well, and he has a wide trip round the first bend.
Is that another boost to the form, considering just how wide this horse was throughout the race?
Yeah, well, it's never ideal, is it? Especially because we've seen in the early races on the last 3 days that we've been here at Taif, the inside has been the place to be. Not only is he covering more ground, right out, second from the left on the track, but he's also managing to go on the worst part of the track and still erode the deficit towards the leaders.
Absolutely, you just see always making progress, but always under a bit of a shunt from Mohammed as well in the saddle, who's really getting behind him but getting a response. And as a jockey on a young horse, that's exactly what you want to be pushed forward. But look at Dream Alanaya at this point. I'm thinking, what a performance we might be witnessing here.
Yeah, I think Luis Morales thought he was on a winner at this stage. As you can see him behind. Oh, there was a bit of scrimmaging against the inside there for number 3, Bondoc. That wouldn't have been ideal at that point of the race. But I think Luis Morales, would have thought that he was home and hosed. Obviously, 6 furlongs is far enough for Dream Alanaya. They might stay at this trip and hope there's not a pace battle next time, but otherwise the drop back to 5 will be ideal.
If you're thinking of pace battles, you could go again and just hope that you could hit the lids and then go away from your rivals rather than get involved in the pace scrap. And I think that's going to be more an option in maiden company than it is in handicaps, which is the route that a lot of these horses go when they've lost a few maidens.
Yeah, absolutely. We looked at this race beforehand and there were 2 likely speeds. Obviously, Dean Alanaya was an unknown quantity coming into the race, but if you go into a handicap, the vast majority will have early.
Absolutely, and just another top about Mahib Aldareya with an interesting horse finishing in third. Broke quite nicely, settled midfielder that actually didn't pull as much as some of the others. There was a little bit of scrimmaging on the turn. We'll just about see him picture there right at the top right hand side of your screen in the green noseband, just beginning to plug on at the one pace, but certainly nothing to be put off by. Yeah,
really nice debut, promising performance. Obviously in the next couple of weeks we'll find out what this race is worth, whether it was a good race for the grade or whether it was a poor race for the grade, because obviously number 10 Ruel Saldia wasn't able to run. But at the same time, we've got 3 first-time starters, all 3 ran well. Let's be positive about this.
Absolutely, Tom. Alawaji is going to come splashing through your picture in only a few strides' time and break the hearts of all supporters of Dream Alanaya as he comes through to take a really impressive victory on debut, and he just powers through the shot now, always going forward. Mohammed gave it a beautiful ride, always sitting behind the saddle and looking very comfortable, Tom.
Going into last week, Mohammed was actually sat in 5th in the Jockey Championship with 12 wins. He's a local rider. He's never won the title before. Last week wasn't his best. He kind of dropped off a little bit, but it's good to see him back in the winner's enclosure.
Exactly. That's a strong sign to come. He started this week off with a bang, hasn't let the regular defeats last week hold him back, and hopefully he can build on this and try and threaten those jockeys towards the top of the rankings, John.
Yeah, right now, the top of the rankings read number 1, Adel Al-Faredi, number 2, Camilo Ospina, number 3, Roberto Ramos, number 4, the man, Naif Alanazi, who had a pretty quiet week last week, and number 5 is Luis Morales, who just rode second in that first race.
Just these beautiful shots of the horses coming out the stall. I think one thing to mention from there was that Leem Al-Aziz really struggled out the stalls, fell out. Similar thing can be said for Anna Al-Majib as well from stall 1. So stall 1 and 2 didn't get the ideal kick.
Yeah, and first-time starters like Leem Al-Aziz, if you miss the start, you get a bit of kickback and it's very hard to get back into the race. To be fair, the kickback isn't too bad here at Taif compared to some of the all-weather tracks we have across the globe.
Absolutely. Afdal Jawab, we mentioned lacking early speed, actually got quite a decent start. You won't see him in picture here, but didn't come out badly compared to some of the others he was facing. So it's nice to see that it did get the break, but again, just lacking that turn of pace. I'm thinking a step up in trip next time has to be on the agenda.
100%. 7 furlongs, 1,400 metres looks the ideal trip at this stage of Afdal Jawab's career. He's only a 2-year-old gelding with 2 starts to his name. He already wants a little bit of distance. In time, we might see him over a mile or further.
I wouldn't be surprised if they step away from these maiden companies and go into some handicaps and look for maybe a possible and easier route in a more competitively run race with more speed up top that they'll fall into his lap, especially if they're stepping him up in trip where he'll enjoy it a little bit more.
Yeah, 100% again. And I think the same can be said about number 5, Mifarasa, who did show that early speed and faded back through the pack. That filly's now had 5 starts. Last time actually led and faded with 400 metres to run. Similar situation today. She's rated 72. If she drops down to below 70, she could run a 0 to 70 over maybe 5 furlongs and seen in better light than today.
Mifarasa, you can just see on the inside of your pictures there, just beginning to fade away. A Dream Alanaya kick clear. But if you're a supporter of Mifarasa, if you're connected to Mifarasa, you can't be too disappointed because all the pace forecasts said you'd be on your front taking on another horse that wasn't Dream Alanaya, Tom.
Yeah, exactly. I think they're going to be looking at the programme book and looking for a race with no other front runners, because Mifarasa would have a chance of winning a similar kind of race if she got an easy lead. But she just keeps getting pressed on the front end and just way too tired turning in.
Jcsa just looking very comfortable in the end. Interesting head carriage, very babyish, looking up at the sky, but I just love the way this horse responds to pressure. And that's what you want to see out of these young runners, is that if you get behind them, they're going to go forward, because a lot of horses, they're only so young, they're experiencing all this for the very first time, and they find themselves, oh my goodness, now the pressure's coming, I can't kick on. But this horse has responded to pressure from a wide draw. I think this is probably a better performance than we're initially making out.
Yeah, highly likely. You know, to win from stall 17 is some feat in its own right, let alone to win first time up, and to show that amount of greenness and inexperience. He actually crossed the line with his ears pricked as well, so there was more to come.
HFD wanted a wave properly. Let's give him a proper wave now. There he is. In fact, you'll get the two-hand wave. The two-hand wave, HFD. We love to see it. We love to see it. Get involved. Please keep comments on the YouTube. Tell us who you're selecting. Tell us who we should be selecting. Tom and I have had an up and down week so far, but hopefully this week will go better and we'll have some more winners for you as well.
Fingers crossed, fingers crossed.
Another man who won't need his fingers crossed because he already knows he's the best. It's John Blance.
Well, I can't possibly follow an introduction like that, but there we go. Horse number 1 is a non-runner here, by the way, just a tad, so the 19 gets a run. More on that very shortly. Tiara is interesting. Horse number 2 is some Riyadh form, hasn't run this season, but the Riyadh form's interesting. That's the man of Mohammed Al Hubail. Horse number 3 is Layun Latin. Mohammed Al Daham is aboard that one. Horse number 4 is Hill Cove. Naif Al Anazi rides. 5 is Almondi Alaya, in the hands of Rakan Al Obeid. Horse number 6 is Nobody's Joke. Wigberto Ramos rides for James Jerkins. Hua Mulan, horse number 7, Abdullah Al Kradis. Horse number 8 is Dawahi. That one is in the hands of jockey Al Dahani. Next is Thekati. Fahed Al Faredi rides that one. Moving on, horse number 10 is Obayat Al Mohammadiyah. That's the mount of Tariq Al Manzour. Horse number 11, Know It's Time, the mount of Abdullah Al Orfi. And horse number 12 is Nasima Ali Al Mimoni. Horse number 13 is Clodovea, that's the mount of Khaled Al Mimoni. 14 is Helsinki Heights, the mount of Ali Al Odib. Horse number 15 is Moata Semar. That one is in the hands of Asil Al Sayadi. Horse number 16, As It Was. Horse number 17 is Past Time. That's the mount of Al-Bahani Al-Sahani. Horse number 18 is Modern Artist, a spectacular winner last time out. Definitely keep an eye on that one's form. And horse number 19, the reserve, is Mistrix in the hands of Alexis Moreno. So they're all quoted there. Just to reiterate, horse number 1 is a non-runner, so it's 19 Mistrix who gets the late call-up. Back to the boys in the studio.
Big call for Mistrix as well. He's going to jump from stall 1. Must have a chance.
Yeah, definitely has a chance. Used to be with George Scott in the UK, was rated 76 then, but it's only 1 from 14 in her career.
It'll be good to see how that horse gets on. That was Naif, you just seen in picture going through as well. So one of the jockeys that will be having to have a good ride connection. We'll be hoping that that horse will run well. Plenty of runners in the field. Tom, the horse that caught my eye was Tiara, who is horse number 2. I saw that race at Riyadh, absolutely bolted up, fascinating runner.
Yeah, she showed loads of early speed that day. She's another expert in this race, so I'm going to say that quite a lot in the next 5 minutes, I'm sure. She used to be trained by Kevin Philibert de Foy and Richard Fahy in the UK, but she was only rated 55 there. She's rated 70 over here on the back of that Riyadh win. I have a concern about the trip, Callum. I think she'll lead, but I think she'll be vulnerable late.
When we talk about horses coming from the UK overseas, how often do you see the Sprout wings and just improve? She's improved 20 pounds, basically, to coming over here.
Yeah, exactly. They can improve, you know. She's improved 15, as you touched on. But, for example, the non-runner, Just a Tad, number 1, was rated 68 in the UK and just 52 over here, so it can go the other way as well.
This is Tiara in front of us here. Nice-looking animal. She's a big strapping type, but she's got a lovely flat back.
Yeah, she won a maiden last time out at Riyadh, coming off the long layoff, but she has that early speed and a good draw.
Horse number 3 is Layun Latin, another horse that comes here on the back of a poor run last time.
Yeah, and this is going to be a big positive for Tiara because Layun Latin, number 3 here, has no early speed whatsoever. That should allow Tiara to get lots of room along the inside. Layun Latin drops down from 7 to 6 furlongs.
Hill Cove finished last time out, 7th to 7th.
Yeah, it was rated 79 in the UK, rated 72 over in Saudi Arabia right now. Used to be trained by Jonathan Portman and by Joe Tweet. Cost 30,000 in the sales. Interesting runner, not seen since meeting 7 when finishing 7th. I don't think you can write this horse off.
Another horse coming off a long break is number 5, Almondialaya, is another fascinating runner. Hasn't been seen so far this season.
No, but those yellow bandages and that yellow bridle are going to be seen out in front. This horse has lots of early speed, was squeezed up in the final furlong last time out, put a line through that effort, comes off the long layoff, but I imagine Almondialaya will be right up there from the outset.
Nobody's joke, number 6, hopefully have a better chance than our last menu horse.
Yeah, exactly. Rated 74 for James Jerkins and Wigberto Ramos. I like this horse in here. Cost $220,000 as a 2-year-old. Was 0 for 4 in the UAE for Doug Watson. 3 runs for James Jerkins. Now drops in trip. Could be a very, very interesting runner. Nobody's joke.
I quite like Nobody's Joke as well. I don't think Nobody's Joke will get the better Tierra, though. I'm more of a Tierra fan personally. But Ho Mulan is horse number 7 in your picture now. A dapple grey, interesting colouring.
Yeah, you don't see too many of these. Just looks, she looks like she's on her toes right now. Now she's just settled a little bit more. Yeah, you don't see too many horses coloured like that. She cost $9,000, formerly trained by Keith Dalglish.
Dawahi is a number 8, smaller type but quite short coupled.
Formerly trained by Sir Mark Prescott, was a stayer over in the UK, rated 65, cost $125k. Huge drop in trip now from 1 mile 2 furlongs back to 6 furlongs.
Be interested to see how that horse gets on with such a supreme drop in trip. There's Wigberto Ramos, the wig man there, and James Jerkins together. 2 powerful connections. Looking forward to see how they get on. This is Sekati, another nice runner with those green bandages on. Can't miss it.
Yeah, another horse that's going to go forward. Has lots of early speed, Thikati. 1 under Naif Alanazi, 2 starts back. I think the trip is too short, though.
I'm concerned about this parade ring antics as well, bouncing up and down, not exactly settled down and chilled. That would be a concern. Horse number 10 is Obiat Almomedia, another nice runner coming out of stall 10 as well. Not too wide, Tom.
No, I like this draw as well for this 3-year-old filly. She finished 2nd in this grade, 3 starts back. Now she's dropping back to 6 furlongs after running over further. She's a player in here.
No, it's time. Horse number 11 has had 33 starts and only the 1 win. Concerning?
Very concerning, yeah. I find it difficult to make a case for this 5-year-old filly. Plenty of chances, plenty of experience, but struggles to win. She has got a good rider, though, in Abdullah Alaufi.
Nasima is horse number 12 in your race cards, a 3-year-old filly. She's only had the 12 runs, so much less than some of the others in this field. 2 wins as well.
Yeah, she won back-to-back actually in June. She's had bad draws recently, especially last week actually, when she finished 12th. She could probably run better than that, but at the same time, this looks a deeper heat, and I think she's going to have to improve drastically to win.
13, unlucky for some, is Claude Avea, a runner that I'm not too excited about with that deep back. Always a concern for me.
Yeah, a bit of a concern. She cost $8,000. She used to be trained by Tim Easterby in the UK when she was rated 61. She's 0 from 9 in Saudi Arabia. She's never been closer than 6th, so it's hard to suggest she's going to win today.
We need a big step up in improvement. Helsinki Heights, on the other hand, comes here for a massive break.
Yeah, won a maiden last year, but it's just 1 from 16. Hasn't run since February the 3rd. Long layoff. Probably going to find this a bit of a tough test first time up with fitness worries.
Big chunky type, you can see will definitely tighten up for the run, Tom.
Yeah, absolutely. You can see there just quite deep in the midriff.
In the girth there, Tom, just looking quite chunky down there. We've all been there though, haven't we? We've all been there. Number 15 is Motasama, is a nice interesting runner as well. The white blinkers are on, only 1 handler. I'm a positive.
Yeah, she's another front runner in this race. Lots of early speed. Her victory came in a 0 to 70 handicap. She's just 2 from 20, but I imagine she'll be up there from the outset.
As it was, is horse number 16, 50% strike rate, 2 wins from 4 starts.
As it was, is definitely a player. Andy Oliver was rated 86 in Ireland, one of the highest rated horses.
Whoa,
definitely has a chance.
Steady. Shamila will have a much closer view of what happened just then.
I'm with Jimmy Jerkins in the parade ring ahead of the 2nd race. You've got Nobody's Joke. You have 6 runners over the whole weekend, so who are you looking forward to seeing the most?
Well, all of them, basically. You know, some haven't run in a while. That's a little bit of a challenge all the time, but they're quality horses. So, and they've trained very well. So we're expecting for them to give a good account of themselves.
And Nobody's Joke was 6th last time out. You've stepped him back in trip. Do you think that will suit him?
I hope so. You know, what Berto said last time. You know, I let her get up into the thick of things probably a little too early, and he said she didn't stop, but she hung a little bit. And you know, this cutback should help her, I think.
And how's she been looking in the mornings?
Good, but you know, she only ran 12 days ago, and there's not a whole lot to her, so we haven't done a whole lot. But gallop and jog and school, make sure she's behaved in the gate again, and hopefully third time's the charm.
Thanks very much, Jimmy.
Thanks.
Third time's the charm indeed. I'm interested to see what change of tactics they employ here. They said Nobody's Joke was far too involved early on and will hopefully have a nice little easier target. So this is Tierra, the horse I really like, absolutely dotting up, Tom.
Yeah, this was a maiden this day. She showed loads of early speed, as you can see. We picked this up when she was 3 lengths clear. But watch how she struggles in the final 100 metres here at Riyadh. She really starts to capitulate as the line comes up. She is looking for the line. It just comes in time. I think she's going to be vulnerable today, I have to say.
This is Riyadh form as well. Cruise to remember that form at Riyadh and not Taif. The other horse we're going to look at is Modern Artist here. It's seen here winning an interesting performance. John Blance is a big fan.
Look where this horse has come from, right out in the car park. It's about 9 or 10 wide at this point of the race, but really flies home. This horse used to be trained by Paul and Oliver Cole in UK and rated 71. Last the first maiden winner, as we can see, just gets up in the final strides, beating a James Jerkins runner up the inside who fades late on. You have to mark this performance up, but at the same time, I don't know how good that maiden was.
Well, I think John Blance will be furious with you, suggesting that Modern Artist isn't going to dot up today. But hopefully that horse runs a big race. We didn't get a chance to see Modern Artist in the parade ring, but it's great that we can see that video form as well. You could just see this horse walking away. Now, horse number 19 in your race card, Mistrix, the reserve, remember, will come out of stall 1. Nice looking animal from the far shot that we just get there. Nice, interesting horse to look at on paper. As we talk about one of the 3 musketeers, the outriders, leading our horses down to post. I said it before and I'll say it again, the coolest guys on the racetrack.
That's the first time I've not seen the 3 musketeers together. Just the one musketeer. They're disbanding, but yeah, I mean, it's good to get a mention for them in just race 2.
We've got some tips coming in from the YouTube comments. Doc Shirl is a big supporter of Nobody's Joke. Doc, I'm sure Tom is very happy to hear that. I'm going to take you on. I think John Blance is also going to take you on. So I'm going to go with Tierra. John is, I think, a big fan of horse number 16. Modern Artist number 18. Tom, who are you with?
Yeah, it's going to be Nobody's Joke, but I think this race can be narrowed down to 4 horses. Modern Artist, who you've already discussed, Nobody's Joke, who's my number 1 selection. Obiyat Al-Muhammada, I think has got a great chance from stall 10. And also, As It Was, just on the Irish form alone, rated 86, only a 3-year-old filly. She got in trouble last time out early on in the race. I think if she breaks well from stall 16, she could be a player off a mark of 75. But I'll stick with the James Jerkins with Berto Ramos, Nobody's Joke, and hope that we see the wiggle.
Absolutely, because we do love to see a wiggle. We saw a double wiggle as well. That's probably one of the highlights of last week. We saw a double wiggle. We can only hope now for the triple wiggle, the old famous triple wiggle. As It Was is an interesting runner for me because, like you say, the 50% strike rate. He put a line through the last run, see where we go from there. How will that horse fare in a contest like this?
She's going to need to break early because last time out she was badly hampered at the start. But I think she's, well, good enough to win a race of this nature. It's a fillies who won 0 to 2 races for 3-year-olds and up, local and imported horses. Imported horses generally have the upper hand in these kind of races. We saw an interview last week with Shamila that basically said the breeding over here isn't at the same level as in Europe right now, which is completely true, which is why the imported horses have the upper hand. But I think if As It Was breaks, the mark of 75 looks fair. I just prefer Nobody's Joke. I want to see Roberto back in that winner's enclosure really, really badly.
You just want to see the wiggle, and I don't blame you. Hill Cove, 2 wins from 3 starts. Disappointed last time. Was that just a run to get some air back in the system, some tread on the tyres, and to go from there?
Yeah, it was 2 from 4 in the UK, and then 0 from 1 over here. The race card looks a bit, messed up. But finished 7th last time, meeting 7. Long break, but Naif Al-Anazi, we need a winner from the man.
We do need a winner for Naif, and if you're listening right now, please give us a winner, but John will call them home.
Yeah, welcome back to the commentary box, and the horses are getting a very nice slow motion shot there of them down at the start once again over the 1,200 metres here, and again a race that could be distilled right down. And Modern Artist definitely has a trip question mark because he got behind a long time, a long way behind, over 1,400 last time out. So he's back to the 1,200 now, which is interesting. He's going to need a bit of a pace breakdown here, but he did make very, very eye-catching progress in the middle part of that race and looped the field as well. he gave all his opponents every chance in that race and still beat them. So he's interesting. I wouldn't say he's a certainty or anything like that, but I think he'll run very well. Tiare's obviously interesting off the back of those runs last year, but we don't quite know how this horse is going to be first up, so that's definitely one to just chew over from a form perspective. And probably the safest way to play this race would be Nobody's Joke with Berto Ramos from stall 6. She's got a good draw. She'll take up a good position. She's third up off a layoff. You could see James Jerkins twinkle in the eye just appear there when Shamila asked him about how this horse would be, with third up being the charm. And obviously Americans do like the old third up off the layoff angle, and I think that could be perfect for Nobody's Joke with Berto as well. Clearly got some thoughts on how he rode the horse last time, and he's going to possibly put them into practice here. There's horse number 13, Claude Aver. Khaled Al-Mamoni is aboard that one. That's horse number 13. There's a filly by Mondialiste, and so far has just won 1 from 16. In terms of overall PB run here at Taif, though, is one of the quicker ones in the race, Claude Aver. So if she can reproduce that, she'd have half a chance. There's No It's Time. Horse number 9 is Thekati. The 8 there is Dawahi, taking a big dropping trip. Plenty of speed over like 1.25 miles, but I'm not too sure this one will be able to go forward over 6 furlongs. There's the yellow colours of Almondi Alair, who's in the hands of Rakan Al Obeid. Still to run this season. There is Wigberto, veteran but very successful jockey here in Saudi. And there is the colours of Modern Artist, the orange and blue with the white sleeves. Wiki looking Mr. Cool there, very, very laid back. He knows what's about to take place. He has seen it many, many times before. No flies on the Wigman. They're coming forward now. There's Leyoun Yatin, or Latin, I should say. It was a long way off the speed last time. I think Tom mentioned that. I mean, that's the thing for Tiare. Tiare's in good form, and she's up for this. She should be able to get into that prominent posse she used to good effect at Riyadh. It really is then a case of how fit she is for this first up. And I've seen lots of horses since starting work here at Taif. Shall we say cub on a lot for their first run? And we'll have to see if Tiare is in that category or whether she's well up for today. There's No It's Time going in. Abdullah Alorfi rides that one. 1 win from 33 starts. Not the best strike rate of all time. This is Nobody's Joke, who's 2 from 9, so there's still a bit of latitude for improvement. This is Moata Semar, or Moata Semar, I should say. Has occasionally looked quite useful, this horse, but over longer trips. Did win in meeting number 8, but now again another one with trip question mark written in the race card. There's Claude Aver. This is the 12 Nasima. Bright yellow colours there against the black on the silks. There's Leyoun Yatin, who's in. You can see Huat Mulan going in as well for all you Disney fans. Next to go forward is Tiare and Wahi. Horse number 19, Mistrix. Now note that well, 19 into stall 1, because she is replacing the 1 horse just a tad who was taken out. So Tiare will have to clear Mistrix right on the inside. The 16 is As It Was, who's getting a little bit nervous prior to going in. Past time, the 17, the all green jacket sheepskin noseband for that one. There's Nobody's Joke and Wiggy. In goes Almondi Alair. Nobody's Joke, just a little bit reluctant. 4 left to load here. Waiting for Hill Cove to go in as well. Hill Cove will be into stall number 4. The grey colours there for Naif Al-Anazi, sheepskin noseband. 2 to go. And unfortunately, no pictures. They're in now. They're off and racing. They're racing, and in the early stages, very slowly away, was As It Was. Also taken back is Leyoun Latin. Through the early part of the race, though, Hill Cove has shown good early pace, so too Thekati. They're then followed by Almondi Alair. Then towards the outside of that one, Obeyat Al Mohammedia. Then right up the inside, making a little bit of progress now in the blue and yellow colours is Mistrix, trying to get into a good early posse. There's Nobody's Joke in the red colours, followed by Claude Aver. Then right round the outside the green of Pastime, followed then up the inner by Nasima. It's a very well strung out field. Modern Artist is a long way off the pace at the moment, and so too in the yellow and blue is Leyoun Latine as they start to make the turn for home with just under 350 metres left to go. And the lead now is with Thekati to on the outside the green cap of Abayat Al Mohammedia. They're then followed by Hilco, who's now just beginning to struggle a little bit, trying to stay on the yellow colours of Almondi Aliyah. Now moves into fourth. Here comes the Wigman taking him aboard Nobody's Joke. They're then followed by Motasemar, who's trying to get going as well inside the final 200 now. And it's Abayat Al Mohammedia who's leading by a couple of lengths to a driven along Thekati now in second. Staying on from the back really well is Modern Artist, who's once again absolutely flying late as they get to the line. The 10's held on though. Abayat Al Mohammedia to in second position. Modern Artist, who has, well, played his party trick again, and for her party trick and flown from the rear of the field. But it's Abayat Al Mohammedia who's held on. And Modern Artist, we did raise an eyebrow about the drop-in trip, and well, again, that might have been an issue because it's been a long way off the pace. Modern Artist, she's absolutely flown in the finish. Thekati was also very prominent in the run. 1:19.63 the winning time there in the end. But it's Abayat Al Mohammedia who, well, had run quite well if you go back to meeting 7 and did look a horse for whom the step back in trip would be an interesting angle, and it's worked. Thekati has run a good race as well. Almondi Aliyah was also stayed on strongly, but in the end it's Abayat Al Mohammedia who's won by 3/4 of a length in another dramatic race. There are always dramatic races in which Modern Artist is appearing and has come from the clouds there, but hasn't quite managed to get there. But as a spectacular run style, there's no doubt about that. So we'll get the result confirmed. We'll see him crossing the line again. So there is the 10, Abayat Al Mohammedia. Modern Artist in second. Thekati has finished in third. And in the end, the fourth horse home was As It Was, horse number 16. So that was your 1, 2, 3, 4 in a dramatic race, race number 2 at Taif.
A very jubilant Tariq Al Manzour aboard our winner Abayat Al Mohammedia. Interesting performance there, Tom, in a race that was mental from the very beginning.
Yeah, daughter of War Command, just a 3-year-old filly. I was touched on this before the race. You finished second in this grade, 3 starts back, dropped back in trip, as John Blunt said, worked the Oracle. This horse had a great chance prior to the race, and she proved it in the race itself.
Yes, from the start, we kind of knew where our selections were pretty much going. They were going backwards, but Tom, you brought up 4 horses. Talk to me about each of them.
Yeah, 4 horses at the start prior to the race. That's the 4 horses to look out for. Abayat Al Mohammedia, one ended up winning the race. Modern Artist was second, and As It Was 4th. So this form has a very strong. This race, has a strong form look to it. Unfortunately, my number 1 selection, Nobody's Joke, didn't finish in the top 4.
I think Nobody's Joke was you and the guys on YouTube who were all getting involved in the comments that were really disappointed run. But James Jerkins had said it might have come too soon for this smaller horse.
Yeah, just coming back after a couple of weeks, She was okay in the early part of the race. She was in 5th or 6th, but Wigberta Ramos asked for more, and she just didn't have enough in the straight. I think she ended up finishing around 7th. She wasn't good enough today, but this winner was Abayat Al Mohammedia. getting off the mark for the season at the 4th time of asking.
Really good performance as well, and a lovely ride from Tariq Al Mansour. Special shout out has to be made for Modern Artist, who came from a different parish to finish in second in a really impressive run. Just the drop and trip. Why?
Yeah, I don't know. Well, we're seeing this horse over 1,400 metres, 7 furlongs. Maybe there wasn't a race for Modern Artist, but as you can see in the shots right now, Modern Artist just going out the screen on the left-hand side. She's so wide in the straight because she had to pass all of these horses towards her inner. She's extremely exciting to watch, and she was unfortunate to just come up 3/4 of a length short today.
Now, we have some very talented cameramen out there who are really, really good at their job, and not even they could get Modern Artist in the picture either. Just wide and late. You will not see her flash into picture at all until the very, very end. And Shamila is in the winner's enclosure with some winning connections.
Tariq Al Mansour is our winning jockey for race number 2, and I'm with him here. How did you find the race?
كيف كنت شايف هذا الانتصار؟ ألف مبروك في البداية وحكيها عن الشوط.
الله يبارك فيك يا شميلة. الحمد لله حصاني طق كويس، فرسي طقت كويس، تمشي ثاني ثالث. ما رحت بعيد عنهم ولا راحوا بعيد عن، شوي شوي جيتهم والحمد لله وفقنا الله.
He said the filly, she was so great, and he's so happy about this race. She came in the first, second, and after in the last meters she came the winner يعني.
And this is the first time we're speaking to you. You look very young. How old are you?
تقول لك هذه أول مرة بتتكلم معك بتقابلك، يبان عليك إنك أنت مرة صغير في السن، فكم عمرك؟
عمري 18 سنة.
His age is 18, and he's happy to be in here.
Thank you so much, Tariq, and good luck.
You're welcome. You're welcome.
Only 18, and he's given that a seriously good ride.
Yeah, she's jumped really nicely from stall 10. You can see her right in the middle of the shot with the green cap. Tariq's now looking to move across, but there are 3 horses on his inside first.
Let's talk about some of the horses that broke poorly, most notably Tierra. What on earth happened there? Fell out the gates.
Yeah, we thought she was going to be the early speed from the inside, but unfortunately she didn't break and ended up 3/4 of the way down the field. She just had no chance from there, Callum.
Mistrix, we didn't think would have early speed, but was bang up there, sitting in about 3rd on the rail there, just behind Hill Cove, who's cutting out the early running.
Yeah, Hill Cove has never shown this amount of speed before. I think that's very interesting. The ex-Johnny Portman horse over this 6 furlongs. I think there's going to be a race or 2 for Hill Cove in the future.
Just interesting that Hill Cove is drifting off the rail there, giving an inside line to Mistrix, but Mistrix just cannot take advantage.
No, can't take advantage at all, but as we look at this point, as they're rounding the bend, with 400 metres to run, it's obvious that Obiyat Al Mohammedia is definitely going the best in this field. Nobody's joking. The red, about 6 horses back, is not making any inroads right now. Just watch the horse in orange, just weaving its way through as it was, eventually finishes 4th, and then right on the outside, the eventual 2nd place finisher, Modern Artist.
I think they're 2 horses you can take out of this race, as it was, and Modern Artist both have to defy traffic problems and coming in a different circuit. In the case of Modern Artist, the flash hemorrhage, you could just see Modern Artist getting there, but never really a concern to the winner, I don't think.
Yeah, she never looked like winning, albeit it was a very exciting finish. You know, a few more strides and maybe Modern Artist would have got on top. I'm taking As It Was as the actual horse out of this race to follow. Modern Artist, we know how she runs. She's done this before. Last time up, she won a maiden, last to first. But As It Was, this is a big step back in the right direction for a horse who was rated 86 in Ireland. She could be useful going forward, especially when they go to turf in Riyadh.
As it was for all those Harry Styles fans out there, absolute banger. But I will admit that we cannot take anything away from Obeyat Al-Hamadea, who is a really good winner of our 2nd race here under a confident ride under Tariq Al-Mansour, who is a very good young jockey and certainly someone to watch. I thought that was a really mature ride. Got there early, didn't get involved in the early pace battle despite breaking well. And then as they turn for home, you can just see Tariq goes, okay, we're going to go now. But he's not thrown the kitchen sink at the horse until probably the final couple of yards.
No, and, you know, just watching him here in the super slow-mo, beautiful shot, by the way.
Lovely shots.
You wouldn't know that Tariq is just an 18-year-old rider. He looks very professional and neat in the saddle. We should briefly touch on the horse on the inside there with the white noseband, Thekati, who ended up finishing 3rd. She was the best of the horses on the speed. She, you know, she sweated up badly in the off. You can see around the front of the horse.
Her chest.
Thank you for the horse terminology. And she actually stayed on pretty powerfully in the closing stages for 3rd, but she just wasn't good enough. The more efficient ride, again, much like in the first race, proved successful. And just to touch on the time as well, because it's the 2nd race over 6 furlongs so far today, 119.63. relatively slow compared to last week, but if you compare it to the first race today, which was 1:22 flat, 2.5 seconds quicker, maybe that opening local bred horses maiden wasn't as good as potentially we were hyping up.
Absolutely right, Tom. I think you've hit the nail on the head. Interesting from Sakati, who just finished his thirds there, was always bang up there, but never right on the speed. So probably just maintained position all the way around. She's only 3. Is there some improvement in there still?
Yeah, I think so. She's had 16 starts, but she's rated 83, so she's quite clearly a talented performer. She was dropping down to 6 furlongs, and actually, I've got written down here, trip too short. So next time over further, I'd be interested in Takati.
Probably explains why she was ridden so prominently as well, just because of the trip concerns. Point I do want to make is that Sakati comes into this race finishing 3rd, but was drawn middle of the pack. Our winner comes out of 10. That's another horse that was drawn wide.
Yeah, the 2 horses in stalls 9 and 10 have dominated this race at the end, aside from the fact that Modern Artist has rallied well from stall 18. I actually think stall 18 would have been a plus for Modern Artist, as weird as that sounds, because she's a deep closer. She doesn't really need to move across in the early stages because there are no horses to her inside, as she's so far back. If you're drawn in stall 1, you take all that kickback, and I don't think that would suit Modern Artist. So as much as we were drawn to the 18 in the closing stages, finishing 2nd, I don't know, tentative moving forward, unless they go up in trip, where then we have to support Modern Artist.
Absolutely. Shamila is in the winner's enclosure, and she's with our winning trainer.
I'm with winning trainer Abdul Rahman Al Shafi. Congratulations, you stepped this horse back in trip, and they really seem to enjoyed it.
أقول لك ألف مبروك هذا الانتصار. بتشوف إنه كيف كان هذا الشوط، شافتك تراجعت في بداية الموسم، واليوم قدمت مستوى ما شاء الله تبارك الله.
الله يبارك فيك. الفرس زينة وشعبناها الشعبة اللي تبيها، واليوم الصوت صار سريع، والخيال ضبط الكلام اللي قلته له، والله الحمد كسب.
Alhamdulillah. He said the filly, she give them a good race today. He just let her to take a rest and bring her in this race to do this winning. And Jockey, he do the plan as what he said.
Well, congratulations, and I hope more winners for you this weekend.
تقول لك ان شاء الله كل التوفيق لكم وتتمنى لكم ان شاء الله المزيد من الانتصارات.
اشكرك شكرا.
Thank you.
So great to hear from Winning Connections there after the winner of our last race. But we swiftly move on to our next, again, 1,200 metres, Tom. Speed to kill today.
Yeah, it's the 3rd race over 6 furlongs. It'll be interesting to see what the time is, because we've now got some pieces of collateral form that we can look at whether this race is going to be quick or slow. It's a local bred horses open as well for the fillies and colts, Saudi breds. Let's see how they get on.
Absolutely, and this is an open contest, so we have to remember these are horses that have won as many races as I like. Well, I've just seen straight away we've got horses who have won 4 contests. We've got an 8-time winner from 79 starts, which is Al Mark, a horse we've already seen.
Yeah, and we heard from the trainer earlier on today, and we saw our Mark run last week, went 8th. Was drawn stall 1 on that occasion, much further out in stall 11, and I think this is a tougher contest today. But my best selection of the day runs in this race.
Yes.
Number 2, Al Hasharaya. I think she wins, and we'll get into that in more detail when we see the horses in the paddock.
Absolutely, I think you're absolutely right in regards to that horse having a very good chance. I like a few horses down at the field. Batua is an interesting one for me, who seems to be going in the right direction. A horse I'll be interested to see how that gets on. But this, despite the fact that it's an open race, open by name, open by nature, it is wide open all the way through, isn't it?
Yeah, the horse you just touched on there, Batua, last round in the Al Hada Cup, finishing 12th. Obviously, that was a pretty tough contest for the horse, but now dropping back into the open race. Batua might find this much easier, and actually one for Alex Moreno, who's on today, 2 years ago. Now Moreno's back on board, which is obviously a plus, and rated 85, has to have a chance.
Absolutely. I think the ratings we know are so crucial here. I think it's something we were a little bit concerned about early on, about how much weight we needed to give these ratings. Well, we need to give them a lot of weight. Someone else who knows a thing or two about ratings is John Blant, who will take us through the runners and riders for race 3.
Thank you, guys. Thank you very much. Here looking at race number 3. This is for local bred horses. It's for 3-year-olds and upwards, fillies and colts. One is Mustadam, in the hands of Luis Morales. Al Hashoraya, Tom Collins selection here. Camilo Ospina is aboard that one. 3 is Al Azra. Fahed Al Furedi is aboard. Shefnak is horse number 4. That's Ali Al Mutib who rides. Ain Ozain is the mount of Rayan Al Toesh. That's horse number 5, yet to run this season. Horse number 6 is Al Maqam Al Rifai in the hands of Ali Al Mimoni, 3rd last time out. The 7 is Hifein, who's had 3 wins from 37 starts. And horse number 8 is Tanduf, who's less exposed here in Saudi Arabia. Mohammed Al Hubail is aboard. There are more. Al Washmi is next in the betting. She's run some good races on the turf, actually, this horse, if we go back far enough. Ahmed Al Kradis is aboard that one. Sorry, Abdullah Al Kradis. Wada'i is next. That's in the hands of Ayad Al Turisi. Horse number 11 is Al Mark. Horse number 12 is Tariq Al Mansour. Number 13 is Rayman in the hands of Khalid Al Mimoni. Horse number 14 is Kayada in the hands of Ahmed Al Kahamis. Horse number 15 is Tumu Al Tharaya, and number 16 is Batoa. Alexis Moreno is aboard. 17 is Alodwi, and 18 is Lady Mesna. Fawas Wanas is aboard. So those are the runners and riders for the 3rd race on the card. They're in the parade ring as well, and we can get back to Tom and Callum and Shamila.
We are flying through the card today, aren't we, Tom? Looking forward to this Nexus Open contest for local bred horses. I'm going to have a look at a couple of these closer in the parade ring when the cameras allow us. But Tom, you've got a fancy in this. I quite like Tanduf as well. Horse number 8 on your race card, 77 rating. Seems to be running at the best it's ever ran in Saudi Arabia.
Yeah, she's a strong finisher. We'll get more into her when we see the video footage of her last race when she finished 2nd. She'll need a bit of a pace collapse to win, but we have seen horses off the speed in the first 2 races go very close, so maybe she's got a chance, Tanduf.
I did happen to notice the jockey booking on your selection, Camilo Ospina, a man who you followed through not very many highs and quite a few lows.
Yeah, thick and thin, but there's not much positive so far with Camilo Ospina and myself. He's 2nd in the Jockey Championship still, but I haven't had much luck with him. Hopefully it changes now, Callum.
Shamila is in the parade ring. All fingers crossed for you, Tom.
I'm with Camilo Ospina, who rides number 2, Al Hashuraya, which is one of Tom's picks. What do you think her chances are today? She was 9th last time out, but it was a more competitive race.
Yeah, no, this is nice filly. You know, I ride many times and I won with this filly 3 times. And the last race she ran a little bit bad, and inshallah maybe today she will run good. Yeah.
Have you ridden her in the mornings at all?
No, because this is the different trainer. I work with the Kinadula stable, but I know that filly. You know, I ride all time, and I know how is the plan with this filly.
And has been giving you any special instructions before the race?
No, but then he tell me, you know, about that filly, because I rode for a long time and I won 3 times with this filly, and I know what is the system with this.
Well, good luck, Camilo. Thank you very much.
Okay, thank you very much.
I'll tell you what the instructions are. Go to the front and stay there.
Absolutely. This filly has a lot of early speed, and we all know, after even just 3 cards that we've covered here at Taif, Camilo likes to ride aggressively. So hopefully, fingers crossed, everything will work out. She'll break well from the inside and dominate.
Shafnak is on screen now, horse number 4.
Yeah, horse number 4. She finished 10th in this grade 2 starts back. She needs to return to her best, but so far, there haven't really been many signs this season.
4 wins from 16 starts, and we see when horses with a couple of runs under their belt here at Taif tend to step up from that. So I wouldn't be surprised to see this horse involved.
Yeah, her fitness will now be peaking. She'll be near 100%. I expect her to come forward from last time up, but at the same time, I still don't know if that's good enough.
Ain Ozain is horse number 5, 1 win from 12.
16th in a 0-70 handicap last time. This colt, has no speed and is coming off a 5-month layoff. Just a difficult task today.
Really strapping horse, so nice to see in picture. Looks lovely on strip. Al Makim Al Fari is horse number 6 on your race card. 1 win from 6 starts, 3rd last time out though, so that has to be a positive.
Yeah, 3rd in 0-75 handicap, so slightly higher grade than Ain Ozain ran in last time. I don't know, he wasn't close to winning. It's going to be a tough task, but if you go back to June, he actually won at meeting 7, so at least there's winning form in that little 5 race period that we can see on the race card right now.
Certainly will not miss the horse with those 4 yellow bandages on as well. Hyphen is horse number 7, 37 runs and only 3 wins. Very exposed.
Very exposed, and 13 months without a victory. Impossible to make the case, I think, for this 7-year-old filly. She's only rated 59, and the likes of Al Hasharaya, who I like, number 2, and number 4, Shefnak, who we've already seen, are rated 84 and 86 respectively. So Hyphen rated 59, difficult.
You can just see Hyphen in picture there. I want to draw your attention to her large back end. She's bred to run on dirt.
Yeah, she also looks very much like a sprinter.
Absolutely, and to be honest, you'd be surprised not quite as fit as I thought she'd be. She's very much like a barrel. Hopefully she'll come on further from this run. This is horse number 8, Al Washmi, 4 wins from 48 starts. Slightly concerned that, horse number 8, Tanduf. Sorry, I apologise for that. This is the horse I quite like.
Yeah, strong finish as we touched on. Was really unlucky last time at meeting 26 when rallying late on, just didn't get up at the line. Prior to that at meeting 15, ran in a cup race. So this looks the perfect spot for Tanduf to go close.
I thought this was an ideal drop in class. I had a little panic there, thought she'd been withdrawn, so happy that she's still there. Just see number 10 walking through. That's Wadahi walking through picture there as well.
Yeah, he's another that's been running in cup races. He was disappointing last week and is on the quick turnaround. He's actually run 4 times since meeting 18, so has been seen quite a lot on the racetrack. I don't know whether that's a positive or a negative, but it's at least rated to go close with a mark of 83.
Great to see a few more comments on YouTube as well. Please keep your selections coming in. Keep saying if you're going to be on Team Tom or Team Callum. We've actually followed each other here really in the first few races, but we're going to go back to back now because I'm taking you on in this one. I don't like your selection one bit.
One bit? Wow, that's confidence. There is early speed in here. There are 3 horses I think will go forward. Al Hasharaya, my selection, will be one of them, as well as O'Rayman and Tuma Al-Thuraya, but that might suit Tanduf. Anyway, let's get into the VTs.
Al Sharia is the first horse we're going to look at here. Tom, your selection, talk us through it.
Yeah, I like Al Hasharaya just on this performance alone. Showed that natural early speed from the middling gate in stall 12 on this occasion. Got to the front and just dominated. Never really looked like she was ever going to lose. Now, last time out she was a bit disappointing, but I think there are excuses for that performance. She's drawn much better in stall 2 today. Hopeful for a similar performance under Camille Ospina. Bang out from the gates, get to the rail, never see another rival.
Another horse we're going to look at is Wadahi, finishing 3rd back in July.
Yeah, he's a cup horse, as we've already touched on. He's been running in higher grades. He's quite clearly got the class and the talent to win at this level. As you can see here, though, he showed no early speed last time when we pick up this footage in July. He finished 3rd and didn't really make many inroads late on. I watched this back and I wasn't overly convinced, Callum, I have to say.
Not jumping off the screen to me either. Seems to be finishing on the one pace while everything else is falling into his lap. Tanduf, though, a horse I really, really like. This horse is finishing 2nd on your replay that you can see right now, and I'm a big fan.
Yeah, he's a real strong finisher. Pick him out from this VT. Watch him take the final 100 metres in his stride and really pick up the leaders. He's trying to weave his way through this gap. There wasn't a gap there. He has to switch out wide. He changes leads, and once he changes leads, he really flies late on. He's unlucky not to get up in this race. She's by noble mission, which means she'll stay further.
She'll stay all day.
And look at this right now. You can see she fully engages overdrive, and she narrowly gets chinned on the line.
From the family of Frankel, ladies and gentlemen, certainly going to have a big, big chance today. I'm all about Tanduf here for me. A couple we haven't talked about down towards the bottom of the field. Keeda, 1 win from 8 starts, finished 13th last time out, Tom.
Yeah, poor draw out in 14. I don't think that this colt's good enough to win. Finished 13th last week at meeting 30, rated 66. Out of these horses at the bottom of the weights, I think we should touch on number 13, 14 and 16.
O'Rayman, talk to me about O'Rayman's number 13 on the race cards.
Yeah, one of the early pace horses in this race, a 5-year-old colt. He's never run over 6 furlongs before, which is a slight concern. He usually performs over a mile. He's been poor this year in 2 starts, but last year he looked like a horse going up and up, and he's rated 89, the highest rating in the field.
Great to see so many people viewing the YouTube. Keep your comments coming. We're so glad to see you're involved. Hopefully you'll find yourself some winners as well. Batua, we spoke about number 16 much earlier on. What do you make of Batua's chances now we've had a good chance to see them?
He's an 8-year-old. He's one of the most experienced horses in the race with 3 wins from 33 starts. Not as experienced as number 17, who we'll come on to in a second. But this horse, Batua, finished 12th in the Al Hada Cup. He's won for Alex Moreno before, but the wide gate is a slight concern.
And Loswy, 80 runs, this is run number 81, and you'd only be concerned that there's only 2 wins next to those 80 starts.
Yeah, this is a horse that's quite clearly a yard and owner favourite. You know, he runs seemingly every week. He's just 2 from 80 in his career. He's a 6-year-old now. He's drawn out in stall 17. He's rated 59. Let's be honest here, he doesn't have much of a chance of winning. But imagine the story if he does, because his last 70 runs, 0 wins. His last win came on March the 7th, 2020. If he won today, I think he's going to be my highlight.
On March the 7th, 2020, I'm pretty sure we're about to head into a global pandemic. So he really has done not very much since then. For me, I am still going to stick with my selection, which is Tanduf, horse number 8. I believe that this horse is too good for this field and will upset you, Tom.
Hopefully the early pace isn't too strong. I hope Al Hasharai gets straight to the front under Camille Ospina, rides that rail, dominates from the front, and hopefully fends off Tanduf in a thrilling finish where we can celebrate and you can be slightly unhappy as well.
Well, those are what we think. Tom going for number 2, me going for number 8. John, have you got any selections for us?
Well, nothing that I could be as confident about as far as beating yourself and Tom is concerned. But I do tend to see where Tom's coming from as well. If you watch Al Hasharai's most recent run, completely missed the break and then was rushed up, and it just all went completely wrong. Camillo back aboard, and I didn't know this, but I do now, that those 3 wins have all been with Camillo on board. So I think Ospina is the right man to have for the job here, and I think there's every chance Al Hasharai from stall 2 is going to go very well. You can see in shot there the spotted jacket of Al Mark, and then the grey colours of Lady Mesnar right down at the bottom there, horse number 18. 13 is a Rayman in the blue and yellow colours, and then we have Ifane, followed then by Tanduf. Tamu Al Thuraya, a grey horse there, and horse number 12 is Tadribi. Number 14, the red distinguishing cap, Kayada. Of course, Tanduf and Kayada in the same ownership, but Kayada's got the red cap on there. And there's one we haven't seen a lot. Well, I haven't seen. When you do this job, you're frantically ticking every single horse off. And I have now seen a Lodwy in the blue and the orange colours there with the white cap. Just 2 wins from, yes, that's right, ladies and gentlemen, 80 starts, 80 starts. So again, we're not talking about a particularly prolific winner. It would be quite a shock, I think, if Alodri were to win here. This is Hifane going forward, horse number 7. As the clouds are gathering, there's quite a strong headwind at Taif today as well. It's the least pleasant weather that we've had here for quite some time. Although if you're running out of the very hot weather, a few clouds are never a bad thing. There's Lady Mesnar in shot. Fawaz Wanas, we saw him ride a winner last time we were doing this show. A Rayman there in the brown saddlecloth, and there's Hifane as well. That is Batoa, horse number 16, sheepskin cheek pieces, and Alexis Moreno aboard. So the loading about to get underway. There's horse number 8, Tanduf, blue sheepskin noseband. Was a pretty good run last time. Tanduf to go forward to join Al Mark, who's in there. Hifane in the check jacket. There's Mustadam, who's already in. There's Al Azra, who's another one that's gone forward. This is Batoa. Alexis Moreno putting the old goggles down. Still got the plaster on his face, so he's not full Phantom of the Opera anymore. But, he's had a few issues. The 4 goes in, Shefnak, as indeed does Batoa. Still to go in is Lady Mesnar. Then Al Washmi. Al Hasharaya still to move in as well. Then Wahadi. 7 to load, apparently. 7 still to go in. In goes Tamu Al Thuraya. Next to come forward is a horse who's in rather dark colours there, Al Washmi. You can see Ain O'Zain there in stall 5. Stalls cam is always in stall 5. I've worked that out for all my time here at Taif. Horse number 9 is Al Washmi. There are no flies on me, ladies and gents. 4 left to load, Al Washmi goes in. There's Wadahi to come forward. Lady Mesnar into a wide, getting Al Hasharaya in the hands of the Colombian jockey Camilo Ospina. Early pace key for that one. 2 to load, Wahahi to go in as well, or Wadhahi. Ayad Al Turisi rides that one. Al Hasharaya to come forward. Al Hasharaya is in. Just waiting now for Wadhahi. They're all in down at the 1,200 metre start. Flags up. Gates back and away they go. They're racing for the third at Taif this afternoon. Good start by Al Makam Al Rafaye. Also away where was Al Hashuraya, the white cap towards the near side, bagging the rail early. Also prominent is a Rayman towards the outside, and indeed Lady Mesnar from a very wide stall. And it's Lady Mesnar who's tracked across from stall 18 to lead. Al Hashuraya races in second, followed then in third position by a Rayman who's not too far away. They're then followed in fourth spot by Tamu Al Thuraya. Then right up the inner Qaeda, the red cap, followed then by the white cap of Alodwi. Then up the inside rail, Al Azra tries to get a little bit closer. The rest are really strung out. Mustadam is right at the back of the field, and so too at the rear of the field is Batoa. Starting to make the turn for home. Lady Mesnar with all that early speed to Al Hashuraya is up the inside as they go inside the final 400. They're then followed by a Rayman who's now under pressure. Then after that, the red cap of Qaeda. Down the lane they come, and hitting the front now is Al Hashuraya. Staying on though, and still not too far away. In second spot is the 3 Al Azra. Inside the final 200 they go. Al Hashuraya, but Al Azra is now taking aim. This horse who's won from 28 prior to today has now gone on and tackled Al Hashuraya and racing up towards the line in the hands of Fahid Al Faraidi. Al Azra is the winner. In second position, Al Hashuraya. Looks like Wadahi got going from a long way off the speed to finish in third. So it's Al Azra who wins and has reeled in Al Hashuraya, who got a lovely run this time. Didn't have to work to get into a prominent posse. Had the rail the whole way. Al Azra, though, wasn't too far off the speed either. Fifth the last time out. And was showing certain signs of improvement and has consolidated them here. Quick backup as well, ran on Saturday. So Al Azra has gone on to collar Al Hashuraya in the closing stages. It was indeed Wahahi who's finished from a long way off the speed. They were well strung out there, and they've recorded a pretty reasonable time as well. 2 lengths in the end, the winning margin. And it was Al Azra who's picked off Al Hashuraya in the closing stages, with Wadahi in third. We can take a look at some of the others as well. Wadahi has come from a long way off the pace to finish in the bronze medal position. Horse number 6, Al Makam Al Rafai, who was prominent throughout, has finished in fourth. And the fifth horse home there was horse number 9, Al Washme, but they were coming in dribs and drabs there. The early pace was a very hot one. Al Hashuraya was in the teeth of the gallop throughout, and Al Azra has just picked her off in the closing stages.
It's a win for Al Faraidi, but not the one you're thinking of. It's Farhad Al Faraidi that comes out on top on Al Azra, judging the pace to perfection and sweeping home to break Tom's heart. Tom, how are you feeling?
Oh, Callum. Camillo and myself are just not getting on. We are not getting on. Look, Al Hashuraya has run a great race in second, right in the teeth of that gallop, as John was saying. They were going 64 kilometres an hour down the back straight, really fast up front. Unfortunately, she's been done and finished second here, beaten by the stable companion, a first and second for trainer Bedan Al-Sabayi, who's now on 13 wins for the meeting, which is joint top.
He's really creeping into it, isn't he, Benno? Because we didn't really talk about him much last week, but he's just creeping into contention and someone we should follow here and in Riyadh.
Yeah, he's a numerous champion trainer in the past. He hasn't won it for the last few years, but you know, he's not away from winning the title. He's used to winning it. He had 4 winners last week. He's already had 1 this race now this week, and he's on 13 wins for the meet. So, yeah, Bedan Al-Sabai's got a strong team down here at Taif.
Bedan will always be bang up there. Wadahi finished well in third, but that race was all about the early pace. It went so strong early that if you were with me with my selection of Tandorf, you had no clue that you could get involved in that race. Tandorf finished off nicely to finish at around 5th or 6th, but just couldn't land a blow. They just went so fast.
Yeah, Tandorf and Wadahi, who actually finished 6th and 3rd respectively, they're the two that have done the best from off the speed. Al Azra always had a great trip on the inside, just tracking through Al Hasharaya, but they were going so hard. You could just mark up Al Hasharaya's performance. She was so close to the speed and still finished 2nd in this race.
Tom, is that you actually marking up as an analyst, or are you just trying to do that to make yourself feel better, having backed another Camillo horse to be beaten? I don't know. I'm just asking. That's all I'm doing. I'm just asking.
A bit of both. It does make me feel a little bit better, but I think she was probably the best filly in the race. She just hasn't been suited by the pace scenario.
She broke nicely as well.
Yeah.
We saw her break well. Camillo still rushed her up just a little bit to keep her involved, but it was interesting to see that she broke nicely and kept on plugging away nicely as well. She's just been beaten by a horse that's just tracked her into the race, hasn't it? It'll be great when we get to watch a replay of it, because we'll see where they've all come from, because all eyes were on the leader. All eyes will now be on Shamila, who is in the winner's enclosure.
Fahad Al Faraidi is our winning jockey of race number 3. Congratulations, that was a really good finish.
Thank you شميل.
مبروك هذا الانتصار تقول لك ختام جدا جميل فحكي عن هذا الشوط.
إن شاء الله اللهم لك الحمد الله يبارك فيك هذا التوفيق من الله اللهم لك الحمد.
He said this is just he's so happy for this race, and it's the God like a gift from the God.
What did Bidden say to you before the race? Did he give you any instructions on how to ride the horse?
بدنا ايش كانت توجيهاته لك في هذا الشوط من الخطه اللي كانت؟
ايه الخطه كانت حصان من بدايه الموسم وانا اركبه كل بها ثواني ثالث ثاني ثالث لكن اللهم لك الحمد وفقنا الحظ هذا اليوم حصاني يمشي قريب يمشي يمكن ورا الميزان قال لي بس خليك ورا السرعه ورا الميزان وحصاني فيه فتوح قوي واللهم لك الحمد لبه معنا.
He said the quality was so great, and he gave him a good job when he was training with him. And Mr. Bidden, he told him just be like a second and third, and between the third and second, and he gave him a good race, and he's so happy for that.
Well done, Fahad.
Thank you Shimi.
I don't know what they're drinking in the Al Faraidi household, but I want to get a little bit of that as well, because it really is doing really good things for the two jockeys. Younger brother Farhad, obviously the younger brother of Adel Al Faraidi, both very talented in the saddle, and Farhad has given us a lovely waiting ride, almost like his brother is famous for.
Yeah, Adele was the man last week, and so far this week Farhad is the guy. Just there you can see that he took his time on Al Azra, up the inside, just tracking through the speed, miles back from the actual leaders, probably 7 lengths behind at this stage, just moving into 7th position. The horse travelled lovely. Unfortunately, they've just gone far too quick, as you can see there, 60 kilometres an hour in the bottom left-hand corner of your screen.
We're looking at Lady Menza, who has come from stall 18 right across the face of the field, and is now leading and pretty much sets up for all those closers.
Yeah, she was an unexposed 3-year-old filly in the race, ridden by Fawaz Wanas, and I don't think Camille Ospina is going to be happy that he wasn't able to get to the front on Al Hasharaya.
At this point here, Tom, did you think you'd won the race?
Yeah, I thought it was race over. I really did. And even here, Camille's still getting more and more out of this filly, who's obviously exerted a lot of energy in the early stages, going that fast. Unfortunately, the stable companion has had the dream trip, the ideal run through, along the rail, saved all the ground, got the pace to run into, and just had enough in the tank to go past the more fancied rival late on.
And as they come off the bend, the field parts like the Red Sea for our eventual winner, who just glides straight through and doesn't have to do any weaving like we saw earlier on. Farhad gets a lovely passage and gets the ideal response from that horse, and the two of them have finished a mile clear of everything else.
They have, because every other horse that was up on the speed has faded and not stayed the trip well because they've gone too hard early. That just proves that Al Hasharaya was very unlucky not to win this race. You know, the deep closers, the likes of Wadahi, Al Washmi, Tandoof, Al Makam, Al Rafai, who finished 3rd, 4th, 5th and 6th respectively, they never looked like winning at any stage. It was a 2-horse race, and unfortunately, the wrong Bedan Al Sabai horse has won for my liking.
Al Hasharaya, actually, we can boost that form even more, because Lady Menza finishes stone cold last. And I mean, Lady Menza was walking over the line. So the fact that Al Hasharai was able to keep up with such a strong tempo and find a little bit more to finish a mile clear of the rest of the field, you'll see these two pass the line. We won't see another horse for probably about 10 days. But that's a real good boost to the form as Wadea is going to come home in third.
Yeah, it's what I like to call, what other people in the industry call a bad beat, Callum. On the positive side for Al Hasharaya, Bedan Al Sabai and Camille Ospina and owner Mohammed Awayed Al Dehani will know that this filly has a local bred horses open within her grasp.
Absolutely.
She's definitely good enough to win a race of this nature, and providing they turn her out in 2 or 3 weeks, I'll probably select her once again.
It would be awful if you didn't select her again. And I think we can quite easily see that if they keep Camillo on board, Camillo doesn't have any other riding commitments, they'll be absolutely fine. Because I think Camillo obviously gets the best out of this horse. She's going to give him a win at some point, and you just hope it's going to come sooner rather than later for this 4-year-old filly.
Yeah, definitely. Camillo is the man for front-running horses, no matter who it is. We should just touch on the time quickly. 1:17.93 seconds, by far the quickest race over 1,200 metres so far today. We've had 3 of them. In time order, they went 1:22 seconds, then 1:19.63, and now 1:17.93. So this is definitely the quickest race over 6 furlongs so far.
They've just been getting quicker and quicker and quicker. But for the next race, race 4, we're going to step up to 1,400 metres, Tom. And if they go like the clappers like they did in the previous race today, we're going to see a major, major pace collapse.
We are, but at the same time, it's a fillies maiden for the local and imported runners, but there are only 2 front runners actually in the race. Bidawaya, number 9, as also number 14, Ayat Al Muhammadiyah. So there might not be a huge pace collapse, but we never know in big field races.
We've got a few debutants as well. I'm just catching my eye. Hala is one of the debutants. Al Reem is another debutant. Both US bred, Tom.
Yeah, Al Reem is especially interesting for me. By Good Magic, who's the Chad Brown ex-trainee who was phenomenal on the racetrack. One of the best horses in the US in the last 5 or 6 years for my liking. We saw a Good Magic run last week, not successful that time. But Al Reem's an interesting runner in a race where those with form don't really set the bar overly high.
Yes, and again, plenty of people involved on YouTube. Cannot wait to see what you guys have to say. Get involved in the comments. Get involved in the comments and get involved. Just watch us and keep involved in what you want to do. Shamila is in the parade ring with some connections.
I'm with Bedan Al Sabai. You had the first horse and the second horse in the race. Were you expecting this? Was this your plan?
اللهم لك الحمد، وحب اني ابارك لمالك الجواد اسطبل اللجام الذهبي. صحيح ان الخيل اللي هو الاسرع والحشوريه يعني جياد مميزه في هالمسافه، دائما يركضوا مع بعض، تكسب الحشوريه دائما، يعني بينهم سجال ثاني ثالث رابع. واليوم الحمد لله يعني شفنا الاسرع قدم مستوى والحشوريه ايضا قدم مستوى، وهذا فضل من الله سبحانه وتعالى.
He's so happy about Hashuria and Al-Asrah. They came together, they complete each other, and he just said thank God for this winning and thank you for the honor and congratulations for them.
And what's your plan for both of the horses next time they run?
خططك المستقبلية لهذا
اكيد النوعيه هذه يعني من مستويات الخيل راح ادور لهم الهاندي كاب اللي هو من 85 واعلى، وان شاء الله ان يتقدمن، لان المحافظه على مثل هالخيل كويس، خاصه في موسم الرياض. يوجد لدينا سباقات كثيره في 1200 وايضا في الارض الزراعيه، وهم قدموا مستويات عليها.
Then he's looking to the handicap from 85 and more, and he's looking to good races in Riyadh season, and that's it.
Congratulations, Bedan. Mabruk.
Thank you very much.
Great to see that these 2 horses are going to be aimed at 0 to 85 races next time. So a big step up in class, but I think they've justified that, just how far they finished clear of everything else.
Yeah, exactly. They're obviously 2 very smart horses for the calibre of race we've just witnessed. Al Hasharai is rated 84, so fits perfectly into that bracket. Al Azra was rated 77 before today, likely to go up. Connections obviously hope that Al Azra stays beneath 85.
It's going to be interesting to see where they feature when the weights come out next time and their ratings come out, because if they do go too high, then they're in wide open company. Then there's no getting away from it. You're going to have to run against horses rated in the 90s. if you go to Saturday on Friday, you might see a horse rated in the hundreds.
Yeah, exactly. That is if they're going the Open or the Cup route. There is a 0 to 90, but they're scheduled few and far between. They're not too many.
And they're tough races in 0 to 90s.
Very tough. It's hard to get in them as well. If
Yeah.
you're rated just 85 or 86, you're going to be right at the bottom of the weights and potentially not even in the final field.
Yeah, sitting in the reserves, but we have seen some reserves get runs and run well. So hopefully we'll see some good performances in the future. We're already in the parade ring for race 4 over 1,400 metres. So John, give us the runners and riders.
Pleasure, gents, as ever. This is, as you rightly say, the first race over the 1,400 metres. And horse number 1 is Wash Al Qurashayat. Just want to get your tongue round. Tariq Al Mansour is aboard. Suaid is next. That's horse number 2. Horse number 3 is Meirij, who I thought ran a pretty good race last time, is in the hands of Ali Alofi. Next is horse number 4, Bura, who has just had the one run so far this season. Jahana is horse number 5. Camilo Ospina rides. Horse number 6, very interesting, Moscow, in the hands of Adel Al Faredi. Horse number 7 is Tamuhat in the hands of Turki Alofi. And horse number 8 is Al Reem, Ayad Al Turisi.
When we lost John briefly there, but that's no problem, Tom, because we can have a look at some of these. John mentioned Moscow, where the horse he found interesting. Tell me why John found this horse so fascinating.
Shamila actually mentioned this filly at the start as well. So,
double. Now we're in trouble.
if only there was a wiggle, yeah. 2 of our esteemed judges quite like Moscow in this race. She's a 2-year-old filly. She finished 3rd from gate 17 last time out, and it's drawn a lot better today in gate 6, which is quite clearly a positive. Adel Al Faredi takes the mount again, another positive in this event. She just has a better chance, but she's rated 64. To me, there are stronger options in this race, but I can certainly see why Moscow might be attracting Shamila and John.
A lot of these horses have very little experience. What are you looking for in the parade ring to kind of draw your eye to make a selection?
I want to see a professional horse. These are just 2-year-olds, so we can see green horses, inexperienced horses, horses that potentially don't know they're here to race. I want to see a professional attitude. I want to see them a bit on their toes when the jockey gets on to show that they're ready to race. I also want to see them rock hard fit, Callum.
Absolutely, I think you're totally right there. You want to see them fit and prepared, and when the jockey gets on board, you want to see a reaction to that when the weight goes onto their back to see them go forward. For me, I'm fascinated with some of these debutants. We've already mentioned Al Reen. I like Tamuat as well, another one, horse number 7. They're drawn next to each other. Is that positive or a negative to have no experience around you?
It's a good question. I don't think it's either a positive or a negative. If I had to side one way, I would say negative, just purely because horses can dart left or right straight away. But at the same time, if you've got an inexperienced horse on your inside and you know they're going to break well, if you're on the first-time starter on the outside, you're going to have to try and get into a position. Whereas if you've got a horse that's never run before on your inside, you could cut across if you break sharper.
Absolutely. Talking about one thing that is positive is all the comments on YouTube. We're continuing to get them through. Thank you so much for getting involved. I've seen love hearts and emoji, laughy emoji, so that's always a positive. That can never be. That was someone who didn't support Tom's selection in our last race. That is for sure. Because if you did support Tom's selection, you certainly wouldn't be showing love hearts, and there would be no laughing emojis. I think it would be thumbs down and crying emojis.
Yeah, that's me right now.
Really upset about it. But the horses are in the parade ring now. Just one to look at so far. I think this is number 5, Jenna, in front of us. The really big, strapping type. One run, came 8th on debut.
Yeah, she didn't show much first time up, but gets Camille Ospina today, which is a positive.
Moscow, number 6, a horse that's highly touted by the team. Looks great in the parade ring.
She looks quite tall, very lightly framed individual. Last time out, she finished 3rd. She has experience and fitness on her side.
Leggy and just a bit jig-joggy. You just want to see her take it down a notch when the jockey gets on board, rather than going even further forward than she is now, because she is a little bit bouncy. Got one of the taller riders on board as well, which means I'm automatically a fan. Horse number 7, completely different type, big, bold, strong type. That's Tamuat, who is making racecourse debut today.
Another with a good jockey first time up. Turkey Alofi takes them out. He had a hat-trick just 2 weeks ago on a card at Taif.
Al Reem is another debutant. Can't wait to see how this horse looks. This is by Good Magic. We always are interested in these Good Magic fillies, and that is certainly nothing to be put off by. Look at the back end, Tom.
Yeah, nice sire, good magic. I really like that horse. First time starter, we don't know too much about her, but at the same time, she looks lovely. She looks more like a US type. Obviously, the pedigree is the reason for that, than the horse we've just seen, number 7, Tamuhat.
Bint Bidawaya is a horse that I know you're a fan of, and I think hopefully we'll see a little bit more of this horse going forward.
Yeah, this is the horse to beat. She's another 2-year-old filly, as per. All these are 2-year-old fillies. She's by British sire Surya. She made notable ground up last time. I think she's the horse to beat under Naif Alanazi.
Now, the interesting thing here is this video footage of Bint Bidawaya, who is going to come from deep to run a very good race last time out.
Yeah, she closed from a really uncompromised position. You can see she just hung in left there as well. She's a bit green still, despite the fact this was her 4th career start. What you didn't see before the footage is she was much further back in the race. She was probably 10th or 11th early. She made a nice move up the inside before kind of flattering out in the closing stages. She's not stopping by any means. You know, she's still running home at the one pace. She just wasn't good enough to win. But this filly's maiden today seems a lot weaker on paper, and albeit one of the first-time starters could be better than her, a mark of 70 shows that Bint Bidawaya is definitely the horse to beat.
I feel like we were doing Groundhog Day because I think just in our first race we had a very similar situation where we saw horses with form who were running well on their VTs but were not blowing us away. I think Bint Bidawaya is a very similar thing, and I'm going to be looking at one of these unraced horses because I think this race is ripe for the taking for a horse making its debut. Yeah,
I'm not completely against that. You know, the issue is that we just don't know how good these first-time starters are. We haven't seen them on the track so far, so we just don't know. And unlike in the US, there aren't any works where we can kind of guess how quick they are from a morning breeze. Which one of the first-time starters are you swaying towards, Callum?
Do you know what? I have to look towards a horse like Al Reem. I just thought when you saw Al Reem in the parade ring, looked bred to do this job. Now, I'm taking nothing away from Tamuat, who will probably run a really nice race and make me look very silly after saying this, but that horse looked quite light. It looked like a turf type, really. Now we're on the dirt. I think those who are bred to do this job on the dirt and not just getting warmed up for the turf of Riyadh will probably have a much stronger chance on paper anyway. Yeah, well, Al Reem is by Good Magic, who has produced plenty of dirt and turf progeny. I certainly wouldn't be against the dirt first time up for Al Reem. Maybe this horse will be aimed at turf in time down at Riyadh, but the likes of Halar as well, the other US bred horse in here by Outwork, ridden by Farhad Al Faradi, already one win on the board today. So both of those two US bred first time starting fillies have got a chance in here. Mostaheda was horse number 17. We saw that going down to post. The jockey going down with long legs and feet out the stirrups. One run, but looked not bad, finishing 4th in meeting 22. Yeah, she finished 4th, and she also broke from the same gate in gate 17. Just no luck so far. Back out wide again. The only issue is that debut effort was against local breds. This time she's against imported 2-year-olds as well. And that's definitely going to be against her. No, not taking anything away from the local breeding, but it's such a new operation. It hasn't fully got up to the same levels of what we see in the US, Ireland, France, the UK. But that's taking nothing away. These local bred races are certainly not for the faint-hearted, and they're still very wide open competitive contests. Yeah, they are. They're very competitive. We have a couple of other horses like an Irish-bred Salfa, number 13, a daughter of Inns of Court. She finished last on her debut, but she's bred to be a lot better than this. Maybe a turf horse in time. I think it's a fair race. We don't have too many imported breds in here, aside from the likes of Al Reem, Bint Bidawaya, Halar, and Salfa. But at the same time, you can make a case for plenty. Number 12, we haven't even talked about. Sanabik, trained by Gaith Al Gaith, ridden by Huberto Ramos. Interesting connections for a first-time starter. Gaith Al Gaith has been doing really good things recently and will be looking to do a little bit more, as we can just see one's got loose there. That's horse number 9, I think it was on your screen. Was that number 9 or... Number 8, I want to apologise for that. That was Al Reem, so that just shows first time starting, a little bit green. Wouldn't be surprised if that horse is now withdrawn. Yeah, and if Al Reem isn't withdrawn, I would consider that a negative, because we just don't know whether Al Reem is now mentally all there, ready to race. You know, she's playing up a lot in the prelims, and for a first-time starter, you can burn a lot of energy by doing that. We've talked about it before with these horses that tend to run their race before they've hit the start, and I'm almost certain Al Reem, who is being walked towards us right now, none the worse, but has the 2 grooms with Al Reem, 2 grooms with her, and I think she's going to come towards us and get assessed and be withdrawn. So I think we're going to go without number 8, Al Reem. The Outriders have done a magnificent job. Tom?
Yeah, we've got a comment here from Rashid. Thank you very much for getting back in touch. You messaged last week as well, so we do appreciate it. Rashid says, I like Hala, number 11. She's always been a smart, brave filly. She's definitely an interesting runner in here, first time up, for a rider who's already been successful on this card.
Hala for Rashid there, interesting runner for sure. Later down the field, Shibboleth Commend. We've not talked about that horse yet, number 16. As we see number 8 coming through, none at the worst, but certainly will not be running today. Hopefully we'll get a chance to see that horse again sooner rather than later.
Yeah, just no luck so far for the Good Magic progeny, is there? Last week, the other Good Magic horse was pretty disappointing, and Alream today, unfortunately, not going to be starting. Takes a bit of gloss off of this race, but at the same time, we've got 17 runners and hopefully a good competitive heat.
And I'm not going to lie, that's 2 horses I've mentioned, both have been withdrawn. So we're only on race 4, and 50% of the horses that I like have not made it even to the start. So hopefully it can only get better, because it cannot get much worse.
No, absolutely. It's only way up from here. I mean, I could do what you did last week and just mock me, but I'm not going to do it.
Tom, what's your selection in this contest? Who do you like the most?
I fully respect first-time starters, including Hala, but I'm going to take Bint Bedawaya, the horse to beat in here, number 9, the solid option, as we can see her right on the screen right now.
I'm going to take number 15, Dreamcatcher, after my initial selection was withdrawn. So Dreamcatcher for me, we've not talked much about Dreamcatcher, but I think she's far better than the debut performance. Certainly a horse that I will be keeping an eye on. We've still got a few further down the field. Serene is another horse that interests me, although was very disappointing on debut. But John Blance, I know you like Moscow. I know Shamila likes Moscow. Best of luck, guys.
Yeah, it should be a good race, this one. They're still jig-jogging around. You saw their number 8, Alream, will not be taking any part in the race. They are about to make their way in. There's horse number 10 in shot, Nazmat Al-Massar. There's number 2, Suared. And the 12 horse there, the sheepskin noseband for Sanabik with Wigberto Ramos aboard. Quite a few in similar colours here, which just keeps the old race caller on his toes. There's Halar in shot as well, another one sporting a sheepskin noseband. So they're about to go in. There's Moscow, who is a very, very interesting contender. Overall times, or overall best times, reflect very well against the vast majority of these. There's number 1 in shot, Wash Al-Qurashayat, who so far has had 2 runs at 1,200 metres, and they've been very moderate. Horse number 14 is Ayat Al-Mohammadiyah. Alexis Moreno is aboard. There is the 10, Nazmat Al-Massar. And there is the 7, Tamuhat, same ownership as actually not same ownership, very similar colours. There's Dreamcatcher going in. There's horse number 9 in shot, Bint Bedawaya, the one that Tom likes. There's horse number 18, Serene, I should say, right down at the bottom. And the 11 is Halar, Fahad Al Furedi, looking for a quick double on the day. There's Jahana towards the top of the screen there in the light blue and the red colours. Camilo Ospina looking to go one better than the previous race. He's got a reasonable draw again. Jehana in stall 5. So Camilo will probably be firing that one forward. There's Burha, who's just going behind the trees there in shot. And there's Washed Al Qurayat as well in the turquoise colours. There's Moscow, who's definitely interesting. This is Sanabik going in for Wiggy. Sanabik into stall number 12 once again. Stalls do correspond with the horses in question. Horse number 1 is Wash Al-Qurashayat to go in. 2 stall 1. There is Jahena. Green and red of Halar to go in. There's Moscow. The 14 is Ayat Al-Mohammadiyah. The 3 is Meirij, who I thought stayed on pretty well actually last time. Was taken back quite ostentatiously from a good draw. I don't know why, because, well, maybe that's the horse's run style, but didn't really need to be taken back, but was, and then stayed on eye-catchingly well. So Meirij could run a decent race for those who want to maybe slightly different way into the contest. Burha goes in. The 9 is Bint Bedawaya. Horse number 18 is Serene. Those distinctive quartered colours. At least I hope they're distinctive in the run. Serene. Not that many more to go in. Horse number 18, Serene, has gone forward. So again, very, very efficient loaders here at Taif. There are 1 or 2 sets of stalls handlers around the world who could definitely be well advised to have a look at what goes on here. Suared to go in. When I say that, she's not desperately enthusiastic at the moment. Nothing from 5. All pretty moderate so far. And a personal best time that wouldn't be getting some of the better horses in this field particularly worried. Getting the stalls handlers worried here. Suarez. She's now facing in completely the wrong direction. This is the last one to load up. Confirmation the 8 Al Reem doesn't go here. Suarez is testing the patience of all and sundry down at the start there. She's in 1,400 metres, stand by. Flags are up. Gates are back and away they go. They're racing for the first 1,400 metre race of the day. Halar, green and red, got a pretty good start and is one of the first to show, as indeed is Moscow in the turquoise and black colours. Another one that's prominent in the early stages is Tamuhat. So that's your leading trio. Jahena for Camillo has gone into a pretty prominent posse as well, right up the inside as they make their way through the early stages. Washed Al Qurashayat is pretty prominent as well. Slowly away was Seyreen. Another one that was slowly away is Buhar towards the rear of the field. Through the first 424.88 seconds, and the lead is with Halar, horse number 11. So up the inside in second, Tamuhat. They're then followed by Moscow, who's nicely poised there in third spot. Followed then by Sanabik, who's now getting a little bit closer for Wiggy, who's crouched low in the saddle. Then up the inside, the black and white colours of Salpar, who's getting into this as well. Then right round the outer two, another one that's pretty prominent in the run is Bint Badawiya. But as they make the turn for home, this Halar has been prominent throughout and has strolled into a 3 or 4 length advantage. 400 metres left to go. Is miles clear of the rest of the field now. Tamuhat, who's racing in second, followed by Sanabik in third. They're a long way clear then of in fourth spot Ayat Al Mohammedia. But this 11 horse Halar is miles clear in the hands of Fahed Al Faradi, who's on a double today, and nothing short of an act of God's going to stop him here, racing up towards the line. Halar on debut, started well, ran a pretty fast middle, and has run a very good end as well. Halar is a very useful recruit, one would have thought, to Saudi racing. Halar has absolutely spaced them. It's very tight for second there. Wouldn't like to call it. I think Wiggy might have got it aboard Sanabik, but we'll wait and see. Absolutely no doubt about the winner, though. Halar has absolutely thrashed them. Noticeable that she showed good early pace. Always looking along the line there, you're trying to work out who's in front, and Halar definitely put her hand up in the early part of the race there. 1:33.84 as well, which is a pretty good time. So there's lots to like about that performance. We'll need to get the old telescope out to see the rest of them. It was a very, very authoritative display. 12 Sanabik was indeed second. And horse number 13 was third. Salfar, that one's come from a long way off the pace. But 13 1/4 lengths. The victory margin there for Halar. 11, 12 and 13, the 1, 2, 3. A very, very decisive performance from the winner. Astonishingly, the 14 was fourth there as well. So there we go. Sequential stuff here at Taif. 11, 12 and 13. There's 14, Ayat Al Mohammedia. And there's Jahana for Camillo in fifth. But that was a one-horse affair. Halar, in a sharp time, has given an absolute tasting in race number 4 at Taif.
Take a bow, Rashid. If you're still watching, Rashid, take a bow, because you have tipped this selection. You made it your selection. You said it would win, and it didn't just win. It dominated. 13 1/4 lengths for Halar on racecourse debut. Really, really impressive. Farhad Al Faradi at the double. Pats on the back all round, Tom.
Yeah, really impressive, Halar. Well done, Rashid. Rashid's actually just messaged back in. He says, outstanding, pleased for all connections. Brave girls, 70k yearling. Fantastic, Rashid. Well done.
Let's hear from the winning jockey.
أبارك لصلاح بصدق وأبارك لأحمد الشايع واللهم لك الحمد ما شاء الله فرسي جديرة بالشوط بسم الله عليها من التدريبات مبينة بسم الله عليها أنها فرس فوقانية إن شاء الله واللهم لك الحمد سم الله طقيت لها استرد والحمد لله جتها على الهدوء بسم الله عليها من طقت من استرد طلعت الشاهدة لكن بس ساندها الحمد لله وسعت لها من عندي 600 والحمد لله وصلت حتى بعيد الله يبارك.
Well, with my very talented Arabic translation in my ear, I can tell you that what the jockey Farhad Al Faradi said there was congratulations to the owners and all connections, and well done to the trainer. The horse has done well in the mornings in the gallops, which is not difficult to see, and also he flew from the starting stalls, and that's 2 fingers for 2 wins for Farhad Al Faradi. Not the Al Faradi we thought would be dominating, but the younger brother who's doing just as good a job.
Yeah, Farhad's going to be the toast this evening, not Adele, who's been the guy so far this meet. Yeah, great start to the meet for Farhad. You know, he's won both of his great chances, and this US bred looks like a filly going places. She might be in a Fillies Open next time.
Absolutely, I think Open Company is the only way to go so far for Hala, who has absolutely dominated. And I do think we need to have a good look at this replay, because 13 1/4 lengths is not easy to do here at Taif. And he's done it here at King Khalid Racecourse. Rashid tipped up. Hopefully Rashid can give us a winner in the next and take us through the rest of the card and maybe put your job at risk, Tom.
Yeah, it would be quite nice, because I'm finding winners difficult today. You know what? We've seen 2 wide margin wins in maiden races over the last 3 meetings. We saw Al Motterhead last Friday win by 17 3/4 lengths, I believe, and now Hala winning by 13 1/4. 2 very nice types. One gelding, this one's a filly. Yeah, look, she's one of the highlights so far on the card.
Certainly, and you could just see from this shot here, Farhad is already well and truly clear. And the great thing is when he asks her to extend and go further, she does work better and better the further she goes. Trip is certainly not concerned. She wasn't stopping.
No, she wasn't stopping, and she's got lots of early. You know, she could even be running over 6 furlongs, 1,200 metres, or she could step up to a mile, 1,600 metres. She looks a very versatile filly. She's just hanging a little bit to her right in the closing stages, but we've seen loads of horses do that here at Taif. I think it's just tiredness, as well as the fact that there's greenery and lots to look at for
Coming
a 2-year-old.
towards the sound as well. You know, these young horses will often come towards the sound. They can suddenly they go from seeing trees and foliage to suddenly seeing a grandstand, and they were drawn towards that. So that's not a concern, especially considering this horse was making her debut today. We've got Shamila in the winners enclosure. Shamila, who have you got for us?
With the trainer Ahmed Ashahi, congratulations. It's the filly's first time out. Were you expecting this from her?
Yes, thank you so much. Alhamdulillah, this filly first time, and I give him time from Riyadh, and I train him slowly. Well, alhamdulillah, this filly buy from sales. Alhamdulillah.
That was really impressive, and Fahad, it's a double for him. He's doing really well at the moment.
Yes, Fahad, alhamdulillah, the best jockey. I like him, and he ride too much horse for me. Alhamdulillah. Mabruk Ahmed Fistik.
And what's your plan with this filly in the future?
I give him time. I see my filly after the race, and I will see if he come good or no. I give him time. This nice filly, and I will see if my filly is coming good. I will send him race.
And this is your first time speaking for us on the English coverage channel. So tell me a little bit about yourself. How long have you been training?
Alhamdulillah. Inshallah, first time win this season. Inshallah, come after.
هي سعيدة بوردك معها في هذه القناة أول مرة بتمسكك فتبغى تحكيها عن نفسك شوية لو تعطيها شوية حكايتك.
والله هذه
بدايتك كخيال ومدرب حاليا وإن شاء الله كمان نشوف الزمالك.
إن شاء الله. You know, I'm a jockey before, 20 years before, and I'm coming trainer before 5 or 6 years. Now I win some race, but inshallah I will the big cup inshallah after.
Thank you so much and congratulations again.
Thank you.
Great to see ex-jockeys becoming trainers and doing so well at the other part of our fantastic industry. We did have a comment from Ken, which was a really interesting question discussing what are the Saudi owners planning on doing when it comes to breeding and mixing these Saudi pedigrees into European and American bloodlines. Well, Ken, I think the answer is very simple. When we look at all these runners, we see 6-year-old, 7-year-old colts. I think the only reason we're seeing that is because the Saudis are really keen to mix the Saudi Arabian bloodlines with American and European pedigrees and are giving their horses as much of a chance to do that as possible. I don't think it will be any surprise to see more of these horses who are what we would call local bred starting to join up with these European mares. Do not be surprised to see at the mare sales in December in France, in the UK, in America, Saudi Arabian investment and people coming in from Saudi Arabia and trying to buy up some of these mares to bring them over here to breed them here, because the breeding here is fantastic. And just to be shown right here, this American import is likely to stay in Saudi Arabia and breed, and she will be a broodmare prospect no matter what she does after this, because this first performance on debut is mightily impressive, Tom.
Yeah, she was scintillating. She broke really well from the gates. Farhad Al-Faradi just sat on her and she took him to the front. And, you know, it's just her cruising speed that won this race. Look at those horses in behind. They're going up and down on the spot. They are done. They've reached their reserves and their limits, whereas Hala is still moving forward and kicking clear. Yeah, you might look at this race and think, well, what did she beat? Because, you know, she's won by such a decisive margin. There were a lot of unknown quantities in this race. But at the same time, you can't help but be really positive about her moving forward. And her trainer just then had really high aspirations, going straight towards a cup race. They obviously think she's very good.
I think you've hit the nail on the head there, Tom, because we saw it with Al Mottahed earlier on last week, where these horses are too good to go into handicap company, get them into open races, and if not, get into some cup races, because you just don't know where the ceiling is, and the only way you can find that ceiling is running against the best. And I think we've seen a really, really nice filly here today.
Yeah, I really do as well. I think Al Mottahed was slightly more impressive, being a gelding and running just 5 seconds slower than track record in his race last Friday. In this race here, Hala ran 1:33.84, which is almost 10 seconds slower than the track record. Obviously, the track's riding slow today. We've seen slow times generally, but at the same time, this filly has a huge future. Who knows if she was 100% ready to go today? It didn't matter.
Tom, I think you're absolutely right. And you know what they say, people lie, numbers don't. And the clock never lies. No matter what pace you're running or no matter how slow the track is, if you're 10 seconds slower, it's 10 seconds no matter where you are. The clock doesn't lie. Sun Arbik was the one to finish in second, number 12. Safia finished in third as well. Salfa, finished in third. Really interesting performance there because they all finished in a bit of a heat. And Ayab Al-Mumadia finished in fourth, number 14. So it went 11, 12, 13 and 14. Perfect symmetry, I'd almost say there.
Yeah, very close to. Gaith Al-Gaith had both the second and the fourth. The second, Sanablik, was a first-time starter as well, with interesting connections, which makes this winner slightly more interesting as well, insofar as how far she won. Salfar's an Irish bred, second time up, quite clearly improved, finishing third. As we just watched them break from the stalls. Look at that, lovely images.
It's a beautiful shot, isn't it? Even from behind the foliage, you can see they got a fairly even break. There were some slow breaks. I saw Sareen coming from stall 18 really struggled, and the horse coming out of stall 3, you just missed struggling to come out the gate there. That was Merige. Struggled at the gates.
But talking about horse 18, currently not even in shot because you know, she broke so slowly second time up. She lost at least 10 lengths out the start. You can see there, horse 4's out the back, but horse 18, Serene. I watched them, I turned around from our position here by the winning line. I turned around and Serene actually had a lot in the tank left to give. She was never in the race, but when she learns how to break, I wouldn't put it past her to win a race, you know.
Absolutely, and I think Serene reminds us of that runner Pin Your Hopes in the feature race on Saturday, where a horse plants itself, struggles to, but then gets rushed up and loses the race completely. The jockey's been smart there on Serene. You know you're not going to win. You know your chances of winning are out the way, so give the horse a nice educational run, and like you said, finish really nicely. Serene certainly won for the notebooks.
Yeah, she passed 5 in the final 100 metres of this race. She's a filly with a future ahead of her. You know, her form figures won't suggest that she's got a lot of talent, but I think when she gets more streetwise, when she understands how she should race and how to break, she could be worth noting, especially from a better draw. She had no chance from 18 anyway.
One horse in splendid isolation is Hala, who is absolutely cruising. We're only just beginning to see another horse in shot. Look how far clear she is, and just look at Farhad and how relaxed he is in the saddle. He's not even said go. Meanwhile, everyone in behind is hard under the pump, getting driven as if they've got nothing left to give. Meanwhile, this horse looks like it's just been dropped in. Looks like it's just joined, Tom.
Yeah, it looks like she's picked up on that bend and just tried to sprint the final 400 metres. She has loads left in the tank. She's quite clearly a very talented filly. I don't know how much we can talk about the ones in behind. It'll be interesting to see when the second Sanna Blick runs next time, whether she's competitive or not. But Hala definitely gets a star in my race card. I'm looking forward to seeing her in a couple of weeks' time, for sure.
And I'm looking forward to see what Rashid has tipped next, because he's on fire at the moment. So hopefully Rashid can give us another selection. And if it wins by 13 1/4 lengths, Tom, you may as well hand in your P45, because we've got a new person who's going to be joining me on this desk, because tipping winners is what Rashid does. Horses are... we've got plenty of comments on YouTube. Again, Ken has given us a second comment as well, just mentioning following on from the response. Do you think the Saudi Jockey Club is going to be looking to bring in more European-bred types? I think that's absolutely the case. We've got a really talented Godolphin group winner arriving here on Saturday. Filly, interesting to see that horse has ended up here rather than in the paddocks.
Yeah, La Barossa used to be trained by Charlie Appleby and actually won a Group 3 over in England. Has ended up over here and will be racing for James Jerkins on Saturday. Another interesting filly. You know, there are plenty of colts over here as well. Look, Saudi sports in general are just going to be improving from day to day now. We've already seen the massive takeover of football with Neymar being the latest addition.
Al Hilal fans, enjoy it. Not that we're jealous, any of the Al Ali fans over here. We thought we were going to do well this season, but all of a sudden, could be in a bit of trouble. Our director is an Al Hilal fan, and I'm sure he's jumping around the production studio at the moment, enjoying every moment of this. Us Al Ali fans are just looking, trembling behind our sofas. John, who's your Saudi Arabian team?
Well, I haven't managed to pick one yet, but yeah, watching the football develop with a great deal of interest, and yeah, well, we'll see how it all goes. But Neymar, of course, the latest of all the big signings. Right, this is a local bred horses maiden. It's fifth on the card. Horse number 1 is A's Bar. Nothing from just the one run so far. Luis Morales is aboard that one. Horse number 2 is Waybe. Ali Al Mutib is aboard. 3 is Leilak, who has had nothing from 4 so far in its career. Horse number 4 is Next, who is in the hands of Abdullah Al Sahani. Horse number 5 is Taif Al Badar. Khalid Al Mimoni rides. Horse number 6 is Sam Al Kobal, Ayed Al Turizi, and horse number 7 is Ya-e Jab in the hands of Nawaf Al Fayrouz. Horse number 8 is Raid Al Wasil. Still to get a jockey for that one, but we'll hopefully get that sorted out. Horse number 9 is Qtail, Naif Al Anazi aboard. Horse number 10 is Rawi. Thurb Al Timat is aboard. Mabdana is the mount of Fawas Wanas. That's horse number 12. Horse number 13 is Neazi. Abdullah Al Khamis aboard. Horse number 14 is Mandub Al Riyad. Alexis Moreno. Horse number 15, Al Kadli, is the man of Mohammed Al Dahan. Number 16 is Mada Al Falak. Abdullah Al Fayrouz. Horse number 17, Al Lanwa. Adel Al Furaidi. Still looking to get on the scoreboard. Horse number 18 is Midhama in the hands of Abdullah Al Kradis, and horse number 19 is Walad Chrome. Rayan Al Toresh is aboard. Horse number 11 doesn't go. The reserves 20 and 21 not required. Leaves a full field of 18 going to post for our 5th race. The Three Musketeers are back, and so too are the boys in the studio.
Yes, John, the Three Musketeers. I'm absolutely buzzing that that's caught on. I'm so happy, Tom.
What a link. You can just tell that John's experiencing this sphere, you know. Three Musketeers, I love it.
They're leading us in the parade ring for this next contest, over 1,400 metres. Another locally bred contest. We've just spoken about local breeding and how that will change over time and develop as time goes on. And it's something I'm really excited about, looking forward to here in Saudi Arabia. What do you make of this contest, Tom? 1,400 metres, only worth 19,000 Riyal. What do we have to make of this field?
Yeah, it's an interesting race. I wouldn't say it's the best in terms of quality, but we've got a few horses rated in the 60s. They've opted to come to this event rather than running in the 0 to 60 or 0 to 65 handicaps. trying to find that elusive victory. I think the main horses at this stage, before we get into the runner-by-runner analysis, albeit the 9 looks absolutely lovely just walking through shot there.
Oh, yes.
I think the 2 horses on form alone, Rayad Al Wasil, number 8, and Mandoob Al Riyad, number 14, are the 2 to beat.
And the horse that was just in picture, their real eye catcher, was Q-Tail. He will be ridden by the man, the myth, the legend that is Naif Al-Anazi. What do we make of Naif? He still hasn't had a winner since we've been here in King Khalid Racecourse.
I hope we're not the bad luck charms for Naif. We're 3.5 meetings down now. Naif was flying before we came over last week with 15 winners in the meet so far. Unfortunately, he's yet to add one since we've been here. But, Naif Al-Anazi is one of the best riders at the track. I'm sure it's just a time thing rather than, it's never going to happen. And actually, this horse, Q-Tail, looked, in my opinion, the best out of all of these just walking into the paddock just then.
We just got a very quick view of Q-Tail there, but you're absolutely right. Really eye-catching type. Walid Chrome is the horse number 19 in picture. Will break from stall 11 because it's replacing horse number 11.
Yeah, exactly. 0 from 5 in his career, but he gets into this race as a reserve. Not sure who the jockey is on number 19, Walid Chrome, but the horse is rated just 45.
Hamza Saad will be running Walid Chrome, which will be an interesting element to this race nonetheless. Just again, a reminder, we'll be breaking from stall number 11 despite having 19 on the silts. For me, I've been really excited about Q-Tail. I can't wait to see a few of these close up. Laylak, another one who's 0 from 4. I'm going to put a line through that last run because he's now had a bit of a break and can come back. That's number 3, Laylak, Tom.
Yeah, a 3-year-old filly in this race, taking on the boys. She's coming off a long layoff since meeting 6. That's a 3 or 4 month gap there since her last start. But she's only rated 39, Callum. She needs to improve a good deal to win.
Horse rated 48 is horse number 10, Amrawi, 0 from 8, and has been going backwards in recent starts.
Yeah, just little chance on the previous efforts. Finished 8th back in meeting 22, 14th back at meeting 18th at meeting 22. So the last 2 starts just never featured in the closing stages. As we see, Naif Al-Anazi's phenomenal beard.
Oh, he's just, the beard goals of this man is just unbelievable. Genuinely, I'm so jealous. I'm so jealous. I can't even grow a lick of facial hair. See, you've got a little bit going on this side, a little bit of stubble there, very grown up, very manly. Me, on the other hand, baby face till the end of time. Although my mum has said it will make me look younger as I get older.
Always find the positives. Always find the positives.
Always find the positives. Always rely on mum to make you feel good about yourself. Next is another filly that's taking on the boys. She's 3, only had 2 runs. The first run this season wasn't much to write home about.
Yeah, she finished 12th back in meeting 17. This is horse number 4 we're talking about now, who's just gone through shot. She's just devoid of early speed, so she will need a pace collapse early on for her to play a part in the finish.
Taif Al-Badar is horse number 6 just coming through shot, not from 2, Tom.
Yeah, talking about next being devoid of early, Taif Al-Badar's got lots of early speed. She showed up very well last time up. She just faded late on. 7 furlongs might be a step too far over this same trip as last time. I'd prefer to see Taif Al-Badar over 1,200 metres or 6 furlongs. Here's
Q-Tail just coming through shot. They're gorgeous, big strapping type. Certainly one to keep your eye on. You won't be able to miss. Q-Tail at all. He's a big strapping colt, only 3 years old as well.
Yeah, by Outwork, who was actually the sire of the US bred winner, Halar, of the last race. So, a quick double for this sire, maybe, if your opinion is to be believed in this race. Look, I'm not completely against Q-Tail. As I say, I think he's the best looker in this paddock.
I think we talked about stallions there as well. Outwork looking for the double. Bobby's Kitten had a double last weekend, which was fantastic. It was great to see Landways and everyone getting involved in social media, really pushing it, which is fantastic to see. It means people are watching. It means people are interested. And talk about people watching. Plenty of people watching on the YouTube and plenty of people getting involved in the comments too. Keep those comments coming. Keep those selections coming. Are you Team Tom or are you Team Callum? Talking about that, I'm going to go for Q-Tail. Tom, who are you liking?
Oh, an early selection for this race. I love to see it.
I couldn't go against it. As soon as I thought, what will happen now if Q-Tail will unship Naif on the way to the start and be withdrawn, but we can enjoy it while it lasts.
Yeah, you've had 2 withdrawals already, which is very unfortunate. I don't know, you're pushing me early for a selection. I think there are 2 horses in here that will take the beating. Mandoob Al Riyad will go forward from number 14. It's dropping in trip, which is definitely a positive, and gets Alex Moreno. I'm close to siding with him, but I'm going to go with Rayad Al Wasil, number 8 instead. Drops back from a mile, now down to 7 furlongs, which is a big positive. Last time out had a really bad draw, and it's just drawn much better in gate 8 today.
we can just see the horse going through shot. There is number 18, Medama, in those lovely pink colours. Not from 4, but improved from the last start, but the penultimate start was not very good.
No, finished 12th back at meeting 4 and then 10th at meeting 7. Hasn't been seen for a good few months. Abdullah Akredis takes them out, which, is a positive, but this horse only rated 45, much like Walid Chrome in stall 19.
Do you think this is another race for one of those horses without a rating yet to really lay down their chance and put a stamp on this race? Because like you said, horses rated in the 40s. You're looking at a horse in the 60s, which is Reed Al Wasil, number 8 on your card, 66 rated, has run to some level of form. Is that the sort of benchmark that you're looking at?
Yeah, that's why I've gone with him, because he's the horse to beat. He's the solid option. QTEL could easily be a 70 rated horse and beat these, much like we saw in the last race with the first time starter dominating. But we just don't know. And there seems a big imponderable about whether QTEL has the ability. He looks lovely, but that doesn't always translate into talent on the racetrack, as we just see to our left right now, number 6, Summer Al-Kabal, who's making his 4th career start, just playing up on the walkway, but now looks fine on the track.
It was a really interesting thing with Summer Al-Kabal just getting a little bit jigged up there. When horses leave their group setting, they're in the parade ring, they're herd animals, you have to remember. But Raid Al Wasil, the horse that Tom selected, we do have some video footage for. This is Raid Al Wasil finishing 4th back in July. Tom, what did you make of this performance?
Yeah, he had a bad draw this time around. He just really didn't have much of a chance of winning. I thought he ran perfectly fine. You can see there he weaved through to get a gap. He kicked into the straight and he runs home okay, Callum. It's nothing to shout home about this footage. It's not like he's a definite winner in waiting. Last time out, he had another bad draw. He finished 6th back at meeting 23, drops down to 7 furlongs, which I think is a positive. We've seen 2 horses come out of this race.
I was about to say we have, haven't we? We're really getting to know this Saudi Arabian form now. Take a moment to tell us about those horses.
So the fast finisher that finished 3rd there was Aswam, who actually ran last week. I believe it was on Friday, might have been Thursday, but
Friday. It was Friday.
But didn't boost the form. I actually fancied Aswam to run well last week, and I think finished 7th or 8th. So the form isn't the strongest. But Raid Al Wasil is just a solid option in the race where it's hard to make a case for plenty that already have a mark.
We've seen plenty of horses who have been described as solid options getting beaten so far in these type of contests. Is this another horse that looks very vulnerable despite being the solid option?
Yeah, I think so. Raid Al Wasil's had 9 starts. The horse hasn't won yet. He's finished 2nd back at meeting 4, which is his best effort. Maybe excuses the last twice, but he's quite clearly got a limit to his ability, and a rating of 66 suggests that around mid-60s is how good he is. There could easily be a much better horse in here, Callum.
Ya Ajab could be that horse, rated 60, had a few less starts, 7 starts, and finished 4th the last time.
Yeah, it's been knocking on the door. As you say, last time out was a much better effort under Naif Al Farouz. I don't know. I still prefer Raid Al Wasil out of the ones with experience. I think if we're looking for a horse to upset those with the prior ratings and the prior good efforts to their name, you're either looking at QTEL, who we've already touched on. You're looking at number 5, Taif Al Bada, who showed speed last time, doesn't have a rating just yet. Or you've got to look down right to the bottom of the race card where you see number 14, Mandoob Al Riyadh.
Mandoob Al Riyadh indeed was just trying to get a look at some of those going down to post. I was quite interested to see the way Alanwa went to post. Looked nice and easy, looked like he's taking all in his stride. But then you look, he's had 9 starts. He should be doing that by now.
Exactly that, and it's only rated 52. So you're looking at the race card, you're seeing a rating of 52, drawn 17, 9 starts, finished 15th last time. Lots of things that would put you off Al-Anwar, and then you look at connections. And you see Gaith Al-Gaith and Adel Al-Faradi teaming up. You have to look twice at this colt.
Now, Al-Faradi will be looking to do a little bit better than he's done so far this week, but certainly one to watch. It's interesting to see this being a maiden contest and the fact that these horses aren't going into handicaps. They've got a low enough rating to feature in handicaps, or maybe they're rated too low to get into some of those not 60s.
Well, yeah, we've got a horse like Sama Al-Kabal, number 6, who's rated just 26. Mabdana, number 12, who's rated just 33, and they're both yet to contend in their starts. They wouldn't get into a 0 to 60. There's just no chance. So they've got to stay in this maiden calibre of race and hope that they just show an upturn of form. It doesn't look likely though.
It's really hard for connections because you must think we've got a racing of 26, but we're going into a maiden and we could be running against an absolute machine that's going to finish 2 counties clear of us, and we've still got to keep trying and doing our own thing and just trying to pick up some place prize money and trying to keep involved. But it's still, at the end of the day, you've got a racehorse, you're going to have fun with it, you're going to try and get a race, and all racehorses can win something. There's a race to be won with all of them. It's all about whether you can race plan and find enough, and if everything goes right on the day, you can get that result.
Well, exactly. 2 races back of race 3 today, we had a horse called Alodwi who was 2 from 80. That just shows that there is always a race for any horse. You just got to find it. Maybe they'll try different trips, they'll try different race tracks. Maybe
sneak in an Arab race.
Not sure they can do that, but they would have a good chance of winning. But yeah, there's always a race for every horse. You just got to find it.
Yes, I think you're absolutely right as they circle down at the start. That's 17 coming through your shot now. Alanwa, who we just discussed. The horse approaching us now is number 4. Next, hopefully we'll get a much better break than the last horse that was drawn out of 4, who really struggled.
Yeah, but she has no early speed, so I doubt it. I think she's probably going to be right out the back early on. So, yeah, it'll be difficult for next.
Now, I'm not sure whether we recognise that being British people, but did you just see a little bit of sunshine peeking through the clouds there, Tom? We have brought the clouds with us from the UK, but the weather has been lovely. It's 29 degrees, and we're sitting there thinking we should probably get a hoodie on, Tom, because it's a wee bit chilly out here, but no, not at all. It's fantastic. We were barraged by the tail end of a storm earlier on before we came on air, but fortunately that tends to have gone another direction, and we're having a lovely evening here at King Khalid Racecourse. So for me, I'm going for number 9, Q-Tail. Tom, your selection is?
A tentative play on Raid Our Seal, but I would like Q-Tail to win.
Lovely, that's nice, because when it does win, we can both celebrate, you see. John, do you have a selection for us as well? And take us through this 5th race here at King Khalid Racecourse.
Yeah, the horse is down at the start for race number 5, once again over the 1400 metres. No selection as such here. Obviously, it'd be very interesting to see what kind of time the winner of this race runs when compared to the winner of the previous race, who, of course, was extremely impressive in the first 1400 metre race of the day. Hala. 1:33.84 was the time that one clocked. So we will see what the winner of this race does. There the horses are in shot. There's Niazi in the check jacket, the hoops there with the epaulets is Sam Al-Kobal, the orange and white of Alanwa, who's an interesting runner, as the boys have talked about. Our Cadley as well there in the blue and red. There's the scene from stall 5. Also there is Leylak. You can see there towards the right as we look at them. So the loading up process will be getting going pretty shortly. Great to see the interaction as well on the internet. It's good to see, and hopefully you will continue to be in touch with the show. Always nice to reach out to people. This is Raid Al Wasil. Hamza Saad now aboard this rather consistent type. Obviously got a big talk up there from Tom. I think we'll go pretty well. Raid Al Wasil from stall 8. Another nice slow motion shot as well. And there is the 9 Q-Tail for Naif Al-Anazi, who, yeah, I think it's a fairly obvious thing to say, but it needs to be said anyway. Wouldn't have to be particularly brilliant to win this race, you wouldn't have thought, on all known form. It's not to say that 1 or 2 of these might not improve, but from what we know so far, Q-Tail, as one of the debutantes, could be pretty useful compared to certainly those against whom he's running here. Whether he'll be anything like as good as that debutant in the previous race, well, that'll be found out in the next few minutes. Our Cadley to go forward. There's Mandub Al Riyad in shot. Horse number 8 is Raid Al Wasel, we were just talking about. There's Alanwa going in. Horse number 15, our Cadley. They're the sort of purple-pink colours towards the back there. Midhamar to go in. There's Raid Al Wasil to come forward. There in the black and orange colours is Ya Ajaib, sheepskin noseband for that one. Nawaf Al Fayrouz rides that. Next is in the background there, the green sleeves in the foreground of Webby, horse number 2. 7 to load, Webby to move forward towards the outside, Madar Al Falak. Abdullah Al Fayrouz rides that one. 5 to load up. There is stall 5 again. Horse number 12, Mabdana, in a check jacket, Fawas Wanas. So he was very demonstrative when he rode a winner at the last meeting, old Fawaz. Still waiting for Next to go in. Also to move forward is Q-Tail. Just a little bit nervous on debut. There's Walad Chrome in the background. Sheepskin noseband for that one in the sort of turquoise, light blue turquoise 19 jacket. She's good at memorising saddlecloths as well, this job. Q-Tail goes in. 2 to go. Next to come in. Also Walad Chrome. Into stall 11, of course, because the 19 is replacing the 11. That's just how we roll here at Taif. Walad Chrome is in. Ready, 1400 metres once more. Flags up, flags down, they're off and racing. Good start in the early stages there from Mandoob Al Riyad. Wants to try and possibly get across. Mabdana was also away pretty quickly too, as indeed was Q-Tail, one of the debutantes. That's in a front rank position in the early stages of the race. Also there is Aim Rawi as they make their way through the first couple of 100 metres or so. Midhamar is quite wide on the track but is prominent, so too is Madha Al Falak. Next is one of the back markers at the moment, and also towards the rear of the field at the moment as well is Taif Al Badr, often front runs but hasn't got anywhere near the pace this time, making their way through the early stages of this contest. And right round the outside it's Mandoob Al Riyad who's come through to lead. Mabdana now racing in second position. Walad Chrome has now moved into third. Then the purple jacket of Madhama towards the outside. Q-Tail is still prominent, the sheepskin noseband. Then right up the inside Aim Rawi there, then followed by Al Anwar, who's trying to improve its posse as they start to make the turn for home though. It's Mandoob Al Riyad that leads. Round the outside now comes Walad Chrome, the reserve, into a very nice position. Q-Tail has been prominent throughout but is now being asked for everything by Alan Argsy. They're then followed by Mabdana. The rest are struggling. Webby's trying to stay on, but it's Mandoob Al Riyad that leads as they've very much levelled up for home. Two in second position, Walad Chrome, who's threatened to get past but hasn't managed to yet. Mandoob Al Riyad the far side, Walad Chrome the near. They've paired off from the rest down towards the final 100. Mandoob Al Riyad still by a couple of lengths. Walad Chrome trying hard but can't get past. It's Mandoob Al Riyad in the end. Cheekly for Alexis Moreno to Walad Chrome in second. The third horse home there was Mabdana, who boxed on pretty well. Fourth to follow. One for Alexis Moreno, who has ridden that one very well. He was trying to get across early doors, wasn't he, old Alexis? And he's managed to get the job done there. Mandoob Al Riyad, who was nothing from 3 starts prior to today, but has shown plenty of early pace in the early part of that race and has got into the tactical good position there in the early stages and has come home well to score. Good run from Walad Chrome as well. That was a very good effort for a horse who still needs to probably improve on what it's done so far, but has done. And the 12 horse there finished in third. That was Mabdana boxing on for Fawaz Wanas. But it's Mandoob Al Riyad who's won race number 5. Here they are crossing the line. Mandoob Al Riyad to Walad Chrome, then Mabdana, who's finished in third. 1 1/4 lengths in the end, the official winning margin. You can see the third, and there's the fourth as well. Taif Al Badr's run an upside down race with Webby finishing in 5th. That's the 1, 2, 3, 4, 5.
Thank you very much. Mabruk to Hazem, the owner, the team. alhamdulillah.
How was he today and how was the start?
Well, he was finished 6th last time. I see his race, 1,400. So
you ride him twin furlong. How?
I ran in 2,000. It was so far, today 1,400. So he just keeping the pace, wire to wire, alhamdulillah. Not easy. I have to give him some way, but he win. This is a good thing. Thank you very much.
That was a good thing indeed for Alex Moreno, and I have to name him Alex Moreno or Phantom of the Opera, because as long as he still has that bandage on the face, hiding those 6 stitches he got from an absolute kicking on Thursday last week, I will continue to call him Phantom of the Opera.
I'm going to call him Iron Man because this guy's made of steel. He was straight back riding the next day after that horrible injury on Lozea, who kicked him just 2 strides after a race last week. It was a good ride today on Mandub Al Riyadh. My second selection in the race. I don't know how many times I'm going to do this, Callum. But yeah, I opted for Raid Al Wasil, but Mandub Al Riyadh was one of the horses to be on the drop-in trip, and he was given a fantastic ride by Alex.
Waled Chrome, they got in at the reserve but didn't run like he didn't deserve to be there. Really impressive performance by Waled Chrome. Stuck on for second. Was never really a threat to the winner though, was he?
No, never a threat. Much better performance though. Last time finished 9th back in meeting 18. 0 from 6 now in his career, but now he's trending in the right direction and might win soon.
Mabdana was the horse that finished in 3rd, was way off the pace and really off the tempo, but Mabdana finishing 3rd, and Taif Al-Badar ran the race the wrong way round, really. Did nothing at the beginning and did all his best work at the end.
Which is interesting because he's a colt with a lot of early speed, but he ran completely different. And Mabdana, 3rd race, just rated 33. There is a race for every horse.
Absolutely. Shamila is with Winning Connections.
I'm with Alexis Moreno, who has just won race number 5 on the card. Congratulations, Alexis. Just talk us through the race.
Thank you. Thank you very much. Well, I make the pace. I just run away.
Well, that's all you need to do. You just get your head in front.
Yeah, I'd say like if they make me make the pace, so I have a chance to run away. So that's what I do.
And you've ridden this horse before, but this is the first time it's won. And how did you feel him be? Was he any different today? Things just fell into place for him.
Well, the first time I rode him was 2000. He was so speed. Oh, I think it was far away from him. After that, he runs 1600. He finished 6th. So on 1400, he do it. So
it's great to see you back in the winner's enclosure. How are you healing?
Well, I'm good. I'm good. After a couple of wins, I want to feel more better.
And you went to the doctors. Did they take the stitches out, or how long do you have to have them in for?
Well, I was yesterday there. I take it out. So I think I'm okay right now. So I just cover my face, to don't get some infection or something like that. But I'm good.
Like I said, you still look pretty, so well done.
Thank you.
She's not even trying to hide it, Tom. That is definite flirting. I am taking now. There's 100% flirting.
Well, why not? He's just ridden a nice winner. This guy's on top of the world, isn't he, Alex Moreno? And he's smart as well, covering up so there doesn't get dirt in there. Albeit he wouldn't have got dirt in the cut in this race because the horse has dominated from the outset.
Broke really well from a wide enough draw, but came across comfortably and looked to just dictate from there. And as he said, just ran away with it.
Yeah, double drop-in trip from 2,000 down to 1,600 down to 1,400, but still has the early speed to lead a race of this nature. Travelled lovely in the early stages there in the blue and white silks, and just happens to get to the front ahead of the horse in red along his inside, which was Mabdana.
Yes, yeah. Mabdana, who's run another good race, considering he was bang up there with the pace to finish 3rd, kind of defending from all those other runners coming from off the pace.
Yeah, horses up there in the early stages have again fared very well, like they have in virtually every race since we've been here at Taif, with the eventual winner leading from the outset, Mabdana finishing 3rd. Unfortunately, your selection, Q-Tail,
oh no,
who is travelling the best at this point of the race with 400 metres to run. The tank was empty.
Yes, I thought it was a really impressive run from Q-Tail. Didn't break particularly well, but then travelled into the race really nicely. Is in fact in 3rd place here, and I'm thinking just trying to reel in the leaders, but the tank got emptied very quickly. Mabdana ended up passing him, so did half the field in the end, fell out the back of the television. However, I thought it was a really impressive debut performance, and I wouldn't be surprised to see him go backwards in trip, back to 1,200 metres, because he didn't lack for early speed.
I'd quite like him over 1,000, to be honest. He showed that early pace, and 400 to go, he was was, the red light was coming on. There was no petrol left. So it'll be interesting to see what Connections do with Q-Tail, but he's a lovely looking horse and definitely filled the eye in this race.
Certainly, and again, Naif, no luck in the saddle. He will get a winner for love nor money, but we'll get there at some point. As you can just see, the coolest man in the weighing room, Alex Moreno, guiding this horse to victory and looking very good while he does it. Interesting to see the horse in second here, Walid Chrome. Just seemed to get a little bit caught on heels there, but wasn't giving his rider all the help.
Yeah, was hanging into the left slightly. Was on the right lead, just wasn't running in the straight line. That's the second reserve we've seen in the last couple of days that has run very well, coming into the race at late notice. Should briefly mention the time as well, 1:33.14 seconds. That's nearly 10 seconds slower than the track record. But when you compare it to the previous race, race 4, the fillies made them for 2-year-olds, not 3-year-olds. It's only marginally quicker. That race is 1:33.84. This was 1:33.14. Hala could be a good 2-year-old filly.
Absolutely. I think Hala probably would have sent these boys completely home without a victory. I think Hala would have dotted up in this company. I think she's far better than the horses we've seen here. Interesting to see that 1, 2 and 3 all the way throughout the race ended up finishing 1, 2 and 3 despite Q-Tail trying to break that toe but couldn't get into it. Good, promising performance. The horses that are in front have dominated. We've seen it before at Taif. I'm sure we'll see it again here. But again, good to see Alex Moreno, the Iron Man, we have to call him. I'm still going to call him Phantom of the Opera, but good performance nonetheless from a riding perspective, getting in front and letting this horse, proven stamina, roll his way to victory.
Yeah, well, he knows how to ride around here. So does all of the jockeys in the top of the standings. Camillo, Adal, they're all very aggressive. They want to get into that early position. Farhad as well, yes. And we know that when you can get into the first 4 or 5 in any race around Taif, you've got a great chance of winning.
Absolutely, and you can just see these beautiful slow motion shots where you can see the horse getting a deserved pat down the neck by Alex, who is over the moon with that performance. And don't you just love these beautiful camera angles? We get 32 cameras all around this course, giving us so much access that I don't think you can get anywhere else in the world.
No, lovely shots, and look at this, even the slow-mo break where we see just how the horses perform from the start. Number 5 really missed the start. The actual winner just goes right out to the right and hampers the 4 horses outside there, but it didn't affect his challenge late on. Lovely, lovely pictures.
Again, you can see Mabdana here, the horse that eventually finished third. 12 and 13 have both absolutely flown the stalls despite a little jump out to the right from our eventual winner. But Mabdana has absolutely flown the start and is in a nice cosy position on the inside. You can just see here with our eventual winner alongside each other swinging through, and all our other front rank runners are just in behind on their heels trying to get into that ideal position to take a chance, but unfortunately they are unable to land the blow. But these shots are just gorgeous, Tom.
Yeah, they really are. Coming off the home bend right now, this is where your dream with Q-Tail started to...
it became a nightmare, Tom. It became a nightmare.
It did. Started to fade for sure. But Alex Moreno just really strong on the inside. You can see that with 400 metres to run, some of these horses in behind have already run their race. You know, it's such a speed-dominated track, Taif. If you're not up with the leaders at the early stages, you find it very difficult to win. Unless, of course, you're Modern Artist from a race earlier on today.
Absolutely, where you can come from the clouds. Interesting to see the different styles here. Moreno is much more spread out. He's a real spread eagle rider. Brings his stick all the way out to the right and back right behind, giving his arm as much extension as possible. You do comment that we've seen a lot more riders who are much more closely compact. You see the jockey in the green silks there, that's an example of a jockey that's very tightly compact, but when we swing all the way across, as you see, Walid Chrome in second, again another jockey with a much narrower frame. Just look at these shots, these are fantastic. And you can just see how wide Alex is as a jockey. He's certainly not going to win any style points, but he gets them home, and that's what matters.
Yeah, that's exactly what matters. It doesn't matter, you know, how aesthetically pleasing you are. It's about how good a horseman you are, how well you can judge pace, and whether a horse would run for you, and they quite clearly run for Alex.
And it's quite clear to see Walid Chrome is not running for his jockey, hanging in towards the far side rail. No chance there to get the head in front, but certainly not a bad performance in second. Mabdana is at the right at the back of shot in those red blinkers and red coloured, finishing third. I think this is a real race for pace, and we've seen pace be at the forefront of everything so far, and this is just another example of pace being such a strong factor. We now look forward to race 6 as we continue to rattle our way through the card. If you're on YouTube and watching, please continue to get involved. Tell us how you're feeling. Tell us what your selections are. Tell us whether you're Team Tom or Team Callum. And what I like to say is tell us whether you're a winner or a loser. But I'm not going to get into it. I'm not going to run it down. I'm not going to push it to him because he has done very well. He's given you plenty of good selections. He's just not tipped them up himself as the coolest men in racing. Lead our horses into the parade ring for our 6th race, another race over 1,400 metres, Tom. And John Blance is up in the sky and he will give us the runners and for this contest.
Thank you very much, Callum. Yep, another big field going to post here without horse number 11 and the 2 other reserves that aren't required, but 19 does get a run. Horse number 1 is Jcsa in the hands of Jamie Carrion. Horse number 2 is Itazam, Asil Al-Sahani. 3 is Totreb, Mohammed Al-Hubail. 4 is Mabotha, Naif Al-Anazi. 5 is Molahek. This is a horse who's had nothing from 5 so far. Same record for Ghazi Alanea. He's had 2 pretty abject efforts so far this campaign. Osama Al-Sharani's aboard. Horse number 7 is Ekab Najd in the hands of Rahid Al-Fayroz. And horse number 8 is Hakwat. Tariq Al-Mansour rides that one in the King Abdullah bin Aziz colours. Horse number 9 is Mored Al-Elm. Amin Badroun is aboard. Horse number 10 is Hajas. Nawaf Al-Fayrouz. Horse number 11 is Falek Zain. Ayed Al-Turisi. Horse number 12 is Mahabas, Abdullah Al-Khamis. Horse number 13 is Cyber, Ali Al-Memoni. Horse number 14 is Thawari, Muhammad Al-Shamari. Horse number 15 is Tazdad. And horse number 16 is Lozina for Khalid Al-Memoni. Horse number 17 is Aitak Allah in the hands of Mohammed Al-Shurimah. And horse number 19 is the reserve Quality Plan. Abdullah Al-Krailis is aboard. Horse number 18 does not go. So Quality Path, horse number 19, will go into stall number 11. This is a handicap, so the post positions do not correspond to their saddlecloth number, so bear that in mind as well. Back to the lads in the studio.
Thanks very much, John, for giving us the runners and riders for our next, the 6th race here, over 1,400 metres. This race is for local bred horses. It's a 0 to 55 handicap, and I know you like a jockey that's just been in sight there. It's Hakwat, but this time not under Camille or Speeder.
Yeah, not under Camille Ospina. You might be used to seeing Camille riding in these King Abdullah bin Abdulaziz and Sons white, green and red silks, but he's not in the saddle on Hakwat. Nevertheless, number 8 is definitely the horse to beat.
This is Deja, horse number 1, 0 from 25. Ooh.
Yeah, 0 from 25, 5-month layoff, new owner. Easiest task to date, but I can't have her, Callum.
No surprises there, but she's only 4. She's done a lot of running for a 4-year-old. Itazam is horse number 2. That's 0 from 6 as well. 12th last time out.
She's another with new connections, Itazam, number 2. She's had 6 starts, as you've touched on, 12th last time. That was back in meeting 10. Long layoff since then. Connections tried to freshen her up. Maybe she'll perform better today.
You can just see her coming around the parade ring now, much more relaxed than horse number 1. Very much taking it all in her stride, but does have the 2 handlers. But has a lovely shoulder on her. She's very forward built, good strong neck and shoulders. Certainly not a paddock negative. Number 3 is Totreb. Nice runner here. I quite like it. Stride, size and scope.
Yeah, plenty of early speed for this filly. Last time out she finished 11th. She had every chance of winning that under Mohammed Obail. Maybe today she'll get an easy lead up front.
Mabosa is horse number 4, 0 from 8.
A former King Abdullah bin Abdulaziz and Sons owned filly. She's a daughter of Premium Tap, who's a sire we've seen have plenty of success over the last couple of weeks. However, I think she's got a limited chance under Naif Al-Anazi.
Molahek, I liked on paper, but it's not doing much in real life. A little bit concerned about how she's going around the paddock.
It's his first try in a handicap. He takes a big drop in trip down to 7 furlongs today. We'll need to show better.
Gaza Al-Naya is horse number 6.
Drops down, a big drop from 1 mile 2 furlongs down to 7 furlongs. Last time he ran in 0 to 65, now in a 0 to 55.
Ekab Najd is horse number 7.
Not run for 10 months, is 0 from 4 in the grade and just 1 from 35 in his career.
One we really like is horse number 8, Hakwat.
Plenty of early speed for this 3-year-old filly who gets the allowances. She finished 4th in a 0 to 75 handicap, 3 starts back. Now she's in a 0 to 55. She must have a great chance.
Mored Alem is horse number 9 in short. Coming up now, we're just having a good old look at horse number 8. You can just see in these Abdullah bin Abdulaziz colours. Really nice runner, just chopping up the handler there, just clip on the heels. It's never nice, but this is horse number 9, Mored Alem.
3-year-old colt again gets the allowances. He's a contender at his best and he's drawn in stall 1. He's run in 2 cup races recently.
This is a massive drop in class. Number 10 is Hajas, 0 from 27.
North from 27, his first try in a handicap. Nadim Farouz takes the ride. Still 7's okay, but this 6-year-old's had plenty of chances.
Yes, and doesn't really do much to catch the eye. Looks very light in the parade ring. Certainly a type that may prefer turf over dirt, but we can get a good old look at that. Number 11 is Falik Zain. Interesting runner here. 0 from 12, 17th in meeting 16 last time out.
Yeah, he'll have to improve from that. This is his second run off the layoff. His last run came back in December, his penultimate start. He finished 5th last time. He's a 4-year-old colt, and I don't know, this grade seems tough.
Will need to step up on fitness. Certainly didn't look fit enough for this. Mahabath, similar name to the horse that finished 3rd in our last race.
Yeah, I find it really hard to like this colt, unfortunately. I want to be positive about all of them. 2 starts back, he ran okay when he finished 9th, but last time just not good enough to win a race of this nature.
My lucky number 13, is Cyber.
0 from 9 so far. 2 starts back, he finished 4th in meeting 18 when he was running over 7 furlongs.
Oh, there's a horse getting up in the air there. That was number 5. I think that was the horse that we've looked at earlier. This is 14, by the way. This is Sawari, 0 from 4.
She has lots of speed. She can play a part from her gate in gate 8, providing she breaks well.
Tazdad is number 15, comes out of gate 12.
Comes out of gate 12, but 0 from 23 in his career so far, just rated 49.
Lodvina is horse number 16, 0 from 4, rated 48, would have a chance here, I think.
No ability so far, but she's only had 4 starts and unexposed.
The ratings are always something to go by, and I think a rating of in the high 40s can have a chance here. 17, Atik Allah. What do you make of this?
A colt, 4-year-old colt, 0 from 20, ran okay back in meeting 7 when finishing 4th.
We will get horse 18, which is Abu Gada, 0 from 3, more unexposed than others. Or the non-runner, I'm just hearing, so we are going to get 19 quality past gets into this race. 0 from 11 is going backwards in regards to form.
Yeah, hard to make a case for. 0 to 11 and finished 17th last time up.
So those are just some of the runners and riders that are in. We know that you like the Abdulaziz runner, Hakwa Tom. Is there any others that have caught your eye in the parade ring?
This is the moment prior to the race where I tell you who's going to win, but I don't actually select them. The horses I think have got a great chance in this race. Number 1 is Hakwa. She's going to be my pick in this race. She's got speed on the class drop. She's surely the horse to beat, although Camille Ospina not being in the saddle is definitely a slight concern. We can watch her in action last time up.
Let's have a look at Hakwa, because Hakwa is an interesting runner, and you can just see how fast and how much early speed this horse has got.
Yeah, here we are right now. You can see she's in the lead with the white silks, Hakwa. She's got lots of early, and she dominated this race from the outset. You know, she's been running in much better races. I'm slightly concerned about the trip, because she does fade late on, and this was 7 furlongs as well. Maybe she'd be better seen over 6, but at the same time, speed is so dominant here, you can have the race won off the turn. She might prove vulnerable if a deep closer is in range. I just don't know if that's going to be the case.
With these horses all struggling to find any semblance of form, I don't think we're going to see a deep closer, and I think early speed will be right in the wheelhouse to be successful. We saw in the last race that our front 3 were 1st, 2nd and 3rd throughout, or maybe 1st, 2nd and 4th throughout, so it wouldn't be a surprise to see these horses do it all over again and go hard from the front and make it difficult for those that haven't got early speed to get involved.
Yeah, there are 2 factors at play here when I'm analysing this race. Number 1 is a phrase I like to use with the US called pace of the pace. Basically, the fastest horse out of the fast horses usually dominates races. It fends off the other front runners and leaves a huge gap back to the closers, therefore making their task insurmountable. The other phrase I like to use is just class. She ran in 0 to 75. This is a huge drop down to a 0 to 55. Obviously, her mark has tumbled since. Surely she just has the ability to beat these runners. The only 2 horses I think are capable, from what we can see on the race card, you know, don't rule out improvement. Any horse can win this race. But Morad Al-Alem, number 9, who breaks from gate 1, has been running in cup races. This is a drop down in class as well. And number 14 as well, Tharawi. That horse could be the danger because she has early speed as well. She could press Hakwat in the early stages, play a part, and maybe number 9,
I'm interested in a horse called Molahek, horse number 5 in your race card, who's a fascinating runner for me. Of all these horses that have struggled to find some form and have been finishing poorly in lots of different races, this horse at least is coming in with some level of performance, which I think is crucial.
Yeah, he takes a big dropping trip, which is probably a positive for him. We've just seen a horse taking a dropping trip win the last race as well. It's his first try in a handicap. Again, that's another positive. Why don't we throw him into the mix of likely winners of this race?
That's good, Tom. These are the things I love to hear, because that is Malahek in shot right there, and looks like a very nice horse. Got a bit warm beforehand and a bit jig-joggy. Still isn't ideally settled. That would put me off a little bit. It hasn't fully relaxed as they've got down to post.
No, you always want to see everything go right if you're selecting a horse in a race as the most likely winner. Unfortunately, that doesn't happen very often because these are horses and they're hard to judge. Maybe the tack or the equipment has gone wrong on the way down. There's always some kind of hitch, but at the same time, there's not enough of a hitch to make me seriously concerned about the 5's chances.
And if you're only watching Saudi Arabian racing for the first time with us, you may wonder what's going on at the start when they circle. Horses can be brought into the middle. I'd like to repeat again, I know I say it every time we're on air, that is not a negative. It is just a change in tack. You can just see that happening now with horse number 11, Falek Zane, who is just getting the tack adjusted in the middle of the group. We also have these beautiful drone shots. We also have I like to call it the gaming shot, where we can see the numbers as they go around. You can see that circle where the horse is coming into the middle. Plenty of options for viewers to take a look at, and again taking advantage of all 32 cameras we have here on course, Tom.
Yeah, it's fantastic. We've got a brilliant production, lots of cameras. You can see every single part of the racetrack and of all these horses as well. You know, we're not here just for the racing, we're here for the horses. We're both horse lovers, and we get to see them in their real best, their equine quality on the track.
So again, I'm taking you on, Tom, with my selection. I'm going for number 5, Malahek. I think you're going for number 8, Hakwat.
I am indeed, number 8, Hakwat.
So number 5 for me, number 8 for Tom. Please let us know in the comments if you've got any other selections, if you want to be on Team Tom or Team Callum. But if you want to be on Team Blanc, you've got to wait to find out what he's got to say.
There are very, very few people to whom that description would fit well, Callum. But if there is anyone out there who's interested, basically you guys cover this so well that if you've done a sort of a reasonably decent look at the form like I have, there's not really much else to add. And what Tom said about Hakwat is extremely pertinent, really. There's not much that can be added to that, really. Tariq Almanso is going to have to get this horse out quickly and get her into a good position. But as Tom was saying, there's some pretty moderate runners in this race, and I think from stall 14, Hakwat will probably be able to get across quite quickly, and if she can, she's going to be tough to peg back. Itazam is there in shot. You can see the maroon and grey colours of Thawari there as well. Also there in shot is Hadjas, one of the ones we haven't seen a huge amount of in the early stages. There's Dija, and also there is Totreb in the red, black and yellow colours. There's horse number 6, Ghazi Alanea. And number 16 in the background is Lozina, who needs to improve a little bit on all known form, as do quite a few of these. One or two of these might be reasonably well handicapped. Now they're in handicap races as opposed to running around in maidens. But Hakwat on essentially what amounts to a class drop as well. I think it's going to take a bit of beating here. There's Lozina and Khalid Al-Mamoni doing a few exercises prior to getting loaded up. There's Mahabas in shot as well. There with the yellow blinkers is Dija with the yellow sheepskin noseband as well. So the jig jogging around this race is due after around about 2 minutes time, 6:40 local time. And thanks once again to those of you who are watching this show and indeed getting in touch. Always nice to hear from you. And this is still in the fairly embryonic stages, the English broadcast here at the Saudi Jockey Club. But hopefully you're enjoying what you've heard so far. There was Itazam that's gone in. Just a reminder again, they don't go in saddlecloth order here. They've been mixed up as all handicap races are. Ghazi Alanea to move forward. The 11 in shot there is Falek Zane. Also there we've got the 8 Hakwat in that green cap. And then the red and green there of Mahabas, who's also in shot. And there's the yellow cap there of Ghazi Alanea. In goes Mabhothar, horse number 4 into stall number 2. This is Hadjas about to go in. Hadjas to move forward in the dark blue and orange colours. Still quite a few to come in. Horse number 1 is Dija. The 16 is Lozina. Well, Lozina's not desperately keen on the idea of going in at the moment. Horse number 6 is Ghazi Alanea. Next to come forward is the 15 Tazdad. Tazdad is in. Here comes the 3. Totreb actually into stall 3. That one does correspond. All the rest don't. There's Ekab Naj to come forward. Stall 5 again. Ghazi Alanea. Horse number 19, Quality Path, the reserve, who gets in. And there's number 5 as well, Malahek, which is Callum's selection, isn't it? There's number 14, Thawari, who's not desperately keen on the idea of going in, but a bit of early pace probably from Thawari from stall 8. There's A Takala in the background as well. But still problems with the 14 Thawari. There's Hakwat in the background, but Thawari's facing in the wrong direction here. 5 to load. But the majority of the stalls handlers focused on this Thawari at the moment, who is not happy. There's Malahek in shot, waiting patiently, just on his toes a little bit. See, it's quite a breeze at Taif today. Horse number 19 is Quality Path. Malahek still to come forward. There are only a couple left to load, but these two just holding us up a little bit at the moment. Bit of a look at the local avian population there over at Taif. Always very good. They just got a couple to load. Oh, I tell you what, this Malahek is not a happy horse. I'm no equine scientist, but that is a horse who's not desperately keen to play ball. Still waiting for the 14 to come forward as well. It's Thawari, who's also been a little bit recalcitrant. Stalls handlers once again. And now ganging up on this 14 horse. Thawari's gone in. Now we're just left with the 5. Are they going to lose patience with Malahek? Callum's record of non-runners today is not good, or withdrawn horses. In goes Malahek. They're ready down at the 1400. Stand by. Malahek rearing up now has caused lots of problems. There's one sitting down as well in stall number 8. It's Thawari. So Thawari causing problems as well. It's all happening here. And once again, Malahek is rearing up. Stalls test required for this one, I think, after today. Again, Malahek is restless in the starting gate. There to the near side is Mored Alelm. Stall 1. Now we've got a jockey getting off there. That's Mohammed Al-Shamari's got off Thawari. Thawari's not behaving itself and might well be backed out. It's one of the early speed horses in the race as well, but it looks like that one is not going to be running Thawari. Patience wearing a bit thin and also going out as well as Malahek. So Malahek's been backed out too. So those two horses have blotted their copybooks big style. Malahek goes back in. But I don't like the chances of Thawari's participation in this race now. Malahek is back in. Thawari isn't. Oh, they've gone without horse number 14. Thawari's not with the rest of the field after playing up in the starting stalls. Early pace from Ekab Najd over the early stages of this 1400-metre contest, and indeed from Hakwat, the green cap, the white headgear, who's also been fired forward as they make their way through the early part of the race. Quality Path as well is prominent, as indeed right towards the near side is Mored Alelms. That's your leading quartet, and they're all going at a pretty decent clip here. They're followed by Mob Hathar, who's racing up the inside in 5th position. Then towards the outer Totreb, the blue saddle cloth, is then followed by the blue colours of Itezam, who's racing in mid-division. Then right round the outside is Tazdad, who's trying to get a little bit more of a prominent posse. Field trails back to Dijars towards the rear of the field. Itakalar as well hasn't got too many behind it. So as they make the turn now and head towards the swing for home very shortly, it's Mored Al-Elm who's blown this race apart at the moment as they go inside the final 500, to Hakwat, who's now being driven along. Then on the inside, Mab Hothar, who's racing in third. Now trying to stay on from the back of the field as well is Itizam. Right round the outside, Tazdad is getting into this as well. Inside the final 400 they go. Mored Al-Elm has shown plenty of early pace, but is now looking tired as Mab Hothar goes past. Still staying on from the back of the field, or a mid-division sit, is Itizam, trying to persevere as well. The green cap of Hakwat down towards the closing stage as they come. It's Mab Hothar that leads, with Naif Al-Anazi aboard, going on by 3 or 4 lengths. Now staying on from the back is Cyber, but racing up towards the line, it's Mab Hothar who leads them to Cyber, who's getting going, but it's too little too late, and Mab Hothar has won to Cyber, who stayed on very well from a different part of the Arabian Peninsula to get second. Tight for third there, but in the end there was probably a bit too much early speed on in that race. There was a right old speed battle which Mored Al-Elm won, but even he was knackered in the closing stage, and it's Mab Hothar who's got on to win. Naif Al-Anazi is a bit of a barren run. If you remember the very first day of this English-Saudi broadcast, Naif Al-Anazi was just riding winners left, right and centre. Well, he's had a bit of a quiet patch, but he's got this one into a very nice position in terms of where the race, how the race panned out. He didn't want to be right on that speed as ever at Taif. He didn't want to be right out the back. He needed to just be in the sort of second rank of runners, and that horse was, and Mab Hothar has gone on to score very nicely indeed. 5 finished in third. That was Mulahek, who got going from quite a long way back, one of the ones that was rearing up in the starting stalls. 1:34.17 seconds, so a little bit slower than those other races over the 7 furlongs. 2 1/4 lengths was the official winning distance. Mab Hothar, the winner there, too. In second position, Cyber, who's run a very good race there from the back of the field. In third spot was Malahek, and the 4th horse home was horse number 2. Itizam, that was the 1, 2, 3, 4, and the 5th to finish was Tazdad. Naif Al-Anazi, form is temporary, class is permanent.
للزميل
الخيال نايف العنزي، الف مبروك هذا الانتصار نايف.
الله يبارك بعمرك وحياتك اخوي صالح، الحمد لله فضل وتوفيق من الله يبارك فيك.
كيف كان اداء الفرس معك اليوم؟ كنت تمشي سابع في 800، ما بدلت الا في اخر 150 متر.
صحيح زي ما ذكرت، الفرس ضاقته شوي شوط، يعني يعتبر ازين منها الخيل. غير هذا شايله 62 كيلو، وفرس بسم الله عليها صغيره، يعني مين متحمل الوزن. قال لي ابو نمر، ابو فخر عفوا، ان الفرس يفترض زين اليوم، تدي اداء افضل. الحمد لله. خيل الملك عبد الله رحمه الله عليه كلها خيل مبروكه، وهذه بنت علم ما شاء الله تبارك الله، عيال علم اغلبهم ينطلبون ويجون.
اليوم كانك شوي بنشت النظاره؟
عند ال 600 نزلت النظاره، والرمل شوي السيده اليوم ثقيله انت عارف، الرمل قوي، فاضطريت اني اعدلها واكمل ممشاي. الحمد لله. شكرا.
A jubilant Naif Al-Anazi, the best beard in the game, finally has a winner, and our fantastic Arabic translators can tell us that he said the horse showed a great turn of speed, and the trainer said he'd stay, and the trainer was absolutely right. Really good performance by our winning jockey, and the crowds are just as happy as the rider himself. And Naif, I think that's a smile of jubilation but also relief, because he's had a tough few days.
100%, definitely relief. He didn't get a single winner last week. As John was saying at the end of the commentary there, he was highly successful at the start of the Taif meet, but has just been struggling recently, so this is an overdue winner for him.
I remember we spoke to Hafer after racing on Saturday, and she was actually telling us that Naif was that distraught after his narrow defeat in the feature race that he didn't speak to anyone, and usually he's this bubbly, fantastic character. He didn't want to speak to anyone. No one stayed in his way. He was in a foul mood. But now, complete change of circumstance, gets himself a winner. And just see how great it is to get yourself on the winning thread again.
Yeah, exactly. It just shows what all this means to the jockeys. You know, we see them ride race in, race out, and sometimes it can just become another job, another ride. But at the same time, jockeys like Naif take all these victories to heart and losses as well, and it really means a lot to them.
Hugs all round for Naif Alanazi, who rode a very, very good race as well, we have to admit as well. But we'll get to that later on, because just look how jubilant he is. Everyone is over the moon. He's got the call to prayer in the background. It's quite atmospheric, isn't it, just to see him coming through, celebrating. Hugs all round. Really good to see.
Yeah, very good to see. And hopefully we get a nice interview with Shamila as well, because this is a guy that's not just great on the track, but he's great in front of a camera as well.
I think Shamila might be his biggest fan. I'm not sure whether Alex Moreno will agree with that, but I think Shamila is probably Naif Alanazi's biggest fan. And one of the great things about it is that Shamila mentioned this last week. She said, this is what you've got to look forward to. Naif will be desperate to get his head in front, and that's exactly what he's done today.
Yeah, it was a good ride on this filly as well. You know, this is an ex-King Abdullah bin Abdulaziz filly. You don't generally see horses that have come from those high connections come back to win races like this. So, yeah, I mean, New Connections done fantastically well. She was obviously ready to go third time up this year. She's another daughter of Premium Tap who's been extremely successful. Just a good win for Mabota.
Let's get to Shamila, who's down in the winner's enclosure.
I am so happy to be finally joined by Naif Alanazi, who won race number 6. I'm so happy to be speaking to you again.
Thank you, Shamila. Thank you.
Tell me about the race. Her previous form isn't so good, but today everything fell into place.
Yeah, Shamila. Actually, this filly before with maiden race, she finished number 6. She's good filly, but I think this filly, she more better than the 1 mile 2000, because all the further this filly, all the horses Premium Tap becoming mile and more. Thanks God, today she more better, and she take 62 kilo today. And this filly, not horse, you know. But thanks God about win.
And tell me, last week you had no winners, which is very strange for you. What do you do mentally when you go through a period like this? Is it difficult?
Yeah, Shamila, of course. Last week, no, I don't win. Maybe 3 or 5 times coming second. But actually, thanks God, I am safe. I am not a problem. Not down. This big winner for me. But today, thanks God, win I have, and I hope so. Inshallah, tomorrow and after tomorrow, more winner, inshallah.
Well, I have my fingers crossed for you. Congratulations again, Naif.
Thank you, Shamila. Thank you.
Not only does he have the beard, he also has the smile, and he's now ridden a winner. Is there anything that Naif Alanazi cannot do?
Absolutely not, apart from ride a winner for me. That's the only thing he's got to tick off. This horse is broken lovely and just sat in the second flight, as you can see, second from the right there with the big white noseband and white cap as the camera just changed. And yet again, we're reviewing a race where the winner has ridden the rail the whole way around.
Yeah, interesting. Jumped out to the right a little bit as he left the stalls, and then Naif has to just regather the horse, and takes a little bit of time to get back into rhythm. So it wasn't quite as easy as the last winner we saw, but certainly in that lovely ideal position, front ranked, but not too much up with the pace.
Yeah, it was a contested pace. There were 4 horses wanting to go straight to the front. 2 of them are already bailing out at this point of the race, which just shows how quickly they've gone. Number 19, the reserve Quality Path in the yellow and green, is going back through the field at a rapid rate of knots at this stage and eventually finishes last, eased off with 500 metres still to run. They've gone hard, which suggests that the leader at this stage, Mawred Alem, has run a good race, Callum.
Mawred Alem has certainly done that, because he shrugged off 3 other challenges, but then you'll just see Naif sweeping by on this final turn, which you've already said before, Tom, is so important, this slingshot.
Yeah, this is where you win your races, between 400 and 200 metres out. the leader at that point, Murad Al-Lem, is now waving enough. Quite clearly just gone too hard early and cannot sustain the run. Naif got the perfect tracking trip into the race, just behind, getting lovely cover, covering the least amount of ground against the rail, just moved out on the bend. And as he said in that interview, premium tap progeny all stay for a mile or further. This was just 7 furlongs, so maybe there's a bigger future for Mabota over further distances.
Cyber with a very strong finishing second, certainly one for the notepads. And in third, I cannot believe I'm saying this, but Molahek, who was an absolute nightmare from beginning to end of that race, ended up running on for third. Tom, I am blown away by that effort to finish third, considering there was a lot of talk about him being withdrawn at the start.
Yeah, he was playing up in the prelims before we were even out on track. Once he got out on track and behind the gates, he was jumping up all the time. He didn't want to go into the stalls. That's a lot of wasted energy. And also to come from so far behind, especially when you weave your passage and you lose ground and momentum during the race, you can definitely mark up the performance of Molahek. That was his first try in a handicap. Next time in a similar handicap, he should go very close.
Hopefully he will have learnt from that performance and will be a much easier and better horse to deal with going forward. Great to see Naif Al-Anazi coming out on top here. You can just see here, hands high in the reins, high in the saddle, eased home as Cyber finishes behind in second. I cannot believe the horse had finished third. Shock of the day. Ittizam ran a very nice race, finishing from off the pace as well, and 15 finishing in the horse finishing in fifth there. I just missed that. That was Tazdad finishing there in fifth as well, running a nice race. But you can definitely see the pace fell apart in this race. The horses from the back of the field made up late progress, but they couldn't do anything to catch our winner of race number 6, Mohasba, who was under Naif Al-Anazi in very impressive fashion. Going away at the line, Tom, I was quite impressed by that.
Yeah, I was too. It's a very good ride, and this filly's still unexposed. She's got a bright future ahead of her. It was also a very good call by John Blance, and Ken has messaged in to say very good commentator, which is fantastic to see.
Ah, look, so John's got a fan, at least one in Ken. And we've not seen any other support for John for the rest of the day. But thank you for getting in touch with us on YouTube, Ken, leading the comments and giving us all your viewpoints. Make sure you let us know whether you're Team Callum, which I reckon you're probably on. You don't want to be on Team Tom. I've heard rumours you don't want to be on that team. Team Callum had a third in that, and we're flying along now. Team Tom, what happened to your selection there? Howacat?
Showed lots of early speed. Unfortunately, just bailed out with 400 metres to run. You know, in a race like that, it didn't look like there was a lot of speed on paper, but there were 4 horses that want to go to the front. When that happens, you just, you know your race is done early on. Everyone's
taking each other on, and they're running their race in the back straight rather than the home straight.
Yeah, exactly that. The race was already done. As you can see the pictures right now, with the green cap, already in third, fully under the pump with 300 metres to go. It just wasn't to be today.
Murad Al-Lem at this point, if you're a supporter of Murad Al-Lem, you might be thinking this is our race to lose now, but just begins to see the tank empty slightly here as our winner comes through on the outside. Plenty of runners in behind. You can just see Cyber at the back of short, orange sleeves on the left. There's 2 horses with orange sleeves. Cyber is the horse with the orange sleeves on the left. The horse that finishes third is not even in the picture, not even being watched for. Look at Naif, he's cruising here. It's a beautiful shot. You can see just how comfortable he is in the saddle there and confident he is going away. And the horse pulled away in a lovely head carriage as well. Driven and determined. Ears laid back, nose pushed forward. Exactly what you want to see. Naif giving it us all. Looking at the big screen. Cheeky look there, we just see it. And another one there as well. You love to see it. Naif looks to the line. He knows he's about to break his duct. And a very impressive performance by our winner of race 6.
She was actually on the wrong lead for much of the straight as well, so you can definitely mark up the performance. Wasn't basically giving all the energy until the final 100 metres. I don't know, it's quite impressive. The more I'm watching the replays of this, Callum, the more I think this was a good ride and a good run by Mabota.
She put herself back onto the right lead as well, though. That's the thing.
Yeah.
So she's got, and we'll see from the start here, you'll see what's the winner here comes out stall 2. He'll just jump out a little bit awkwardly here. You'll see not really the ideal getaway. He's going to take advantage of stall 3 falling out the gates and getting that start there. And he's going to jump right across to the right. And you see it's in about 6th position here. Tom's selection is bang up there. Horse number 7, which is Ekip Naj, is right up there as well. But you're going to see the 2 horses on the inside, which are 5 and 4, are going to end up being your early pace setters once they all settle down, and we get these beautiful shots from behind the runners looking lovely as they hurtle into the first bend, which is obviously where the race can sometimes be won and lost.
Yeah, exactly. In this case, it was lost at the first bend because the 4 horses were all going hammer and tongs from the outset. We just got a lovely picture there from behind the horses, which just showed the limited amount of kickback. I don't know whether that's because they harrow every 2 races or whether it's because they water the venue here as well, but it's great to see because with the kickback, there'll be even more of a pace bias, and we just don't want that.
Absolutely. I think you're right. It's a lot of racing jurisdictions can take note from this, is that this is a very, what I would call a fair dirt track. It certainly doesn't seem to be the slop that we see in some other nations. It was interesting when we thought the rain was going to come, they were continuing to water the course. So that was something that clearly was a prerogative anyway. I think a turf track would be exceptional here, Tom. I don't know about you, but I just think they've got so much space to get a turf track installed. It would be a shame not to see it.
Yeah, it would. We've seen, obviously, a turf track in most US race venues right now. We've got a turf track at Riyadh as well. The weather is a slight issue in regards to whether it's too hot and therefore the ground is too firm. But you know, they make it work in the US, in the desert, so why can't they do it here? And
the other thing about a turf track is it would need some time to settle. So if it was installed, you still need another 2-3 years before they could get going. I know in the UK they're doing a very similar thing at Chelmsford, where they've got a turf track installed, and that is a course that they're really interested in getting going, maybe for the latter part of the season.
Yeah, exactly. We're always looking for different venues and different ways to improve tracks, but at the same time, this Taif dirt track is very impressive, and I'm enjoying it, especially in the night time with the floodlights on, I have to say.
We go racing Thursday night under the lights here at King Khalid Racecourse. Absolutely fantastic thing to see, and it's certainly a race I'm looking forward to. We move swiftly on to race 7, Tom. Race number 7 already. John Blance is in the sky. Can he give us some runners and riders?
Race on the card, lads. 3 more still to go. Al Rai Al Sadid in the hands of Arayan Al Tuesh is horse number 1. 2 is Oashek Wigberto Ramos in the colours of Prince Faisal bin Khaled bin Aziz. Horse number 3 is Hod Huri, Ali Al Mamoni rides. 4 is Estijad in the hands of Saif Al Dahani. Horse number 5 is Shibat Arab Ayad Al Turisi. Horse number 6 is Al Kaitab. Thurb Al Timat is aboard that one. Horse number 7 is Kalab, that's the man of Abdullah Al Orfi. And horse number 8 is Dakota Nawaf Al Fairuz. Horse number 9 is the mount of Demisiado Delgado Al Mahabani. Horse number 10 is Qaid Al Fursan. Horse number 11 is Moshena in the hands of Abdullah Al Khamis. Horse number 12 is Silk Al Jaman in the hands of Khalid Al Mimoni. Horse number 13 is Mabrukat Najd in the hands of Mohammed Al Buhail. And horse number 14 is Atta Al Mawala in the hands of Adel Al Faradi, who's due a winner.
I can't believe we're saying it. Adel Al Faradi is due a winner. His brother's been flying form. Naif Al Anazi has now got a winner. Come on, Adel, get it together now.
Well, I've been saying similar things about Camille Ospina for the last week, but look, these are 2 fantastic riders. It's only a matter of time.
I think you're right, and that's the wig man there, hoping to give us a wiggle, wiggle, wiggle. He have a ride today as well. He's on number 2, Oashek, in this race. This is number 1, Al Ray Al Sadid. Tom, what do you make of this horse?
He finished second last time over 1 mile 1 furlong. That came, last year, not last time. Last time up, he was a bit disappointing back at meeting 26 when he finished 13th.
This is Oashek with Gilberto Ramos on board.
One of the likely leaders in this race from a good inside draw, a nice looking chestnut colt as well. He badly missed the start last time on his debut. Gilberto Ramos will make sure he breaks better today.
Number 3, Hod Hori, is another nice runner with the yellow bandages on the hind legs. A reminder all, this is a maiden.
Ran okay last time in a 0-65. That was last week, in fact, a meeting 29. This colt is 0 from 19 in his career, though, and only rated 58.
Eshtadad is number 4. I watched this horse run last time. Ran with some promise.
Did run with some promise. I couldn't have him on that effort alone, despite the fact he didn't get the ideal trip. But he is rated 67 and one of the highest rated horses in this race.
Shimat Arab is the 0 from 27.
Yes, 0 from 27 filly. She has to find plenty. But if you go back to meeting 4, she finished 5th. A replica of that run would see her bang there.
Number 6 is Al Kitab. Tom, what do you make of this horse? Unexposed.
Unexposed, only had 3 starts and finished 5th over 1 mile 1 furlong last year, which is definitely the career best. Only run once this term, which came last week, and finished 12th.
Number 7 is Khalab, not from 7, small type.
Yes, very small type, but the other Prince Faisal bin Khalid bin Abdulaziz runner in this race, a chestnut colt. Abdul Alafi takes the ride, but he always rides Khalab. It wasn't a choice of Wigberto Ramos to be on the 2 instead.
Number 8 is Dakota. Nice horse.
4-year-old filly, 0 from 12 last year. She's hard to like on her form. She'll need to step forward, and she's only rated 50.
Alma Habani is at number 9, 0 from 17, and hasn't shown much so far.
No, exactly that. 8th back at meeting 20, 13th at meeting 28 last week. 0 from 15 last year as well, has a low rating.
Kayaz Al Fasan is horse number 10, comes out of gate 10 because they come out in gate order.
Yeah, 0 from 16, but this colt actually has a good chance on form. Finished second last time at meeting 16, finished third back at meeting 10. 4 places to his name so far, definitely a player.
Number 11 fills the eye, that's Masnesa.
Yeah, a filly. She looks good for a filly against the boys in here. 0 from 14, only rated 50, but she seems to be trending in the right direction.
That's Mosnesia. I apologise for my pronunciation there, because this is Silk Al-Jaman, is horse number 12, 0 from 13.
Coming off a long layoff, this daughter of Bandini. She's 0 from 13 in her career, coming from gate 12, but she's rated 64.
Mabrukat Najd is horse number 13, a horse that, what's the replay of last time, struggled.
Yep, struggled last time, another filly in this race. Finished 5th back at meeting 22 though. She'll need to bounce back to that level to finish in the top 5 or 6 here.
Wrapping up the field is horse number 14, Atta Al Mawala.
Yeah, hasn't been seen for a long time. He breaks from an outside gate. However, he is ridden by Adel Al-Faredi, and we know that he pops up when you least expect it.
Absolutely, 0 from 5, but certainly an eye-catcher in the parade ring. Quickly, we've got through all of those quite quickly, Tom. So for me, I'll have to leave it to you and say, what do you like straight away?
The 2 Prince Faisal runners, I think, will fight this out. It's really difficult to split them. They've got the same trainer. They've got different jockeys, but usually you'd suspect that Roberto Ramos would have the choice. When it comes to this race, I don't think he did. He rode Away Sheikh last time. Abdullah Al-Alfi has ridden Kalab on 5 of his last 6 runs. So I don't think the jockey makes a choice about which is the first string and which is the second. It's a difficult one. Kalab is a solid option, but we've seen plenty of solid options lose today. I think the horse with the highest potential is Away Sheikh, so I'll take the number 2.
I've been kind of looking along the line of horses that are running to form on a regular occurrence, and it look like they're going to improve with each start. And Kayad Al Fasan fits that bill for me, horse number 10.
Yeah, I don't disagree at all. 4 places out of 16 starts, second last time up in a 0 to 65 handicap, now drops into a maiden. I think this horse has a good chance as well, Kayad Al Fasan. I've just got one note written down here with a little scribble underneath which says reasonably slow.
Ooh.
Yeah, so I think that Kayad Al Fasan is the type, in my opinion, that will plug on for second or third, but might lack the kick as they come off the bend with 400 metres to run to really take this race to the opposition.
Sounds like an awful lot of horses I've selected so far over the last week and a half, so very much looking forward to the jockeys getting the bell to get aboard their horses. And then a few others I'd like to mention on our second page. Silk Al-Jaman is 0 from 13, which is actually quite unexposed in a race like this where a lot of these have had plenty of starts.
Yeah, but rated 64, so definitely has a chance, as we've touched on. And a filly against the boys. How many times have we seen the fillies beat the boys in these maidens since we've been here?
And with a weight of only 56 on board, it's certainly something to keep an eye on. It's a little bit difficult with the colours. We'll have a look, see what the colours the jockey is on today. But I certainly wouldn't be too concerned with the fillies, who always have a good record here at King Harland Racecourse, and also the fact that she's got a featherweight on her back.
Yeah, it's just a long layoff that's the big negative for me. You know, she's obviously rated high enough to contest this, the finish of this race. There are a couple rated slightly higher, the likes of number 14, Atta Al Mawla, number 1, Al Ray Al Sadid as well, are rated higher than her.
What do we make of a horse like Atta Al Mawla? Long layoff. This is probably just a run to get back into fitness.
Yeah, it hasn't been seen for a long time, but when you see Adele Al-Faredi on board, there's a bit of hope inspired. I don't know whether Adele's been riding him in the mornings or whether the agent has gone, you know what, this son of Street Boss has got a good chance, but who knows?
I think it's fascinating to see, and I reckon there's a little bit of brotherly love going on in that wear room there. Oh, come on, Farhad looking at Adele going, are you going to ride a winner? Are you going to get dangerous with a winner? We want to go home and celebrate something. Are you just going to continue to finish second, third or fourth? Don't worry, I'll lead the group there. Farhad will lead and he'll ride all the winners he can. Carlab, we've mentioned before, the second string, would you say from the stable?
I don't know, difficult to say second string. I made the assumption last week about this when Prince Faisal had 2 runners and Abdullah Al-Alfi was on one and Wigberto was on the other. I think they're joint first strings, just 2 completely different horses.
Let's have a look at some form, and the first horse we are going to look at is Carlab, because this is Carlab finishing second and doing it well at Riyadh.
Yeah, finishing second under Abdullah Al-Alfi. left-handed drive in the closing stage is a full drive, but the horse isn't really picking up. Just stays on at the 1 speed. However, this is Riyadh form. Bumped into a nice type, the number 14, in the big yellow socks that eventually won this race. Maybe this is good enough to win, Callum.
Yeah, I think this Riyadh form is always very strong. I think there's no doubt about getting away from it. Interesting, when you watch that race, the horse fades and then picks up again. This is Kayed Al Fasan, the horse that I'm quite interested in, Tom.
Yeah, this is where I've got reasonably slow written down. He just seems to grind and grind and grind and grind and grind. And he keeps running home at the 1 speed, but he doesn't really quicken. As you just watch him there in the coloured blinkers, 3 from the left on the outside. Jockey looks a little bit unbalanced in the saddle, but the horse is still running. He's still trying to win the race. He just doesn't really have that acceleration.
I think what's fascinating about that is when you see the horse in the parading, he's not the most normal looking animal. Seems to kind of plug on a little bit weird. High back, high bum, dipped back, high front end. He seems to be built all the wrong way, but it doesn't tend to stop him from running. You can just see him in shot now.
Yeah, he's very consistent. He's always there or thereabouts. He is the other solid option in the race, much like one of the other horses further down the race card. But at the same time, I'd be disappointed if something didn't beat Kayed Al Fasan. He seems the type of horse that will finish second.
I don't want you to tell Connections that. I think they'll be furious with you. Look at Kayed Al Fasan is going to run a good race. Hopefully that horse runs a big race. Great to see more people getting involved in the comments as well. We love it when you get involved as much as we hope you will. Plenty of emojis on show. Again, I'm waiting to see all the Team Tom sad emojis as you keep on plugging away. And the Team Callum sums up, as we had a third last time out from the we had a third.
What are we putting our thumbs up for, Team Callum?
Team Callum had a third. Team Callum had a third, and we were flying along. A third who was unlikely to run, only just before the start. It's all fun and games here at Team Callum. We support anything we can get. It's a dream to be here.
Grasping at straws. It's unbelievable. It's unbelievable.
Estijad is an interesting runner for me. Number 4, we see on your race card. When I looked at his run last time out, he's got bright orange colours, you can't miss. Early speed will be bang up there, but faded very badly last time.
Yeah, I can't have him on that last effort. The time before, when he finished 5th, was much better, and you can give him a chance for that performance. He breaks from a nice stall. I don't know too much about Connections, but the mark of 67 suggests he's got the ability to play a big part.
Someone with a mark of 69, a little bit higher, is Al Ray Al Sadid, who is horse number 1 on the race card, 4-year-old colt. Is there anything positive for him, or is it just the rating?
High rating. He's back up in trip, which I think is the main key here. He finished second over 1 mile 1 furlong last year. Been running over 7 so far this year, which probably is just an inadequate test of stamina for him.
So we're hoping the step up in trip to 1,600, a little bit of a jump up to the mile, will hopefully bring out the best in that horse. Plenty of others with chances. Al Kitab, horse number 6, one of the more unexposed runners, the horse that you're just seeing in front of your pictures now.
Yeah, he's a quick turnaround though off a long layoff. You always have the dreaded bounce factor when this happens, when a horse can replicate their performance. Last time he finished 12th, he just has plenty to find. I'm getting more and more confident that Prince Faisal bin Khalid's going to win this race. I'm just not sure which one. I'm going to go with Awashek, but I'm hoping that Wigberto Ramos can get this horse out the stalls because he was super slow away last time.
Awashek for you, that's horse number 2. I'm going to go for horse number 10, Kayed Al Fasan, and I'm hoping that there's just not enough horses in this field that are good enough to beat him on a going day. Those are our selections. That's Team Callum and Team Tom. It's over to you on Team John.
Thank you very much, guys. Yeah, the vast majority of these horses are now behind the starting stalls. We can still see Estijad, though, must have a pretty solid chance based on some of the form, although maybe not last time out. Estijad there in the striking colours with a big white face as well. Next to go behind will be Calab in the distinguishing white cap. Atta Al-Mawla in the light blue and red, making its way behind Adil Al-Faradi. How much longer will we wait for him to ride a winner? We'll see. There's horse number 9, Al-Mabani. And then we've got Silk Al-Jaman, who's just been dismounted down at the start. If you're working from the Saudi Jockey Club form sheet, you don't want to have colours for that one, but there you can see the white with the light green sash. There's horse number 11. Mosh Nassar, and number 13 is Mabrukat Najd. And horse number 8 there is Dakota in slightly deeper cerise, almost red colours there with the green sash. So we wait for the horses to load up. There is Estijad, who so far has had no wins from 6 starts, but obviously it's being a maiden race. There are some with fewer convictions than most than some of the others. And I suppose the least exposed, well, Estijad will go down as one of the least exposed in this field at the moment. 1 or 2 of these have had now quite a lot of attempts at trying to win and haven't managed to do so. There's one of those, Mabrukat Naj, who's on start 17. The 8 is Dakota. Nawaf Al Fayrouz aboard. And there's Al-Ray Al Sadid, Ryan Al Tuash aboard that one. And there's the 6 Al-K Tab. So the loading up process going to be getting underway very shortly. 7:13 local time. This race due off at 7:15. There's the 7 Khalab to go in. Abdullah Al-Lawfi aboard that one. Of course, there's 2 in the same ownership here. Wiggy's on the other one. Away Sheikh. Atta Al-Mawla to go in as well. So Atta Al-Mawla is in. Horse number 11 is Moshne Shah, or Moshne Sar, I should say. Number 13 is Mabrukat Najd. Incidentally, speaking of the YouTube channel, if you want to criticise my Arabic pronunciation, feel free to do so in the chat. I'll do my best. Dakota's the next to go in. Then Shimat Arab. Got the blindfold on for stalls entry now. Shimat Arab. 1 or 2 playing up today, more so than normal. Al Mabani to go in. There's Silk Al Jaman to come forward. This is Kaid Al Fursan. Still playing up a little bit there is Shimat Arab, who doesn't want to go in. Still got Owe Sheikh to go forward as well. Shimat Arab getting backs away. Shimat Arab into stall 5. Due to go in next to Estijad. 5 left to load. Estijad taking a bit of persuasion, but now has come forward. There's Owe Sheikh. Also still to go in is Al-K Tab. Green and white colours there for that one. Still waiting for Al-Ri Al Sadid to come forward as well. There's Al-Ri Al Sadid. Longest race of the night so far, over the 1600 metres. Starting right at the back of the back straight, right at the end of the back straight, the full expanse of that to run. Extent was the word I was looking for. It's a mixture of extent and expanse. It's been a long old day. Al-Ray Al Sadid to come forward. In now to stall 1. Horse number 3 is Hod Hurri, looking to try and win for the first time. After 20 starts, 19 runs today, will it be 20th time lucky for Hod Hurri? Starter happy, down at the 1600s. Ready and off. They are racing. Rather slowly away was Silk Al Jaman. That was dragging its hooves early. Good start made by Estijad in the orange and blue colours of the big white face. Can't miss that one. Also prominent in the early stages is Owe Sheikh for Wiggy Ramos. They're then followed in 3rd by Silk Al Jaman, who's trying to overcome that slightly dodgy start. They're then followed by Al-K Tab, who's not too far away there in mid-division. White distinguishing cap for Khalab, who's in mid-div at the moment as well. Rather wide on the track is Atta Al-Mawla in the hands of Adil Al-Furadi. Also prominent is Moshne Sar in the white and dark blue colours there. Field trailing back to Shimat Arab, who behaved rather badly in the preliminaries and isn't going very well in the race. And Hod Hurri has got plenty in front as well. And also towards the back of the field is Al Mahabani. So they start to make the turn now inside the final 600. And it's Estijad who leads them to, in second position, Owe Sheikh. They're then followed by the light blue and red colours of Atta Al-Mawla towards the outside in 3rd. Then up the inner in 4th is Khalab, the red jacket with the white distinguishing cap. They're then followed by Al-K Tab, who's in 5th. Right round the outside now is Mabrukat Naj, nudged, who's getting going from the back and getting a little bit closer, but swinging for home. It's Estejad who continues to lead. Ramos now in the drive aboard Owe Shek in second. They're well on. There's a faller towards the rear of the field there as well, but they were well on to Kalab, who's racing in third. Then from the into fourth spot, we've got Mabrukat Najd, but they're down the lane now. And over on the far side, Owe Shek, who was under pressure a while ago, but is now beginning to respond. Too much too soon for Estejad, who looks tired in second. And it's Wigberto Ramos aboard Owe Shek, who now goes on by 2, by 3, and racing up towards the line. Owe Shek, just off the speed, has come through to score. Beats Estejad, who held on well for second. In third spot was Mabrukat Najd. It was very tight for fourth. Tom Collins giving you the winner there. Owe Shek, Wigberto Ramos, giving this horse the almost textbook ride here at Taif. Well, on the speed is often a good place to be, but just off the back of the speed can be a really good place to be, and just held off behind Estejad, who was probably overdoing things out in front, and in the end has been reeled in by Wigberto Ramos, multiple champion jockey here over in Saudi Arabia. He's in the veteran stage of his career, but he's still riding plenty of winners, and a lot of the youngsters at Taif could learn a thing or two from the Wig man. It was Hod Hari who took that fall towards the rear of the field. Let's hope that everyone's okay. Ali Al-Mamoni was aboard that one. But Wigberto Ramos aboard Owe Shek, just the one run last season, and has scored by 3 lengths. And I think there's going to be more to come from this horse. No world beater. This race wasn't a particularly strong one, but has won it decisively, and there'll be better races to contest for this one in the fullness of time, you would have thought. Owe Shek, the winner, 1:46.48 seconds, the winning time of our 7th race here at Taif this afternoon. Polished stuff in the saddle from veteran jockey Wigberto Ramos. Estejad in second. Mabrukat Najd finished in third. That was a decent run. That was quite a long way off the pace, that horse finish in third spot, although quite a long way behind the first 2. And the fourth, well, it was tight. Number 10 has been given fourth. The horse that was in the middle of that little group of runners there has been confirmed in fourth. That was Kayed Al Fursan. But I think we're going to get a wiggle in the winner's enclosure.
Professional. They get a little nervous. We got the blanket fall to the last minute. And then the race was nice and kind with me. Thanks.
He was blindfolded going into the stalls, but once the blindfold came off, Owayak was very, very impressive indeed. Has come right into the winner's enclosure, right by our presentation position. And nice looking animal, looks smaller on camera, but a little bit bigger and more scopy in real life.
Yeah, nice looking type. I'm very happy to finally get a winner on the board, Wigberto Ramos. As we can see, Abdullah Al-Mamoni, he looks absolutely fine just walking back. I was actually watching the ambulance down the back straight, pick him up. He was unshipped from Hod Hari. The horse seemed to hit the rail 400 metres out, but we see that in the full replay. Yeah, Team Tom 1, Team Callum 0, right?
Yes, absolutely. You're absolutely right, Tom. You are 1-0 up, finally getting a winner. I think we called it quite perfectly when we described how this race would work out. You obviously said your horse would run well. I said Estejad would have that early speed, did a big thing. We're hopefully going to get a wiggle. If all we're really here for is a wiggle, we'll wait till the presentation gets over and done with. They're going to take some photos as well, but all we really want to see is a little bit of a wiggle. But we'll keep waiting. Meanwhile, running on for third, a very nice performance from Mabrukat Najd, a horse that has no speed whatsoever, but always plugs on nicely. And another horse with no speed, number 10, Kayed Al Fursan, is another horse who showed very little speed but came on late. So, Tom, I think we called that race the best we've called so far.
Yeah, it was quite accurate, the pre-race analysis, thankfully. Good ride by Wigberto, getting up the inside, which was crucial. The rail was left open, as we can see, the stricken rider who came off Hod Hari. He looks absolutely fine now.
Can we get any sort of translation?
الحمد لله على السلامة.
الحمد لله على السلامة. وش اللي كنت في الإسعاف إيش قال لك الدكتور؟ إيش؟
أموره طيبة، أخذ إجراءات إسعاف، الحمد لله طيبين وبشرهم إن شاء الله طيبين. احنا متعودين الطيحات خير لابد فيها.
إن شاء الله إنك طيب بإذن الله، والحمد لله على السلامة وما تشوف شر.
الله طيبين، الله يجزاك خير.
مشاهدينا الكرام كان هذا.
Now, my Arabic isn't the best there, Tom, but what I could get out of that is thank goodness I'm okay, everything is okay, he is fine, and a smile as well, which we can only say is a good thing. One person who will be smiling and hopefully giving us a bit of a dance as well is Wigberto Ramos, who was mustered today on our winner.
Yeah, it looks like he's down there with Shamila, so hopefully he'll give us a nice winning interview in due course.
Absolutely. Estejad running a really nice race in second place as well. And Shamila is down in the winner's enclosure with our winning jockey.
I'm with Wigberto Ramos, and that just looked way too easy. He flew down the rail.
Right. Looked like she was very confident inside the rail, so I say, I will stay here. I hope they don't block me, so that they don't happen, thanks to God. And she went all the way from the beginning to the end in the rear.
And obviously she took a step back and trip today. That benefited.
Yeah, right. She was. They already told me that she was a little bit nervous inside the gate, so we got the blinker fall to the last minute when I take her off. She just broke good. But the other one showed more speed, so I say, I don't want to take the lead. I just want to save my filly because I know she got a long time that she was running.
And you said they put the blinkers on her when she entered the stalls. Does this calm them down and make sure that they're ready for the race?
Yeah. And also the cotton. They do, Lara Stable, they do put the cotton. They make the horse come down. And with the blindfold, it's a very special for the getting to the gate and stay cotton inside the gate. Usually they take it off right away when they go inside, but this one, they have to wait for the last minute.
Well, I'm glad everything worked out. Well done, Wiggy.
Thank you.
A very much a UK style then. You can just see the horse getting the great break where Wigberto says, I'm going to sit in the gates as long as possible and whip the blindfold off as the stalls open. You don't often see that here in Saudi Arabia, but that's something we do often see in UK racing.
It is, it very much is, and pace is so important over here in Saudi. And I said pre-race that this horse badly missed the start on debut. Like, he missed 5 or 6 lengths and it was game over straight away. So it was crucial that he got away on terms today. Roberto looked like he didn't want the front. He confirmed that in the interview there. He just wanted to be prominent. And he actually got the perfect rail trip. Like I've said, in virtually every race today, you ride the rail, you go very close to winning.
Absolutely. Estejad ends up going out in front. I don't think there was much the jockey could do aboard that. That horse has shown early speed in plenty of races before. Doesn't ever get to the rail, though, and I think that really is the story of this race.
Yeah, you should always move across. He decided to leave the rail open. Roberto, burrowed his way up the inside, and here it actually looked like Owaishek is going backwards, but Roberto managed to galvanise a second wind out of him.
I think Owaishek is in trouble at this point, and I think the second horse, Estejad, doesn't take advantage of this because Wigberto is not making progress at that stage, and the leader is. And as you see on this turn, I'd be slamming this door, and you can see the jockey is full on left hand down, but watch as they come off this bend here. He is so far wide, he just opened the door, it's parted like the Red Sea for our eventual winner, and our second has no chance at that point.
No, you've got to be a bit more tactical than that, I think.
Absolutely.
In race riding. Maybe Estejad wasn't good enough to win it anyway. You can see that in the end, Owaishek is quite dominant. But at the same time, you've got to do the best within the rules to give your horse a chance of winning. And potentially Estejad wasn't given that today.
But if you're the jockey aboard Estejad, I'm not saying getting to the rail means you win, but at least give Wigberto Ramos, one of the leading riders here, a guy who's been here for over 20 years, at least give him something to think about. Don't just open the gate up for him and allow him to come through. Shut that door. We've seen it plenty of time. I remember on Thursday last week, we saw Camille Ospina get absolutely slammed in, perfectly legally. There was no danger. We've got very good steers.
Thank you for reminding me of that one.
Yeah, absolutely, yeah. Tom was on, no surprises there. But that horse was pinned on the rail, didn't get a chance to get out because the jockeys decided that was a decent chance, we're going to block him off. They did not do that. They gave him far too much respect there and gave him a route into the race. And there was no chance that a jockey with the experience and the moxie of this rider here, Wigberto Ramos, is ever going to let you get away with that. He will punish you, and he's just done that today.
Yeah, he's never going to pass up an opportunity. So gracious to just ride along the rail the whole way. It's a place you want to be anyway. It's not just a factor of covering less ground or making it slightly more difficult for the rider. This is the Golden Highway that we've seen so far today. Virtually all of the winners have ridden the rail the whole way round, including in the straight. Wigberto was just allowed to do what he wanted. And Awashek finally gets off the mark at the second time of asking.
And Tom, you finally are on the Golden Highway. Congratulations for tipping us a winner. Really nicely done indeed. You were absolutely right about everything there.
Thank you very much. Yeah, we've got a couple races left, so hopefully this isn't the final one today.
Absolutely. We'll move on to race 8 sooner rather than later. But I do want to just bring on a little bit of Mabrak Najd, who's a really interesting third place horse. I was talking to you off camera earlier on today. I said I've watched his horse's replay and he has no pace, but he always travels quite strongly into the race and just doesn't quite have the early speed to get in. So a really nice performance there from the third. My selection was the fourth. I thought we were in a lot of trouble in the back straight. I didn't think we'd be featuring, but plugged on late, just like you said earlier on. No surprise to see him finish fourth, but not threaten the first two.
Yeah, he just doesn't have a turn of foot. He's quite slow and one pace. He's always there or thereabouts, but will struggle to get a win.
Basically, that's the overall theme of Callum Helliwell's selections. They're always there or thereabouts, but nowhere near winning the race. And that's always,
you were celebrating a third earlier.
I'll celebrate a fourth as well, my friend. Woo! We had a fourth. It's what we do. But it was a really interesting performance here. I think we'll see it all here. If I'm on the horse that eventually finishes second, I have to say I'm disappointed. Disappointed with the ride. I know the horse was hanging. I know he didn't make it easy, but you've got to close that door.
Yeah, you have to close the door on Wigberto, just at least make it difficult for him. Look, I don't think it will actually change the result. I think the best horse has won, but he was also given the best ride.
Yeah, absolutely. Even if Wigberto would have to switch ride and come by, I still think he's coming by. I don't think there's any concerns.
No.
But just to be gifted the Golden Highway, like you say, rails run. He was literally on rails. It couldn't have made it any either if he tried. Hopefully we'll see some shots at the start and we'll see how well he got away, because that was prime horsemanship from Wigberto Ramos, using all his experience to his advantage at the very early stage of the race.
This was the race that was won actually at the start rather than at the finish, because if this horse missed the kick like last time, he's probably not getting into that position early, and he probably wouldn't have won. We'd probably be talking about Efsejad winning this race.
We just see the start here. He gets the advantage of the horse coming out of 3, missed the kick completely. He gets a lovely start, and the horse out of 1 misses a kick as well. So all to either side of you do nothing. You've got that perfect run down to the rail coming out of stall 2.
Yeah, exactly. It all panned out lovely from the outset. Wigberto managed to go down the Golden Highway. If he could have ridden this race, well, if he could ride it again, he wouldn't be able to ride it any better.
Wouldn't change it at all. I reckon when you're planning a race, that was plan A. Usually you have to go to plan C, D, and E, but that was plan A, and it worked out really nicely indeed. Good run from the horse in second. Eshtadad, I think, again, I've mentioned the ride, but as you can see, you can already see he's hanging here. He's giving his rider no chance there, and I think maybe Wigberto is just getting onto his hindquarters and saying, I'm here. If you're going to come across me, you're going to cut me up, and the stewards will have a look at it.
Yeah, exactly. He wanted to make his life pretty difficult. Wigberto knew that if he just burrowed a little bit up the inside, he wouldn't be, he shouldn't have been interfered with. And he wasn't. It was very fair racing, like all Saudi racing is, to be fair. There's only been one race since we've been here. How many races have we covered right now? 27, 34 races we've done so far.
Quick math, Tom.
34 races we've done so far since we, as the English broadcast, have been in Taif with the proper coverage, and only one race I've seen trouble in running.
Absolutely. I think you're totally right. It's all very fair. The jockeys are all very professional. I'm still, my heart sinks if you're on the outside there. Close the door, for goodness sakes. But it's okay, because you can see a couple of our runners that are coming in behind the field. The likes of Kayad Al-Fassan and Mubkat Najd. And Mabokat Najd is another horse who's going to run a nice race to finish off in third. And I think that's the horse I'm going to end up following quite a while into the future, because I just love a horse that's a bit of a boat but is going to come on and stay on a little bit later. If you're commenting on the YouTube, please keep involved. Plenty of comments coming in, and still plenty of viewers, Tom. This is great to see. People are stuck with us all day, and that's great to see.
Yeah, it's fantastic. This is the most comments we've had so far on a live coverage, so please keep them coming. And not even just today, but join us tomorrow and Saturday as well. We will be doing the whole Taif card on both days. Really looking forward to it. We have 2 races left today. Let's not jump ahead of ourselves. Both are Arabian horse races as well.
The next race, race number 8 on our card, is what I feel is the feature race of the card. I love this race. I'm very excited. And the man to take us through the runners and riders is John Balance.
Thanks, lads. Two Arabian horses Arabian horse races to enjoy. We get a nice shot of the agricultural machinery on the track there as well here at Taif. Thea Hamilan is horse number 1. Abdullah Al Hussein is aboard. Horse number 2 is Sadea Al Khaladia. Abdullah Al Orfi rides. Jara Al Khaladia is the mount of Jamie Carrion. Horse number 5 is Jade de Faust, the mount of Asil Al Sahani. Number 6 is Shaw Al. Mohammed Al Buhail rides that one. Noor Al Fadel is next. That's Alexis Moreno's mount. Horse number 8 is Al Hassas, the mount of Abdullah Al Kradis. And horse number 9 is Sibo Al Mori. Rodriguez Jose rides. Horse number 10 is Madkur in the hands of Khalid Al Mimoni. Horse number 11 is Farid Al Jazi, Abdulaziz Al Yesh. And horse number 12 is Semoom in the hands of Khalid Al Ashrar. And horse number 13 is Easter du Soleil. Camilo Ospina is aboard. Horse number 3 does not take its chance here. So we're down to a field of 12 for the first of 2 Arabian races here to close the card on day 1 of this 3-day meeting here, of course, at Taif Racing tomorrow and Saturday as well, as the horses being led into the parade ring by our friends on horseback there, Athos, Porthos and Aramis. And it's back to the studio.
John Blant, have you just given us the names of the 3 Musketeers and not even one fired it through to myself and Tom? I see how this works now, I see. Don't worry, these will be noted, these things will be taken note of and referred to HR. We are certainly not have you come and undermine us in that fashion. Unbelievable, Tom, I don't know how you dealt with that.
Arthas, Porthos and Aramis. I mean, phenomenal names, phenomenal guys as well.
Strong names, strong guys. No, this is, in my opinion, the feature race on the card, and that's because my selection goes without the horse you just saw go through shot. That's Farid Al Jazi. That's my selection for this. I think this horse is made for a contest like this, and although there are plenty of last time out winners that we've actually seen here, recent last time out winners, I think this horse is too good.
Yeah, it looks that way on the ratings. Rated 99 as we currently see number 8, Al Hassas, a Qatar bred. And moving on to number 9, who we should talk about now, is Sibo Al Mori. You actually picked this horse.
I did indeed.
Last time up when he won.
Yes, he was a lovely eye-catcher in the parade ring then, and he's an eye-catcher in the parade ring now. It was a tough race last time out. This seems far too quick to get back. Number 10 is Badakor, an interesting runner here, Tom. 1 win from 6 starts.
Yeah, and that win came in a maiden over 1 mile 2 furlongs. He's a 5-year-old grey colt. He ran last time at meeting 12. Maybe a fitness worry with him.
Here's your race winner. We don't need to talk about any more. Farid Al Jazi, 2nd in the last 2 starts, and the last time out was really impressive.
Rated 99, the highest rated in the race, finished 2nd in a cup event last time behind an absolute star. Maybe he's the best in this field.
Af Simone, we've seen this horse before as well. It won last time out in front of us.
Yeah, he won a maiden last week. This is much tougher. He's got a chance though, he's in form, but he is rated 65.
Another recent winner is Esther de Soleil, another horse we saw win last time out on the back of a 2nd on penultimate start.
Won at meeting 28, just 1 meeting before Sibo Al Mori won. Again though, that was a much easier contest and is now drawn wide in 13. Just playing up a little bit in the paddock too.
Yeah, I just thought he was going to go up in the air there as we get a good look at our gaming area, which is right down by the 2,000 metre start. So if you are here at King Harland Racecourse, please have a good time and enjoy this. We're seeing a couple of the guys try to knock down the cans with the ball and, in all seriousness, struggling, to be honest, but not as bad as Shamila's basketball, which was, quite frankly, one of the worst things I've ever seen in my life.
I am glad you said it, because I was going to.
Absolutely, the WNBA has not been cooling. However, I'm sure with a little bit of practice, we might be able to get one in, at least one, hopefully, because the last time was truly quite shocking. Tom, out the horses we've gone through so far, are there any others you want to bring up early on?
Yes, so we've gone from number 8 down to number 13, but we haven't touched on the early horses at the top of the race card. Let's go through them. We have a couple of video footage pieces as well to come soon in the next couple of minutes. But number 1 is Thaya Hamalan, 1 from 15 so far, just a 4-year-old. Finished 3rd the last twice in handicap company and is now running an Arabian Race Horses event for horses who won 0-1. This can be seen as a step in a sideways direction, but I think this is probably tougher. And the horse that I really like in this race, and I'm taking you on, despite the fact that your horse has the highest rating and is the most likely winner, is Sadea Al Khaladia. It was a menu horse early on. is owned by the Al Khaladir stables. 7 wins so far this meet. This horse's sole victory came at this trip, represents powerful connections and is drawn well in stall 2.
The only concern I have with Sayeda Al Khaladir is the fact that he finished 6th last time out, which was a real disappointment considering how consistent he'd been before that. Had he just gone to the edge of his fitness, are we now going to see a downturn in form?
Well, he came back just 1 day after running previously, so maybe the quick turnaround was the reason for that underperformance. You know, he ran 3rd at meeting 24, then came back at meeting 25 and finished 6th. You know, slightly controversial faction. I'd like to see a horse given at least a week to freshen up. But this trainer, you know, Mishrif bin Mutlaq is very successful so far this meeting. He's had 12 winners. Abdullah Al-Alfi, the rider, has also had 12 winners this meet and is flying. The connections, Al Khaladir stables, are currently ranked 3rd in the standings with 7. So this is a powerful team with a horse that's rated 85, the 2nd highest rated in the field. I think he's got a great chance for an inside draw.
Al Mutlaq is a quite interesting character because he's one of those we don't often talk about, but in these sort of type of races, this is where his bread and butter is, isn't it?
Yeah, exactly. When you see those white silks with the black inverted chevron, this is where Mutlaq bin Mishrif's bread and butter is, as you've touched on. Couldn't put it better myself.
Absolutely, no, it's certainly an interesting runner. For me, I just cannot see anything beating horse number 11, Faritz Al Jazi. This is the only horse that steps down in grade. This is the only horse that comes into a 0 for 1. I mean, this is the equivalent of, I was thinking about this earlier, this is the equivalent of having a really, really nice horse that's running in really big races, top class races. And you can see it running in action here. You can see this is where it finishes 2nd. Really good performance. From this point of the race, you're thinking, you're not really too confident. But for me, this is a really nice run. In fact, this is him. Yes, this is him finishing wide and late on. He's also got early speed. I've seen him in other starts be running a lot higher in the field and actually just be beaten by a horse with a little more speed. This is a very different performance.
He plugged on past beaten rivals this day, but let's make no bones about it. The winner of this race is a superstar. In fact, one of the best Arabian horses in the country.
In the world. Not in the country, in the world, yes.
In the world, exactly. So take nothing away from the performance, finishing 2nd to that horse's fair.
Taya Hamlane is the other horse we're going to look at. This is him finishing 3rd. An interesting performance. I have concerns that this might be, with some of the other runners in this field, might be a bit too much for this runner.
Yeah, he plugged along up the inside against the Rouse, finished 3rd last time up. It was an okay effort, but this is a handicap. As I say, I think this is a step in the sideways direction in terms of class of race, but I just don't think he's got the necessary talent to beat the likes of Sadeh Al Khaladir, Faritz Al Jazi, our 2 selections, as well as a horse we haven't mentioned so far, which is Jade de Faust, number 5.
Tell me about Jade de Faust, if this is the reason why you mentioned it.
4-year-old filly. Both of her last 2 runs have come in cup races, so this is a step down, much like Faritz Al Jazi. She's only run once this year. That came at meeting 27th when she underperformed. With fitness now on her side, she could definitely improve. She's rated 87, so doesn't have too much to find. I'd narrowly preferred both of our 2 picks over her, but she's going to be there or thereabouts.
Now, you know I have a habit of selecting horses who are a bit of a nightmare down to the start. I've just seen Faritz Al Jazi go down to post, and my confidence level has dipped a little bit.
Has it?
Yes, just lunging into the bit a little bit. The jockey going down without any steer. It's very common here in racing at King Khalid Racecourse. But I will be a little bit concerned. You just see him now. He's just got a bit of a jig jog on. You just want to see a horse settle at this point. And my concern is, are you doing all your racing now before we actually jump out the gate and run over a mile trip as well? This isn't going to be easy to get this trip.
No, it won't be, but this is an Arabian horse race. We know that they're not the most docile of breeds, let's say.
Absolutely.
They do like to play around a little bit, so I think it's perfectly acceptable. Nothing too drastic for my liking with the number 11 here.
Shah and now the 2nd is horse number 6 we just saw in shot, dashing grey type. Hasn't shown much and has actually gone backwards in form over recent starts. Would be another runner that would need a turnaround to feature in a contest as hot as this.
Yeah, he actually won on his debut back in March 2022. Now, he's a 7-year-old, but he only made his debut last year, so it's the late start to racing.
Again, that could be Saudi debut. We have seen some of these horses have run overseas before. We saw Fou de Pine do a very similar thing where he ran in Europe beforehand, comes here and dots up. So, again, just a point that we have to make is that these horses could be making their first starts in Saudi Arabia, not necessarily their first starts in racing.
That's true. I do think this horse has only raced in Saudi, but that is true in the case of a couple of others. Showa Alea has only run 3 times this year, as you say. Again, made the quick turnaround from meeting 24 to 25. Obviously, there was a couple of suitable races there for horses of this nature. Mohamed Al Hubail rode a winner of our first race, so the jockey's in form. I don't know. She's probably not got the right talent to win this race.
Qatari-bred runner in Al Hassas, number 8 on your race card. Is there anything we can make out of that horse? The Qatari-bred seem to have a good thing when they're coming around here.
Well, there's a Qatari-bred in the last race that I think is going to win. So wait half an hour for that one. But at the same time, I don't know too much about Al Hassas, I have to admit.
Well, it's got a rating of 73, so certainly will be there or thereabouts. But for me, I'm going for number 11, Faritz Al Jazi. This is my selection of the day. I'm convinced this horse gets his head in front. Tom, take me on. What are you going for?
Not as confident, but Sadea Al Khaladia, number 2 for me.
So it's number 11 for me, number 2 for Tom. John, it's over to you.
Thank you, gentlemen. Yep, they're making their way behind for the first of 2 Arabian races, which closed the card here at Taif today. Got a fillies Arabian race maiden after this to come. And, of course, 2 more days racing this week, Friday and Saturday. Making their way behind. There's Easter de Soleil. There's the dark blue colours of Jade de Faust, who's definitely got the potential for further improvement. In the dark blue there with the orange chevrons, and then the red in the background there of Jara Al Khaladia. We've just got the 2 Al Khaladias today, and Sader Al Khaladia is the pick for Tom from stall 2. Now behind the starting stalls now. This race is due off at 7:15 local time, 7:45 local time. Race number 8, of course, you got a couple of minutes to post time. So there Al Khaladia in shot, and there also in shot is Shoral. Black and white colours of Easter de Soleil. Camilo Ospina riding that one. So the loading will be getting underway shortly. As Tom was saying as well, often these Arabian races are about kind of early pace and then who can be least tired in the closing stages. Shoral is in. The 5, Jade de Faust, to come forward. Next to go in is the 9, Bo Al Mori. Horse number 8 is Al Hassas to come forward. The 1 is Thea Hamilan. Next to go in is the 10, Madkour. The 4 is Jara Al Khaladia. 2 is Sader Al Khaladia, and the 13 is Easter du Soleil. 1,600 metres in front of them, the metric mile. Still waiting for Faritz Al Jazi. Did close off eye-catchingly well last time behind a horse who could possibly be rather good in this sphere. This is Simoom to come forward as well. This is the 7. Noor Al Fadel, and the 11 is Faritz Al Jazi to complete the line. We're ready. Happy behind the starting stalls. And away they go. They're racing for the first of our 2 Arabian races of the day. Noor Al Fadel was just squeezed up a little bit there as they came out of the stalls. But in the early stages, Jara Al Khaladia is prominent in the red and black colours. Also up with the early pace is Al Hassas, the Qatari bred. Then towards the outside, Easter de Soleil's obviously got the wide draw, looking to try and float down into a decent posse, and is just now cutting across in the hands of Camilo Ospina. They're then followed in behind by Al Hassas, who's just been relegated to around about 4th spot. Then after that, towards the outside is Madkour. Towards the inner, as we look at them, Thea Hamilan has been dropped out towards the back of the field. Sader Al Khaladia is in mid-division on the rail. Could be a nice racing posse, that. Then towards the outside, Faritz Al Jazi, who came from the back last time out. Shoral is also towards the back. So they've sorted themselves out into a semblance of order here as they start to make the swing out of the back straight. It's Easter de Soleil. Camilo's bagged the rail from the widest stall of all to Jara Al Khaladia, who's racing in second. Jade de Faust is now making interesting headway around the outside in third. They're then followed right round the outer by Madkour, who's not that far away. Then up the inside rail, Sader Al Khaladia is now getting a good bit closer. Faritz Al Jazi not too far off them either. Starting to make the turn for home now. And leading the field is Easter du Soleil. But now taking aim in second is Jade de Faust. It's Jade de Faust, who's travelling quite strongly, comes through to come past Easter du Soleil. They're then followed round the outside in third by Faritz Al Jazi, looking for a run now. In fourth spot is Jara Al-Khaladia. They're then followed by Thea Hamelan, who's kicking for home and does have a bit of a finish on it as well. Inside the closing stages they go, and it's Farid Al-Jazi that leads. Now Thea Hamelan is looking to produce a run, but is diving towards the rail. Farid Al-Jazi just gravitating towards the centre of the track. Thea Hamelan just switching the old tail a little bit as well. And down the centre of the track, it's going to be the 11, Farid Al-Jazi to score. Farid Al-Jazi by a couple of lengths to Thea Hamelan, who's finished in second. The third horse home there, we will wait and see on. We had one that's finishing from the back there in third spot, but they were quite well strung out, as is often the case with Arabian races. One or two that never really got into it in any way, shape or form. But Farid Al-Jazi, who was a long way behind them last time and stayed on really strongly, this time round was noticeably more prominent in the run. Callum Helliwell has tipped you a winner. Tom Collins in the last race. Callum Helliwell here. Good stuff from the boys in the studio. One for the videotape department as well, who got that one right too. Thea Hamelan has stayed on well in the hands of Abdullah Al Hussein, but did sort of dive towards that rail in the closing stages, which may not have helped. And it was the 13, actually, Easter du Soleil, who's held on there for third. Thought it was one coming from the back, but it wasn't, because Easter du Soleil was a horse who'd been prominent throughout, got the rail early, but in the end couldn't quite sustain it all the way to the line. But it's Farid Al-Jazi who's won by 1 3/4 lengths in the end, the first of our 2 Arabian races today. And that was a nice performance by both horse and jockey. Abdulaziz Al Yesh aboard, and has had that one beautifully positioned throughout the whole race. 1:56.76, the final winning time there in the first of the 2 Arab races. The 8th on the card, still the 9th to come as well. But it's Farid Al-Jazi, who's now the proud owner of a 2 wins from 12 runs record. And there she is in shot, the 5-year-old, winning in the end pretty comfortably. Thea Hamelan has run a good race in second from off the speed. And Easter du Soleil, who tried to just about make all, has in the end finished in the bronze medal position. And the 4th horse home was Sadea Al-Khaladia, and the 5th home was Jara Al-Khaladia. So that was how they finished in our penultimate race on the card. Back to the boys in the studio.
الحمد لله أفاس تعبتنا 8 بس الحمد لله اليوم كسبت الحمد لله.
حدثنا عن الشوط، كيف تعاملت مع الشوط؟ سمعنا أن كانت قبل الشوط لديك ثقة أنك تحصل على الشوط.
والله الحمد لله أبو عبد الله نفجان معطينا الثقة وقال لي دبر فرسك، أنت راكبه كثير ودبره بس حاول ما تستعجل علي. ويا رب لك الحمد، قال لي فيصل قبل الشوط قلت بإذن الله بصور.
كيف تعاملت مع الشوط؟ كيف كانت الخطة بينك وبين المدرب؟
والله الشوط صار سريع شوي ويا رب لك الحمد رجع على كيف الفرس، جيت مريحه والحمد لله كسبت. الله يبارك فيك، شكرا.
The trainer gave me all the confidence in the world, and the drop backing trip helped as well. Thank you to my fantastic Arabian translator there, who gave us all the information we needed there, from Abdulaziz Al Yesh, who has ridden the good thing of the meeting to success there. I am over the moon with that. Farid Al-Jazi went into the stalls last, sat towards the rear, sliced through the field like a hot knife through butter, and really took advantage of being the only horse in the straight to finish in a straight line.
Yeah, she was just the best, wasn't she? She had the highest rating by some considerable distance with a mark of 99. She was actually held up early on. You thought she'd be a little bit closer, but it made no difference whatsoever. She produced that wicked kick, and actually, this is the first race today that wasn't won on the bend. It was won prior to the bend. Just made this nice move through the field, got to the outside, and it really was game over from there.
if you were a supporter of Farid Al Jazi, you would have seen as they come down the back straight, the jockey make a really prominent move, a big move, and a move that you only know if you know your horse has got stamina because you're dropping back in trip, and that's exactly what they had. They didn't have the speed to go with the early tempo, but they knew they had stamina in abundance, so they could use that energy to get into the prime position off the turn, about 3-4 wide on the turn, and came away to win nicely. Abdulaziz Aliesh, very well done, that man.
You roared him home, and her, the filly, that's a good thing. Fair play. You know, she wants the horse to beat in here, but the horse in second, Thaya Hamalam, ran a very nice race as well, and briefly looked like he was going to challenge for it, Al Jazi, when he cut to the inside.
We can see the replay, whether it was the jockey's decision to cut to the inside or the horse just absolutely lugging down towards the rail. It'll be interesting to see on this angle. But like we said, those two pulled an absolute mile clear of everything else. I still didn't even see you came in third in the end. I was too busy punching the air and throwing paper in the sky to see that win. But you could just see that dynamite move towards the rail, which may have lost the second the race, because I think had they stuck to a straight line and maybe stuck on the coattails of our eventual winner, they would have had a better chance. They became quite isolated. The winner stayed straight. She'd got experience at a higher level than this, and she used all of that experience to success today.
Yeah, she was dropping down from a cup race last time just to an Arabian horses event, which is for horses who have won 0 or 1 times. So this was a big drop down. This was quite clearly the plan, to get that second win into her, get that confidence, and then go back into a cup race next time.
Boosts the pedigree as well. 2 wins as well is much better than 1 win. It's all fine and well placing in good races, but wins are what people see when they're looking at pedigree pages, and a win is what she's got today. I was really impressed with how she knuckled down in the final half furlong, because it looked at one stage that she was wobbling all over the place and she might be challenged, but she really knuckled down in the straight, and you can just see here, get off the bench, she is 4 horses wide coming into this turn, joined up with the leaders. Your selection, Sadia Al-Kaladir, is still there on the rail at this point, but is just about to fold out of things here.
Yeah, he was making a move to the wide outside, but just wasn't good enough today.
Shamila is in the winner's enclosure with our winning trainer.
I'm in the winner's enclosure, but with the winning owner of race number 8. Congratulations. What did you think about the race?
Thank you. I think it was a normal racing for her, and I am happy today, the first win for her this season. I mean, they get second the last race, and the race before also second. But I hope this is not the end of the season, and we hope more racing for her.
You will keep her at 1 mile?
1 mile? You mean 2,000 to 1,600 meter or 2,000? This is fit for her.
Thank you very much. Congratulations.
You're welcome. Thank you so much.
Thank you so much to the winning trainer for taking the time to talk to us there. And you can see for the start, it all got a bit tight in the middle there, Tom.
Yeah, Jade DeFoss broke right out to the right in the red silks, and that led to horses in 6, 7 and 8 all being part of a bit of early scrimmaging, as well as number 9, Sibo Al-Mori, who eventually finished tailed off. That scrimmaging quite clearly didn't help the horses in the middle, but what it did do was help your selection, who ended up winning. She broke nice from the outside draw. She was held up early on, not wasting energy, and she's actually in last at this point.
That's the eventual second, pinned right on the rail, talking again about rail runs, Tom.
Yeah, exactly. You know, running against the rail is quite clearly a bias. Again, marking up the performance of the eventual winner, Farid Al Jazi, who was 4 wide around the bend. Didn't run the Golden Highway, yet still too good today.
I think it was a clear class difference in the runners here, because like you said, the jockey on our winner here didn't ever panic in that situation where you're wide and definitely get down to the rail. Sat quite nicely. The horse is fading all over the place here.
Yeah, this is where the move has happened right now from Farid Al Jazi, just cutting through the field, already ahead of 5 rivals. Now make that 6, 7, 8, and already into 4th and ready to challenge.
Just swinging along here, I was really excited. I thought they might dive down the inside, but you just know how much belief they've got in this horse if they decide to go on the outside of Jade DeFaust, who is just beginning to fall away. Despite the fact looking quite good at this stage, I thought Jade DeFaust was going to be the main rival.
Yeah, she travelled nicely in the race. Maybe that early scrimmaging played its part. Maybe the fact that she made her move for home too soon played a part as well. Or maybe just she wants to drop back to 6 furlongs or 7 furlongs. Because at this stage, they go past her like she's walking.
Easter de Soleil, one last time, and it happened so recently, but that's probably the best bit of, that's the career best effort for Easter de Soleil, I think.
Yes, but at the same time, Issa de Soleil was on the speed against the rail from the outset, so was probably flattered by the finishing position, given she had the pace and track bias.
But just watch the way this horse hits the line. I was really impressed with the way she knuckled down and got the race done in isolation because the other horses dived towards the rail. I think she's a really nice horse. I cannot wait to see her again. I will probably be a supporter of hers going forward, and she will become a cliff horse and never win another race again.
No, she's very talented. I'm sure she will. You know, she's going to be aiming to all the cup races. She's rated 99. She can compete in all of the best Arabian races between a mile and 1 mile, 4 furlongs probably. Talking about good Arabian races, and just a quick going off on a tangent here, but there's a very, very nice horse on Saturday, rated 125, as Van Al Khaladia. Yeah, so look out for that. Make sure you tune in on Saturday to watch her.
Well, those who have been with us all day and evening today will surely be with us for Saturday as well, because the racing just keeps getting better and better here at King Highland Racecourse. We do have one more race for you today. It is another Arabian contest. It is a smaller field, but certainly just as good an action on the track as we saw in our last race. So really looking forward to that. As you can see, our winner here, Farit Al-Jari, making the most of a significant drop in class. She's only won one race before this. She's now won 2. And I think, to be honest, she's got a bit of the world of her feet here, because she can certainly win again. She's a really nice type and one to follow going forward. Big strapping there.
Yeah, big strapping finish. She deserved to win today, didn't she?
Yeah.
She'd been knocking at the door in much better races. They found a good spot for her, and she duly got the job done. Next time up, back up in class.
Yes, I wouldn't be surprised to see her running in much tougher contests than that. We know we have a very big Arabian race on Saudi National Day. That's in September, I want to say. So hopefully that's coming up sooner rather than later. So we'll see a good run on Saudi National Day. We'll see plenty of good Arabian horses in a very valuable race. And that's where you'll really see the strengths and depth of Arabian horse racing in this part of the world, because we'll see some serious animals on show there.
Yeah, we definitely will. But we have been witnessing Arabian races in the 4 meetings we've covered, and every single race that we've seen has been as exhilarating as the thoroughbreds. Really enjoying it, Callum.
And I think we've seen some good horses as well. I think Fuda Pine is the first one that comes to mind, with a really nice horse as well. So we keep seeing good, talented horses, and it's great that we're beginning to get a knowledge base of these horses. And we see the break for the stalls. Tom, take us through what happens in the middle here.
The horse in number 4, she just jumps right out to the left, right to the right, Jade de Faust, and causes real scrimmaging for the horses next to her, all the way out to number 9 in the white silks. 4 from the left right now, just gets a little nudge, but the horses in 6, 7 and 8 just stood no chance.
I think Al Hazaf actually jumps to the left as well, which makes it harder for the horses in 6 and 7, because they're literally getting sandwiched, and it actually didn't do anything for Sibu Amori, who won last time out but couldn't land a blow today. All a bit too much for Sibu Amori.
Definitely, you can see they're going backwards already with the light blue saddlecloth.
Absolutely, as we get these beautiful shots again, plenty of greys in this. If you do love a grey Arabian racing, it's for you, because there's plenty on show. Some of the horses out the back, they're already beginning to struggle. Al Hazas was front rank, but struggled as well later on. One of the great things we do have to see is the jockeys on display here, who are all exceptionally talented. Some really good young jockeys on display who are riding in these Arabian races, who are very talented nonetheless. None more talented than Sultan, who has been off to Deauville. He's in France already. He rides in a race that happens in only a few hours' time. I can't imagine how nervous he might be in the International Apprentice race at Deauville, Tom.
إن شاء الله بإذن الله. معكم السلطان سالم الميموني، خيال متمرن، عمري 22. والله احنا من عائلة فروسية معروفين، عائلة فرماوي. قبل جدي وأبوي عماني، والحين يعني خيالي بقوا بس يعني عيال عمي علي فيصل محمد عمي وانا، وان شاء الله الجيل الجاي قادم ان شاء الله باذن الله. ايه يعني ركبت بس ان الكويت والسعوديه، كلها حققت فيها انتصارات الحمد لله. لا اول مره ان شاء الله نطمح ان شاء الله ردين مخيبين الظن باذن الله، نروح على الثقه باذن الله، نحقق الانتصار ونرجع باذن الله احنا فايزين ان شاء الله باذن الله. ان شاء الله باذن الله نرجع احنا فايزين مستانسين باذن الله، ونحقق نمثل السعوديه باذن الله ان شاء الله. لا والله انها هي اول مره ان شاء الله، ان شاء الله اول مره، وان شاء الله على ما قال فوز باذن الله. والله انا ما جربت، بس إن بعض الخيار يقولون الارضيه تفرق، فهمت؟ إيه ان شاء الله ما تفرق باذن الله. هو بدايتي انا تاسيس من عند الوالد الحمد لله. لما اجتهدت وجت اللياقه وقمت اركب يعني ركوب زين، قام يركبني في النادي والحمد لله، وانتصار عند الوالد سالم فرماوي، هو اول فوز عندي على الجواد يفوز حصان. والله الطموح العالميه باذن الله يعني ان شاء الله. والله كل الخيال فيهم خير وبركه، بس ان غدوتي ان شاء الله علي وبرا ديتوري. كنت في الظاهر اتوقع انه بكاس السعوديه، اتوقع على جواد مرقاب. والله هو اول شيء بالتدريب واللياقه اهم شيء، يعني اللياقه والرياضه هي اهم شيء، بعد تطور وتسمع كلام خطه المدرب. والله هو شعور لا يوصف. أول شيء أنا كنت واقف وجو ورشحوني وأنا ما أدري، يعني حتى كلمني محمد فايز وأنا واقف وقال رشحناك، وهو حلم وإن شاء الله يتحقق بإذن الله بعد بانتصار. والله أشكرهم على الدعم هذا، وإن شاء الله أن ما أروح وأنا خايب الظن بإذن الله.
Best of luck to Sultan Al Maimouni, who rides in the final race at Deauville. Local time will be around 9:20 p.m. He rides a horse called Prance de Jews, who has all the chance in the world. Best of luck to him. It will be an amazing experience. Please follow him on social media. He has been doing so much work on his Instagram stories, on TikTok, on Facebook, on Twitter as well. He's been everywhere, really trying to push how amazing his experience is. And he's not just been sunning himself in the Deauville sun. He's been working. He's been mucking out boxes. He's been doing it all. They've got some good free labour out of him, I think, as well, which has been ideal for connection. So best of luck to Sultan. But with one more race to go, runners and riders, with John Blance for our lucky last.
Yeah, it is our ninth and final race, smallest field of the day. Once again, over the 1,600 metres, though, so no great distance for these Arabian fillies to go for this particular race. Ayat is the horse at the top there in the hands of Abdullah Al-Khamis. Azar is next. Khalid Al-Maimouni is aboard. Orjwa Al-Khaladia in the hands of Fahid Al-Furedi. Horse number 4 is Baja Al-Wizmia, who's a debutant. Ali Al-Maimouni is riding that one. Shalad Al-Nakail on start number 16, Abdullah Al-Kradis rides, and horse number 6 is Radwa Al-Khaladia. This is start number 7 for this horse, a bit to do on all known form. Asil Al-Sahani is riding. It's just the 6 got a post here for our final race of the day. It's an Arabian Fillies maiden, and they're in the parade ring.
The quicker they go to post for our lucky last, the better, because poor Tom Collins is getting attacked by the cast of Bugs Life, as am I, but I am much stronger, much manlier, I must say. I'm handling it much better than you are, Tom. How are you getting on?
Yeah, we're being covered by a swarm here, which is quite interesting, but there's still one race which is more interesting than that, so hopefully we can end on a high, and I think we will here, Callum.
Absolutely. Tom, did you have a selection of this? You said the Qatari bred horse was one you're looking at. That's horse number 1.
Yeah, horse number 1, Ayat, Qatar-bred filly. She's a 7-year-old. She only had 3 starts in Saudi, but she'd obviously previously been racing in Qatar. She last time out finished 4th in a 0-80 handicap over at Riyadh last October. She's got a new trainer, but I think that performance last time is more than good enough to win this race.
I think you're absolutely right, Tom. With a rating of 63 next to her name, she's the highest rated runner in the field. She carries weight that a lot of these other horses are carrying as well at 58 kilos, so she'd certainly have a good enough chance here today, because she really is dropping down in class.
Yeah, she's dropping down. This is a maiden, and she was last seen in a 0-80 handicap, so she could have faced winners on that occasion, and this time she isn't. So, yeah, drop in class, and the suitable drop as well.
Is this a similar situation to what we saw in our last race, where connections are taking advantage of a horse fitting into a lower grade just because they haven't been able to get their head in front in higher races?
Yeah, exactly that. But they found the ideal spot. You know, it's 9,500 Saudi Riyal to the winner for this race. this is the prime opportunity to win a nice pull, and it looks like they're going to get it, because aside from the likes of Orja Al Khalidiyah, if that filly can bounce back from what I can only describe as a very disappointing display on debut, and Barja Al Wasmia, who's never run before, the other 3 horses in here don't really look good enough to trouble Ayat.
Orja Al Khalidiyah is certainly one that really disappointed both you and I when it ran on debut. We were very excited to see it. We were putting up as one of the highlights of the card. It ran no sort of race. Connection will be hoping to do far better, and we see Radwa Al Khalidiyah get jocked up.
Yeah, Radwa Al Khalidiyah is only rated 47, had 6 starts, finished 6th at meeting 29 last time. Definitely needs to do better.
One of the other horses you're just seeing go through picture here is number 3, Orja Al Khalidiyah. Interesting runner for me because it cannot be any worse than the last run.
Yes, we really fancied her to win on her debut back at meeting 28 when she was 6th. She was interfered with at the start, but after that she just showed nothing. It was quite a disappointing display. However, this rider, Farhad Al Faradi, has already had 2 winners on the card.
Could be a hat-trick for Farhad, but Shalat Al Nakail will be hoping to end that with Al Kradis in the saddle. Ran 4th last time and has previously run right bang up there in the money, but just doesn't seem to know how to get the head in front.
Yeah, very consistent but very one pace. She's a 4-year-old filly who's 0 from 15. 4th last time at meeting 29, 6th at meeting 26, 5th at meeting 23. Very consistent, but as I say, there looks to be stronger horses in here.
I thought you just saw a brief shot of the Arabic version of you and myself. Personally, I think they're far better looking and they are far better dressed. So unfortunately, we cannot beat them on that part. Hopefully, we can find your winner, though. I'm going to join you on this one, Tom. I'm in exactly the same camp. If the method isn't broken, don't fix it. We saw a horse dropping in grade last time and being dominant. We're going to see a horse dropping grade today in this contest, and I think will be exactly the same. I'm going to go for Ayat, the Qatari bred number 1 for me. Tom, I imagine you're exactly the same.
Yeah, I'm confident that Ayat's the best horse in this race. The mile trip should be absolutely fine for her. The only danger, I would say, is Orja Al Khalidiyah, if she can somehow produce what we expected on debut, but it just doesn't look likely.
Azar is horse number 2, an interesting runner for N Wanas, who's the training, who is no relation, I don't think, to Farah's Wanas. But that horse has only had 2 starts and hasn't been too disappointing in both efforts.
Yeah, Naif Wanas, he also owns this 5-year-old filly. She's only had 2 starts. She finished 4th on debut at meeting 19, 5th at meeting 23. She last ran over 1 mile 4 furlongs. This is a big drop down, half a mile in trip down to just a mile.
There she is, the good thing on screen. Now, ladies and gentlemen, if you're in the comments, please let us know if you support her or against her. Tom and I are joining forces because we believe if the method isn't broke, don't fix it. And we had the right method in the last race and we're sticking to it again. Shalat Al Nakail leading up. I think what's fascinating about these horses is they go down so easily. You don't often see the problems that we have with some of the thoroughbreds when they're going down to post on a nice long lead, no concerns at all. One person who is having concerns here is Tom, who's actually trying to swipe away all the bugs while I'm just letting them sort of sit on me because we don't have a studio. Again, it's something I want to run about HR, and we get absolutely bombarded by the cast of Bugs Life here. Radwa Al Khalidiyah in shot as well. The Al Khalidiyah name is all to do with the breeding. A lot of them stay in-house with the stable. Some of them are sent out of house. Imagine it like Judmont if they named every horse Judmont, and we see some horses that would remain in the colours of the Judmont colours, but some horses that would disappear off somewhere else, but you know where they were born, and it's clearly a very good proving ground for young horses, that Al Khalidiyah name.
Yeah, we've got 2 Al Khalidiyahs in here, number 3 Orja Al Khalidiyah and number 6 Radwa Al Khalidiyah. Only one of them is still owned by the Al Khalidiyah stables, which is number 3 Orja Al Khalidiyah. The other one has been moved on to pastures new. That horse is only rated 47, Radwa Al Khalidiyah. Doesn't look like a most likely winner in here, Callum.
The one making debut today is one we haven't talked about. It's number 4, Baraj Al Wasmia. This is an interesting runner, I think, because we just don't know what to make of it. At least it comes in with a completely blank slate.
Yes, 5-year-old maiden. Interesting filly, as you touched on. I don't know what to make of her at all. I can't even provide any analysis because we have nothing down here. She is the unknown quantity in this race.
But I think she's the one for me that I would be most concerned about because of all of these, we kind of know the form levels of all of these, and we're pretty convinced that Ayat is going to beat all of these. The only one we don't know anything about and could be an absolute rocket ship is number 4, who we just have no form for. But all fingers crossed, we've got this right, and number 4 doesn't sprout wings and absolutely trounce us with Al Faradi going for the treble.
Yeah, exactly. Ayat is the horse that we're both going to be shouting home, I'm sure. I hope it's just a good competitive race. You know, small field, only the 6 runners. We're used to these huge 18-runner fields or even 12 runners in the previous race. Just a 6 here, more conventional like we're used to seeing over in the UK. But hopefully Ayat just breaks well from the inside stall, rides that rail, we know it's the place to be, and just dominates from the outset.
One thing we do know is John will be having kittens with the amount of excitement he's got with only 6 runners to worry about. He'll be bouncing around in his beautiful studio, air-conditioned no doubt as well. And the rain has stayed away for us, so we're in a much better position. We were a little bit concerned early on, but with no rain, 6 runners, with both joint selections, what better time to throw to John Blunt up in the sky.
Thank you very much, Callum. Yep, and Tom, great work today. And we're down to the final race on the card. And yeah, I mean, just looking at the bare form that's available, ACAT has a personal best time of a mile of 1:58.72. That's considerably faster than Shalat Al Nakhail, who's the next best. And 1 or 2 of these can't even get close to that time, well over 2 minutes. So you would have thought, if that means anything at all, that Ayat, if she's fit, she should be scoring. Interesting that she's just had the 3 runs age 7, but there we go. There have been 3 pretty good runs, certainly in the context of this. There in shot is Azar, white and green colours, and there's Barja Al Wazmia, or Wazmia. And there's the maroon and white check of Radwa Al Khaladia. And there's Ayat, the favourite there, in that distinctive yellow noseband. So we're getting towards post time for this final race. Racing again here, of course, tomorrow and Saturday. Some good racing on Saturday, and so you can join us. I will be here, but I think it's Mark Francis doing the calling tomorrow. Good young commentator, he'll go far. There's Orja Al Khaladia. Goggles coming down on that one. Has to find about 9 seconds worth of improvement with this Ayat. Fahed Al Furedi, who's had a good day today, looking for a treble. 1 or 2 of the trainers were gushing about him earlier on. (1600 metres), 1 of 2 mile races. It's been sprints and mile races, very much the order of the day. No middle distance contests at all. There'll be some higher quality handicaps as the week progresses here at Taif. Be sure to join us for that on the YouTube channel, and keep getting involved with the show as well. Barja Al Wazmia is the only possible complication in this race from a form perspective. She'd have to be good to beat an in-form Ayat. I mean, Ayat hasn't run for a while, which is slightly problematic, but she'd have to be well below her game, and Barja Al Wazmia would have to be pretty useful on debut to win, you'd have thought. So we'll see. They're putting them in. There's the view from stall 5 again. Shalat Al Nakhail. There's Ayat going in. Small field to load here. Orja Al Khaladia going in. Oh, getting a bit lively. Ayat, the favourite there in stall 1. They're ready. Stand by. Oh, the favourite again. Ayat getting very leery in the starting stalls. Not ideal. Still relatively inexperienced, this horse. They're off and racing now, though, away for the 9th and final race of the day. And after all that palaver in the starting stalls, Ayat got away pretty efficiently and leads in the yellow sheepskin noseband. Also prominent there in the early stages is the debutante, Barja Al Wazmia. Just nestling in behind that one is Orja Al Khaladia, who's in the white and black colours. They're then followed by the white and green of Azar. Rather wide on the track is Radwa Al Khaladia, and right at the back of the field at the moment is Shalat Al Nakhail. So they make their way onto the race course proper. They're out of the chute now, and they're heading on down towards the final 1,000 metres. And it's Ayat, who's just about the leader, to Barja Al Wazmia, who's racing in second. 3 out in third is Orja Al Khaladia. They're then followed by the check jacket of Radwa Al Khaladia, and already getting a little bit detached to Azar and the back marker Shalat Al Nakhail. So they're making the turn, and it's Ayat who continues just about to lead, but Barja Al Wazmia is going pretty well on the outside. They've done the first 800 there in 55.56 seconds. Towards the outside, Orwa Al Khaladia is racing in third. Bit of a gap developing now to Radwa Al Khaladia. 1 or 2 of these just dropping off this pace as they go inside the final 600 metres. So it's Ayat who looked a good thing in this race on paper, but now just being asked a question or two by this Barja Al Wazmia, who still travels very strongly. In third spot, Orja Al Khaladieh. Trying to stay on a little bit is Radwa Al Khaladieh from the back as well. Levelling up for home, the Persuader drawn aboard ACAT, who's not really responding a great deal. And here now down the centre of the track comes Orja Al Khaladieh, quickly into a 3-length advantage here to, in second position, Baja Al Wazmir, who's on a pretty good race on debut. Ayat is trying to battle back as they go inside the final 200 metres, but it's Orja Al Khaladieh who's now 5 lengths to the good over Baja Al Wazmir in second, and racing up towards the line, Orja Al Khaladieh. It's a treble on the card for Fahed Al Faradi. His day today beats Baja Al Wazmir into second. Third horse home was Ayat, and the fourth from quite a long way back was Shalat Al Nakhail. Orja Al Khaladieh did have a bit to find on bare form with Ayat there, but in the end has performed very well here. And Arab races are a bit of an enigma to me, I have to say, having watched a few of them. You think you've got a handle on the form, and then it doesn't quite occur what you expect to occur. And on this particular occasion, Orja Al Khaladieh, 1:59.38 seconds, has improved massively on the one run so far. That was a much improved performance, and well, she scored by 6 lengths in the end as well. Fahed Al Faradi in imperious form today. One day it's Adel Al Faradi, the next day it's Fahed Al Faradi. They're both very tidy and accomplished jockeys. That's one thing I've definitely picked up from the work in Saudi Arabia thus far. The jockey colony here is very, very good. Make no mistake about that. Certainly the ones towards the top. Orja Al Khaladieh at the top there beats Baja Al Wazmir into second, and Ayat possibly needed the run. Got away quite well, expended a lot of energy by messing around in the starting stalls. Will probably improve for that, but has been a little bit disappointing for those who thought that Ayat was probably a shoo-in. That's it from me. Back to the guys in the studio.
The winner coming into the parade ring under a jubilant Fahed Al Faradi, who has now ridden a treble, guys. Very impressive.
He's absolutely on fire. There was no stopping him today, and all we could talk about was his brother Adel.
Yeah, absolutely. I think he's got bragging rights in the Faradi household tonight.
Yeah, he absolutely does. I mean, it's weird to not discuss Adel Al Faradi as being the main Al Faradi, but fair play to Fahed. He's had a phenomenal day.
Orja Al Khaladieh, Tom, you and I have an issue with this horse. Because when we last time on its debut were like, this is the good thing. It's going to dot up, there'll be no problems, it wins on debut, just look at the stable, just look at the silks, and then what happened, Tom? It flopped. So we ignore it today, dominates.
Well, that's Arabians for you as well. I did warn you that they might throw in a strange performance.
Hey, I'm not over it yet. I really thought she'd win first time up. She got hampered at the start, so there was a little bit of an excuse, but I feel like I'm making that up now that I've just seen her win when I didn't fancy her to win.
Baja Al Wazmir with a nice run in second on debut, but really disappointing by Ayat. We were making our way down to this press position, and we were looking already, and we were saying, oh, she's on the rail, but we're not getting all the confidence in the world. She looks a little bit in trouble, and then as they turned for home, we knew what was going on.
Yeah, Hayat just looked in trouble from a long way out, 600 metres out, in fact. It was unfortunate. We thought she was a good thing in this race, but it wasn't to be. And Orja Al Khaladieh had that higher upside. Only had one start coming into this race, and obviously that was just not the performance that Connections were expecting from Orja Al Khaladieh. And it's actually worth noting that the Al Khaladieh stables, the ownership, have now had 8 winners so far at this meeting. They're back up into third in the owner table.
And Sheikh Mutlaq, who is the trainer, he's a magician. I mean, I don't know what he does to these Arabians, but his training methods are unparalleled.
Are they trained alongside thoroughbreds, or are they trained separately in their own section?
Thoroughbreds tend to like to be trained in a routine. They do the same things every day. Arabians, you have to do something different with them every day. One day you'll swim them, the next day maybe you'll just trot them. They're really versatile like that.
Is it all about getting the horse's mind right over the body?
Absolutely, especially these Arabians. Like, you see them in the parade ring and they're looking at everything, they're thinking about everything. So I think that's probably the key.
I'll tell you who was looking and thinking about everything was Tom. You weren't up there, Shamila, but Tom was looking around at all the bugs, and now I know we have someone with a genuine fear in the presentation position. How are you feeling now we've come down
Yeah, I'm much more comfortable just being around the horses and humans, I have to say. Just not nice up there, but yeah, that was with all the lights, and it's lovely down here, nice and chilled with all the horses walking and just cooling down after their race.
Great to see Farhad getting that treble. Do you know, it must be quite difficult being the younger brother to such a superstar, because you're either in his spotlight and you feel like you're not shining, and then the next thing you know is you are just, you come out to play and you say, I am here, I'm my own man, I can do what I want to do. But unfortunately, it's not always like that when you've got a big brother who is smashing it every other week.
Well, we see it all the time with the Moors, don't we, over in the UK? We have Ryan, Jamie, Josh, etc.
Hayley, don't forget Hayley.
Yeah, Hayley as well. It was a great ride, 3 wide on the bend, just moved clear, kicked her for home at the right time, and never really looked in doubt, Al-Khaladia.
Never looked in doubt, really, but was coming from an outside position. And one of the interesting moments was the fact that when they came off that bend, he was not the inside. And we've talked about the rail run being the place to be, and unfortunately, it wasn't what you wanted to be.
No, there's been a huge rail bias all day, actually, no matter what the race is, but just not then. You know, I thought we were in a great spot with Ayat against the inside. It just wasn't to be. I don't know whether Ayat didn't have the quality today to win this race, or whether Al-Khaladia is just miles better than these, or whether
she did look squeezed out as well in the final stage as well, didn't she?
Yeah, exactly. So there's always an excuse when we don't find the winner. But I'll buy it. That's fine.
She looked squeezed out, but she was also going backwards while she gets squeezed out. I think it's very clear to see that we can give Ayat all the excuses. But where do you go next with a horse like Ayat? That was running in good races. This was not a good race on paper. What do you do now?
We've got to find another maiden, I think, don't you, Sim?
Yeah, absolutely. Until you break that maiden barrier, keep them in the maiden races.
Yeah.
I think you've hit the nail on the head, especially in this sort of division in Arabian. We've seen with the thoroughbreds, they like to go and jump into handicaps and stay away from maidens, because you will often bump into a serious weapon like we've seen today. But in these situations, we're going to see these horses remain in maiden company, stay away from handicaps, because it's highly unlikely that you'll bump into a really good thing.
The good thing is with these Arabian maidens over here at Taif, they're generally small fields, so you should be able to find a spot for most horses.
They're the race to win for all of them. Shamila, what's been your highlight today?
I don't think you need to ask me, lads. I've been screaming home Naif Al Anazi all last weekend. So Naif Al Anazi, race number 6. That's all I have to say. Just watching him, he times the races so perfectly.
Now, I have to ask you one question, because you have to choose now, because we think there's going to be some controversy.
I know where this is going.
But Alex Moreno or Naif Al Anazi?
You can't make me choose.
I can. I've just done it. I am the host. I will make you choose.
This is becoming a theme, you know this. It's going to be Alex or it's going to be Naif, and we can see it.
Can I be controversial and say Camilo?
Oh, well, that's a big shot. Camilo, we didn't see that coming.
Hey, Camilo's my number 1 anyway, so...
How disappointed was Naif last week? We spoke to Haya earlier on, last week we spoke to her, and she said he was really, really upset. How was he in the weeks that's gone by in those days? You've been down the track at 2 in the morning, we've seen you do it, impressive. But how has he been coming after that? Because that was a real disappointing in that final race.
Absolutely, and he's not used to weeks like that with absolutely 0 winners. So he actually came up to me in Haifa in the parade ring and he apologised profusely for not being sociable last week and being really upset. But that's the game, isn't it? You can't win everything.
Can't win everything. Someone who did come out with a winner today is Tom.
Just the one.
Was it your top moment?
No.
Ooh.
Surprisingly enough, I'm sure everyone watching thinks it probably is, but my top moment would be Hala in race 4. The first time 2-year-old filly, daughter of Outwork, bred in the US. She was scintillating. She won by 13 1/4 lengths. Super impressive. And actually, we had a highlight last week of a horse called Al Motterhead. Very similar type. 2-year-old gelding, first time up. Bolted up by 17 3/4 lengths, and he was my highlight of the day. I just like to see these first-time starters bolting up and winning by a distance, because we just don't know where their ceiling is. They could be cup horses, they could go on to graded stakes races, who knows? This filly looks very talented.
13 lengths winner, mightily impressive. We're seeing her do what she does now and do what she does best. She's a really impressive looking animal. Al Mottehed had it all. Speed, early power, big stride. This horse didn't have so much, but what impressed me was coming around that bend and looking in trouble, really powered forward and looked really, really impressive.
Yeah, it wasn't even just the fact that she won by such a distance. It was the pedigree, the breeding, because it was a local and imported maiden as well. And, you know, this filly, I loved how she just looked by far the best in the race. It wasn't the best maiden, was it? Let's not make any bones about it. But at the same time, you can only beat what's put in front of you. And you did a fantastic interview after. I can't remember if it was with the trainer or the owner, but they said that they're looking towards cup races next time. And, you know, I like aspirations in horse racing.
Absolutely, and you see that a lot. I mean, there's, like we have on Thursdays, is mostly maiden races, and to see them winning by such big lengths,
Yeah.
I think the winning distance is one thing, the style is another thing you have to look at. But in behind, we had two other horses all making their debuts, really putting it up to the horses with experience. And the horse we tipped up with experience ran on for fourth. So I don't think it's a bad race on paper.
No, exactly. Probably beat the right types as well. The runner-up was trained by Gaith Algaith and ridden by Roberto Ramos. You know, connections that we would often put right at the top. The form could be strong. We just don't know as of yet. And actually, the time was really good. 1:33.84 seconds, just 0.74 seconds slower than for the 3-year-olds in the race following. So for a 2-year-old filly to get so close to the 3-year-olds, you know, it was a really good effort on the clock.
I've said it before and I'll say it again. I think if she ran against those boys, I think she would have beaten them out of sight.
Yeah, it's a strong possibility. We don't know, and it's all conjecture, but we like to hype these horses.
I'm going to hype them. Put me on the hype train. Sign me up. I'm buzzing to see them and buzzing to see more from that horse. We talked about our Mottehed and future aim. Would you say straight into a cup race, or are you looking for maybe a little open company before we go into cup races?
Nah, cup races for all these 2-year-olds are super impressive. You've got to shoot for the stars when you've got a good one. If you run in the handicaps or a 0-1 winners event, you know, it's a bit dull, isn't it? We want to hype these horses. We want to see just how good they are. So Hala today, Al Mottehed last week, cup races straight away.
I'm surprised you're talking about hyping horses up and pushing them into tough competition.
Where's this going?
You mentioned Constitution Hill. You say you didn't like Constitution Hill going chasing. I'm just saying, very different views, very different.
Hey, look, we've seen just to go on to Constitution Hill, we've seen a recent report over the last coming days, and hurdling looks very likely, Callum, which is smart, I think.
It's a very boring selection. Shamila, I won't bore you with English jump racing, that's for sure. The interesting thing for me is I think both those horses are going to go to cup races. I'm personally thinking wait till Riyadh and go for the cup races at Riyadh. Really test you. But anyway, we've been tested tonight. It's been a phenomenal evening of racing. We've really enjoyed ourselves. We're here all again tomorrow. We do it again on Saturday as well. Please tune in, stay with us and enjoy it. Thank you so much for watching and have a great evening.